You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to Comedy Radio Gold. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. In these vaults, I keep tens of thousands of great old-time radio shows, remastered and optimized by yours truly, and rebroadcast to you from the mists of the past for your listening enjoyment. Today's shows are a wide variety of situation comedies from the golden age of radio, guaranteed to bring you some laughter and cheer to your day. A reminder that if you want to skip my commentary, you can use the timestamps in the description below to jump right to the radio show of your choice. In the meantime, let's dive right in. Meet Mr. McNutley, also known as The Ray Milland Show, only ran for one season in 1953 to 1954, and starred, obviously, Ray Milland as English professor Ray McNutley at the Lynnhaven College for Girls. Phyllis Avery starred as his wife Peggy. This is a great, lesser-known radio show with hilarious stories, great acting, and it showed that Milland was just as good a comedian as he was a serious drama actor. It also ran on TV concurrently for the first year and then only on TV for the last year, from 53 to 55. This episode, The New Desk, is about Ray's wife giving away his desk, not realizing that Ray's personal sensitive diary is inside. Next is The Great Gildersleeve, that super popular sitcom starring Harold Perry and later Willard Waterman after Perry moved to CBS, that ran from 41 to 58 on NBC Radio. The show was one of the very first radio spin-off shows, as the character originated on Fibber McGee and Molly. Gildersleeve moves from Wistful Vista to Summerfield, where he oversees his late sister's estate, and he has to raise her orphan niece and nephew, Leroy, played by Walter Tetley, and Margie, played by various actors. Originally, he owns a ladies' girdle factory, but by the second season the writers had ditched that and made him the town's water commissioner instead. Others in the cast were Earl Ross as Judge Horace Hooker, Gildersleeve's nemesis in the beginning and later his friend, Richard LeGrand as drugstore owner Richard Peavy, Mel Blanc and later Arthur Bryan as Barbara Floyd Munson, Ken Christie as police chief Donald Gates, and then Lillian Randolph as the housekeeper Bertie. This episode, Leroy's Paper Route, aired on September 14th, 1941. Most family sitcoms have the typical nuclear family, mom, dad, usually 2 or 3 kids. But the Penny Singleton show broke that mold, and starred Penny Singleton as a war widow named Penny Williamson, raising her 2 young daughters in a small town and being courted by 2 different men. It ran for one season in 1950, and it starred Gail Gordon and Jim Bacchus as the 2 suitors, Gordon playing the town judge, and Bacchus as Penny's real estate partner. And the rivalry between the 2 men is one of the best parts of the show. Her 2 daughters, Tomboy Sue and older Deejay, played by various actors, also had some great sibling rivalry as well. This episode, Plain Hard to Get, ran on June 27th, 1950. And then we have another super popular sitcom, My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball and Richard Denning as newlywed suburban couple Liz and George Cooper. Actually, originally they were called Cougat, but the last name was changed after a lawsuit filed by the famous band leader Xavier Cugat. It ran from 48 to 51 for 124 episodes, and it was the inspiration for the TV show I Love Lucy. The radio show was extremely popular, despite getting less than stellar reviews, with each episode usually involving a problem or crisis, created by Liz almost always, that had to be resolved, usually by George. It also starred Hans Conried, and later Joseph Kearns, as George's boss, Mr. Atterbury, Bea Benaderet as Mrs. Atterbury, Ruth Perrott as Katie, their maid, and Benaderet and later Eleanor Audley as George's mother. This episode, Mother's Surprise, aired on July 23rd, 1948. It's a hilarious episode, and the chemistry between Ball and Denning is, in my opinion, some of the best of any radio show, period. Next, my favorite radio show of all time, The Aldrich Family, one of the earliest and most successful of all old-time radio sitcoms. It ran from 1939 to 1953, and it was based on a minor character in a Broadway play called What a Life. The actor who played Henry Aldrich, Ezra Stone, reprised that role on the radio show, and the writer of the play, Clifford Goldsmith, both created and wrote the radio show. It starred House Jameson as Father Sam Aldrich, Catherine Raitt as Mother Alice, various actors as Sister Mary, Jackie Kelk as best friend Homer Brown, and Mary Shipp as Henry's usual girlfriend, Kathleen Anderson. This show was really the blueprint for most later typical American suburban household situation comedies. The nuclear family, led by successful businessman dad, in this case a lawyer, mom, a stay-at-home housekeeper, and usually 2 kids in school. Most episodes, of course, were about the daily adventures and predicaments that Henry got himself and his family and friends into, and then the resulting hilarious fallout and resolution. Stone left the role in 1942 when he enlisted during World War II, and it was taken over by Norman Tokar for 2 years, until Dickie Jones took it for 1 year, and then Raven Ives until 1945 when Stone returned from the war. He stayed in that role until 1952, and then after that Bobby Ellis played Henry for the last season. This episode, Grab Bag at Springer's Hardware, aired on November 18, 1948, and is a hilarious story about Henry and Homer's obsession with making a huge profit on hidden treasures that they find in a grab bag promotion at the local hardware store. And then we have The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, another massively successful sitcom that ran from 1944 to 1954 for over 400 episodes, and also on TV from 1952 to 1966. It starred real-life husband Ozzie Nelson and his real-life wife Harriet Hilliard Nelson as fictionalized versions of themselves, as typical suburban husband and wife, as well as their real-life sons, David and Ricky Nelson, who originally had to be played by other actors until they were old enough. The show actually started out as a result of Red Skelton being drafted in 1944, as Ozzie was the band leader and Harriet was a singer on his radio show. So when he got drafted, Ozzie was asked to come up with a new show, and that became The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. This episode, The Haunted House, aired on October 31st, 1948. Now, sit back and enjoy these shows, and I'll see you in a little while.
GE Radios and GE Television present the General Electric Comedy Theater transcribed, starring Ray Milland in Meet Mr. McNutley, created by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosher, with Phyllis Avery and Gordon Jones. And I'm Del Sharbutt, your narrator, with an eye-opening suggestion. Now you can say goodbye to jarring alarms. Wake up to music from your favorite records. The GE Clock Radio has a phonojack at no extra cost, and it starts or stops your record player or radio automatically. Lulls you to sleep, too, to the music you like best. And to make life still sweeter, your GE Clock Radio even starts the morning coffee or turns lights and appliances on or off automatically in smart colors for any room at one low price. Don't settle for just any clock radio. Make it a GE. It's the world's most useful radio, already in use by nearly 3 million families, now on sale at GE dealers, and say they're perfect for gifts. When the working day is over, men in all walks of life wend their way to home and hearth. Whether they be plumbers, doctors, masons, or atomic scientists, the homeward trek is universal. College professors, too, are part of this motley crew, and English professor Ray McNutley is no exception. At the moment, he is approaching the door of his little ivy-covered castle. He inserts the key in the door. He opens it. He shuts it. And then he softly calls in the dulcet tones befitting a teacher of Swinburne and Keats.
Hey, Peg, you home?
Yes, dear. How are you? How's everything?
Well, after having delivered 3 lectures on the proper usage of English prose, as illustrated by the Elizabethan novelists, I've only one thing to say.
What's that?
I'm pooped.
Ah, you poor dear. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, just pour it in the bathtub and I'll lie in it.
Silly.
And no cream. Last time I kept rising to the top.
Why don't you just relax while I fix dinner?
A splendid idea. I'll be in the den.
Hi, Ray, boy.
What? Oh, hiya, Pete. Where'd you come from?
Oh, just dropped in on my way home.
Why don't you take a comfortable chair instead of perching on the top of my desk?
Uncomfortable. Besides, this way, maybe I can absorb a little knowledge. Hey, what is that? I happen to press down on this corner of the desk and a drawer slides open.
We should sit down on the comfortable chair.
A secret drawer in a desk. Wow. Did you know that it was there?
Of course I did. It's not that secret.
This is real FBI stuff. Come on, give Petey the lowdown.
It's only a diary.
Who would have believed it? My old pal keeping a diary.
Oh, cut it out. And I wanted a place to keep it out of the way. Now you understand.
Sure, I understand. But why spend any money on a hunk of stuff like this here desk?
A hunk of stuff? Originally, this was an authentic early American dry sink.
Dry sink?
Yeah. In the early 18th century, they used it to wash their dishes.
Well, it looks like they left some of the grease still in it.
Why I bother with you, I'll never know.
Hey. How about letting me take a peek at the diary?
As a matter of fact, it's not exactly a diary. It's just that occasionally I feel like getting something off my chest, and this is the way I do it.
Sort of blowing off steam, huh?
Steam? What I've got to blow off is more like the Old Faithful at Yellowstone National Park.
I imagine now and then you mention the old battle axe.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I do devote a line or two to Dean Bradley, yeah.
Well, if they're the kind of lines I think, don't ever send that book through the mail.
Dinner will be ready soon, dear. Does Pete want to stay?
Shut the drawer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Pete'll stay.
Thanks. Say, doesn't Peg know about this?
No.
But,
It's sort of difficult to explain. Not that I have any secrets from Peg, you know.
Oh, of course
But
not.
if I knew she was going to read what I had written, it would make me feel self-conscious, and then I couldn't write anything. Is that clear?
Well, let me put it this way. No.
Hey, what are you boys gabbing about?
Oh, nothing much. Will we, Pete?
Why, Ray's right. No, nothing much.
You look like a couple of conspirators to me.
Well, that's because Pete has a dishonest face.
Oh. Well, how about dinner? Shrimp cocktail, sirloin steak, hash brown potatoes, and strawberry sundae.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'll tell the world.
Oh.
We're having tuna casserole.
No.
You see? I have a dishonest face, too.
Now, students, are there any questions about the assignment? Dryden, Swift, and Pope.
Professor McNutley.
Yes, Miss Stone.
Well, a few weeks ago you mentioned something about a notebook we should keep. A confidential notebook.
Yes, what is it you wish to know?
Well, should we write down just everything?
Well, that takes in a lot of territory.
I cover a lot of territory.
I see. Well, as I told you then, I think it's extremely important that you keep a record of your innermost thoughts. Almost like a catch-all. Your likes and your dislikes. Whatever, in fact, that you feel like putting down. In 10 or 20 years, you'll be amazed and fascinated at the thoughts you once held. Besides, it helps your writing style.
Do you keep one, Professor McNutley?
Yes, I do. But now to get back to Dryden, you'll find as you probe deeper into this genius...
Would you show it in 10 or 20 years?
Not unless I wanted to get 10 or 20 years.
Betty, you're positive that I'm not taking up too much of your time?
Oh, it's just the other way around. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time. After all, if my friends didn't let me help them with their decorating problems, how could I ever hope to start my own shop?
Well, I think your taste is exquisite, and I'm so excited about the pieces you've picked out. I just can't wait to see how everything's going to look.
Say, you're sure Ray's going to like modern?
Oh, yes. He hates anything that isn't what it's supposed to be. Oh, I'll never forget the time I brought home the lamp with the philodendron growing out of the base.
Oh, he didn't like it? Oh, some of those philodendron lamps are charming.
Not according to Ray. When he turned it on, he said he didn't know whether he was supposed to read by it or spray it.
Well, you know, it's amazing how you've managed to save all that money by yourself.
Are they definitely delivering the den furniture this afternoon?
Yes, they promised. And the auction people are going to pick the things up later this morning.
Oh, I can't wait to see Ray's expression.
Now, you sure you've gone through everything? No papers left in the drawers or anything like that?
No, everything's gone through with a fine-tooth comb. I don't think I missed a paper clip.
But listen, you will call me after he gets home and tell me how he liked everything.
Of course I will. I just hope I don't give it away the minute I see him. I just can't wait.
Peg, honey, I'm home.
Hello, dear. I'm so glad to see you.
Well, thank you. You weren't worried about me, were you?
Of course not.
I may be wrong, but I detect an air of excitement or impending excitement about your lovely person.
Oh, darling, how you do run on.
It's true, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is. But how in the world did you know? I tried so hard not...
Let's face it, little one. If they ever hand out awards for the worst actress of the year, you will be well up among the leaders.
Huh. Well, you happen to be not 100% right. I've been arranging something for the past month, and you didn't know one thing about it.
Really? Nothing too flashy, I hope.
Well, you'll have to judge that for yourself. Follow me.
Do I have to wear anything special, like a space suit or a chicken inspector badge or something?
No, sweetheart. We're just going into your den.
Well, isn't that sweet? You corrected all my term papers. I don't know how to thank you.
Just shut your eyes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I open the door. And what do you see?
I see some lovely new furniture, and I see... Where's my desk?
Gone, darling. And this beautiful modern desk is taking its place. And look at the new armchair. Betty Matthews helped me pick the stuff out, and I think her taste is just... Ray, you're pale. Positively white.
I am?
Well, really, dear, you don't have to look like that. Everything's paid for. I saved the money out of the household budget. That's why we had tuna fish so much.
Well, I guess you mustn't agree with me, then.
Don't you like it? I tried so hard.
Oh, of course I'll like it, dear. It's just that I get attached to things. It's like losing old friends.
Well, yes, but doesn't it feel good when you get new friends, too?
Oh, no, please don't misunderstand, Peg. I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm deeply touched, and I think you're the best wife in the whole world, but I want my desk back.
Well, it won't go with the new furniture.
We'll force it.
Well, I can't understand why. It was beginning to look awful, and besides, this new desk has everything.
So did the old one.
I took all your papers and things and arranged them just the way they were.
I want my desk back.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible.
And why is it impossible?
Because I sent it and the other furniture to be auctioned.
Well, people bid at auctions, don't they?
Yes.
And if I bid on my desk, they wouldn't sue me, would they?
I don't think so.
Well, if they do, I'll take it to the Supreme Court of the United States, and if that doesn't work, I'll go even higher.
Ray, boy, what are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous.
Well, then why do you keep shaking so?
I'm not shaking. I just happen to have good rhythm.
Now, just take it easy, boy. We'll be at the auction place in a few seconds and find out what's cooking.
Please, Pete, remember, just talk to him long enough so I can get my hands in that drawer. Now, it'll probably be in the back room, so drag out the conversation.
What'll they talk about?
Oh, anything. Egypt, the high cost of potatoes. Just keep on talking. Here we are.
Yes, gentlemen? Something I can do for you?
I hope so. My wife, Mrs. McNutley, sent some furniture over for you to auction.
Mrs. McNutley? Oh, yes. Some odds and ends.
There was an early American desk.
Early American? Well, there was a desk, all right, but it isn't exactly early American. More late Grand Rapids.
Well, I paid a good price for it.
Mister, they saw you coming.
You ever been to Egypt?
No,
Mighty fine country, that Egypt. I'm telling you.
I'd like to take a look at the desk. I suppose it's in the storeroom?
You know, the only trouble with that country is the high cost of potatoes.
Yes, well, I'd like to oblige you, but, there's so much stuff piled up there, you couldn't possibly get near it.
You know, a fella told me in Cairo, if you want French fries,
Skip it, Pete, skip it.
But you told me.
When do you expect to auction the stuff off?
I think maybe tonight.
Come on, Pete. I'll be back tonight.
You mean you're going to buy back the desk your wife sent over here?
I certainly am.
Well, how come if you want that desk so badly that your wife sold it?
You married?
Uh-huh. Yes, I see what you mean.
Let's go, Pete.
Ray, why don't you slow down? We have plenty of time.
I know it, but I'm not taking any chances.
If I ever dreamt that piece of furniture meant so much to you.
There was no way of your knowing?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, dear, nothing.
What'll we do with the new desk once we've gotten the old one back?
Well, I guess we'll have to auction it off.
I suppose.
Just think. A few days ago, I was a college professor. Now I'm in the furniture business.
What was that?
Don't tell me a flat of all times. Oh.
It won't take long to change it.
I hope not. No. No!
Well, that didn't take long.
There's no air in the spare. Don't you ever have the tires checked?
Yes, but not that one. We've never used it.
Well, we would have liked to have used it tonight.
What are we going to do?
We're going to ride in on the rim. Whether we get there on time is now in the laps of the gods.
Oh, isn't that dangerous?
I'm used to danger. I'm married to you. Won't you hurry?
I'm doing the best I can.
I just hope we're not too late. Last bid. Going. Wait!
Gone! The genuine dry sink goes to the little lady in the front row.
Missed it. I should have known.
Oh, that's a shame, dear, but there's one consolation. At least it went to somebody you know.
Who? I couldn't see.
Dean Bradley.
Dean Bradley?
Honey, don't look like that. It's not the end of the world.
No? Well, it's the best preview I've ever had.
Speaking of previews, let me give you a glimpse of what's in store for you. It's the most fabulous contest in years. In General Electric's big Holiday in Hollywood sweepstakes, there's nothing to buy and no essays to write. You just put your name and address on an entry blank at your nearest GE radio dealer. That's all. If you win, you get absolutely free a Fifth Avenue wardrobe for two, plus 4 gay, glamorous days in Hollywood for your family or party of 4. Plus, a sensational new GE Color TV console. You'll be on TV, meet big-name film stars, dine with them. You'll get movie films and stills of your big moments. You'll drive to Palm Springs, nightclub at the Mocambo, lunch at the Brown Derby. GE foots the bill and offers 99 other prizes, too. GE TV sets and GE clock radios. For full details, see your nearest GE radio dealer. And now back to the Ray Milland Show. Meet Mr. McNutley. When we saw Professor McNutley last, he was in danger of losing 3 items. His diary, his desk, and his mind. At the moment, he's trying to retrieve the first 2 as he knocks on Dean Bradley's door.
Come in.
Dean Bradley, have you a moment?
Yes, what's on your mind?
Well, it's about that desk you bought at the auction last night.
Oh, isn't it a beauty?
Well, that was my desk.
And you sold it? Oh, you must be out of your mind.
Well, I was wondering whether you'd like to sell it back to me.
Sell it back?
Yes, I'll give you twice what you paid for it.
Oh, that's ridiculous. If I sell it to you, I'll give it to you for what it cost me.
Oh, wonderful.
Except I have no intention of selling it.
But, Miss Bradley...
Please.
But there's something you should know about the piece.
You mean it's a fake?
Yes.
Oh, any fool knows that. And by the time I get through staining it, taking out the drawers...
Taking out the drawers?
Of course. Oh, I do a complete reconstruction job on it until I defy anyone to tell it from a genuine early American dry sink.
But wouldn't it be simpler to buy an authentic piece rather than go to all this trouble?
I enjoy refinishing early American furniture, if it's all right with you, Professor.
Well, I didn't mean that. It's just that I didn't realize how attached I'd become to the piece. And,
I'm sorry.
I'll give you 3 times what you paid for it.
When is your sabbatical leave, Professor?
Oh, about 2 years from now.
Oh, I see. Well, in the meantime, take it easy. And if I were you, I'd go on a low cholesterol diet. I think perhaps a few of your arteries are hardening.
Ray, would you like to go to a movie tonight? It might relax you. You're walking around like a caged lion.
I'm sorry, dear. Look, if I start to growl, just point a chair at me.
I wish you'd tell me what's on your mind.
Well, I was thinking we ought to have a dinner party. You know, pay off some obligations.
Did you want anybody special?
Well, we ought to include Dean Bradley.
Oh, we just had her a week ago.
Well, it's not a bad idea to remain on a good side, wherever that strange geographic phenomenon might be.
All right, then. About 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Oh, no, it'll have to be... I'd like it sooner than that.
Like when?
Like tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? How can I get people over that soon? They may be busy.
There's never any trouble getting people over for a free dinner.
Yes, but to get everybody ready in such a short time.
I'll help, don't forget that.
That's why I don't know whether I can do it.
I will ignore that.
Will you mix the salad dressing again?
Of course.
Well, a little less garlic, please. Last time, most of the conversation was held at 20 paces.
People are still talking about that dressing.
Mm-hmm. They're still breathing it, too.
Well, so much for the snappy dialogue. Then it's settled, huh?
I guess so. After all, you wear the pants in the family.
I'm glad you reminded me. I better get impressed.
Personally, I'm not in favor of what you're going to do.
Now, just a minute till I shut the door. Peg may be home soon. Have you any alternate suggestions?
Well, I haven't given it much thought.
Well, I have, and this is it. Now, tonight, somewhere between 9:30 and 10, you call me. If Peg happens to answer the phone, sound like you're in pain.
Right.
Then I'll leave immediately and pick you up at your house. And you'll be outside.
Outside.
Then when we get to Bradley's house, you wait and keep the motor running.
You know where she keeps the desk?
Well, in a study, I guess.
I suppose you know you can get into a large bunch of trouble doing this.
I'm only getting my own property back.
Look, Ray boy, if you put money in the bank and then you decide you want it back at 10 o'clock at night, you might get quite a few objections.
I'll take the chance. And Pete, it goes without saying that I appreciate what you're doing. You're a good friend.
Well, I hope you have a good lawyer, too.
Nothing's going to happen.
Well, I hope not. You know, I don't think I could ever get used to calling you 876-5432.
Would anyone like a soft drink? You, Betty?
No, thank you.
You, Dean Bradley?
Oh, no. I've already had 34 more calories than I usually allow myself.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you were saying...
Oh, yes. About the year I studied at the University of Geneva. What a memorable experience.
You mean when you climbed the Matterhorn?
Yes. But, have you all heard it before?
Well, I think the Matthews and the Millers have, but it's so fascinating that...
Yes, I never get tired of it.
Oh, thank you, Professor Miller. Well, it was 2 years after the...
I get it.
If it's for me, dear, say I'll call back.
Hello? Yes? What's that? Really? Well, I'll be right over. Oh, it's Pete. Something with a sacroiliac. Just managed to drag himself to the phone. I have to rush right over.
Oh, what a shame.
I'll be back as soon as I can, honey. Will everyone please excuse me?
Oh, yes, darling.
Well, after 2 years I received my master's degree. I decided...
You got the flashlight?
In my back pocket.
How you getting in?
Through the back. There's a window I can force. I've already cased the joint.
Cased the joint? Your first job, and already you sound like a 2-time loser.
Well, here we are. Keep the motor running, and I'll be out shortly.
When do we split the swag?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your share is a double banana split.
Good luck.
And that was how I conquered the gigantic mountain. When I think back, it frightens me.
I just can't hear that story often enough.
Positively enchanting.
Oh, of course. But then that was years ago. Now I'm so timid I can't stay in my house alone.
You timid, Dean Bradley? Well, that's difficult to believe.
Oh, well, not quite so timid since Mike arrived 2 weeks ago.
Mike? Who's that?
Oh, a rather huge bull mastiff that sleeps outside my door. Well, he eats 3 pounds of meat a day. A formidable beast and a wonderful protection.
That must be reassuring, if one can afford it.
Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to feed the poor beast today. Oh, he must be in quite an ugly mood.
Well, getting in was easier than I thought. Gee, that's a noisy icebox. Well, here's the study, and we open the door. And where's the desk? What did she do with it? Oh, that darn icebox. Hey, what? Down, boy! Down, boy! Down!
You have so many fascinating stories, Dean Bradley.
Now, let me tell you about the time.
I'm sorry I took so long.
Ray, what happened to you?
Were you in an accident? Oh, nothing much, dear, nothing much at all.
Something must have happened.
Well, you see, I was trying to lift Pete, and I dropped him, and he fell on me, and...
Oh, how dreadful. Why'd you change your pants? They're different.
Oh, Pete lent them to me. Mine got ripped on the medicine cabinet.
Oh, well, I think it's time that we left, and I think Professor McNutley should get right into bed.
Oh, Dean Bradley.
Yes.
Before you go, are you sure you won't change your mind about the desk?
The desk? You mean the dry sink?
Yes.
Oh, I'm afraid not. You see, when I finished it, it looked so beautiful, I decided to send it to my sister.
Well, maybe she'd sell it.
I doubt it. But if you're ever in Seattle, ask her.
Seattle?
Yes. That's where she lives.
Really, Ray, I think you ought to get into bed.
Me too. I'm very tired.
What time shall I call you?
I think about 1984.
While Ray's taking his Rip Van Winkle snooze, don't you get caught napping on today's biggest TV bargain. Listen. This time of year, many television dealers are offering special deals to move last year's models. It's a good time to buy. And when you do so, be sure to see the price tags on this year's GE TV. You'll find that new GE sets actually compare with ordinary makes in price. But in performance, there's a whale of a difference. The new GEs are way out front with a picture that's voted clearest in all television by 7-1 nationwide. Yes, voted best in over 100,000 side-by-side showdowns on all leading makes, under all sorts of operating conditions, in both UHF and VHF signal areas. And GE dealers will show you GE in action alongside any other make in their stores before you spend a penny. What could be fairer than that? Your GE dealer is a square shooter. He's a mighty good man to know. See him tomorrow. And now, back to the Ray Milland Show. Meet Mr. McNutley.
Good night, dear. I hope you feel better.
Thank you. Good night.
But, Ray, I still don't know why all the fuss about the desk.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now, but I was keeping a diary, and I kept it in a secret drawer, and I didn't want to make it public. And I still don't, even in Seattle.
Ray, was it a little brown leather book?
Yes, it... Say, how do you know?
Well, because when the men were moving the desk, I noticed that it fell out. But I didn't know there was a secret drawer.
Where is it now?
In the bottom drawer of your desk. The new one.
Did you read it?
Well...
Did you?
Well, my eye happened to light on page 72.
Happened to light.
I couldn't help it, dear. It was all about me. And Ray...
Yes?
Thank you very much, darling. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Ray Milland will be back in just a moment. Tonight's show was written by Howard Harris and was directed by Joe Rhines. The Ray Milland Show is a review production. Each week at this hour, GE Radios and GE Television bring you transcribed the General Electric Comedy Theater starring Ray Milland in Meet Mr. McNutley. Here he is.
Thank you, Del. We're on television each week, too. See your newspaper for time and station. And see your GE television dealer for the set voted clearest picture of all by 7-1. That's GE, the best deal in town. Good night.
In tonight's cast were Verna Felton, Mary Jane Croft, Gloria McMillan, and Pat McGeer. And this is Del Sharbutt speaking.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, the Kraft Cheese Company presents for your enjoyment Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me remind you that fall is coming in winter, too. And when chilly winter weather really comes, your family is going to need plenty of wholesome, nourishing energy food. Now, one reliable and economical source of energy is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, this delicious new margarine called Parquet is a protective food of high nutritional value. And to make it even better for you, Kraft adds important vitamin A to Parquet margarine's natural goodness. 9,000 units to every single pound. Now, of course, all this wholesome food value wouldn't do much good if your family didn't like Parquet margarine. Well, we think they will. Thousands of American families do. Yes, they like Parquet margarine's delicate, satisfying flavor for table use, for baking, and for pan frying. Best of all, Parquet margarine is economical, yet it's made by Kraft to the same high standards as all Kraft food products. But why not find out for yourself? Yes, why not try a pound or two of wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine tomorrow? Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Yes, and now I'll check the grocery bill. 9 and 9 is 18, and 8 is 28. 26. And 7 is, 33, and 5 is...
What are you doing, Uncle
33
Mort?
and... oh, now I've lost my place.
Sorry I disturbed you.
Yeah, that's all right, Marjorie. I was just checking your household expenses. Part of my job is guardian for you and Leroy, you know.
But we never had any trouble with little things like that before.
We never had to count a Judge Hooker before either. Why, that dyspeptic little judicial blunder.
Oh, now, Uncle Mort. I'll let you get on with your work.
Yes. Guess I'll have to start all over again. 9 and 9 is 18, and 8 is 28. 26. And 7 is...
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Ham or beef?
And 7... Lost it again. Ham or beef what?
Filling.
What filling?
Sandwich filling.
What sandwich?
That's what I want to know. Ham or beef?
Cheese.
Yes, sir.
Yes. 9 and a cheese sandwich is 18. 26. Well, I got it right the first time. And 7 is...
Say, Uncle Mort, supposing I could buy a swell airplane motor cheap, what would you say?
9 and 9 is 18. Where am I? Oh, back at the bottom again.
But I can, Uncle Mort. I can buy a practically brand new Bumblebee plane motor for $19 from Piggy Banks.
What are Piggy Banks?
They aren't anything. He's my pal.
Ew.
And this engine is such a bargain, I'm ashamed to buy it for that price.
You needn't be ashamed, Leroy. You're not going to buy it.
But, Uncle Mort.
Young man, you're far too young to take up flying.
But this is a miniature plane motor. It fits right in my model super-duper swooper.
A model plane. Well, I forgot you were a flying bug.
That's a good one, Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
How's about that $19?
Yeah. Now, hold on, Leroy. $19 is a lot of money.
Oh, not for this motor, Unc. Piggy'd never part with it except his plane made an emergency landing into his pop store window.
And he wants $19 for the motor?
No, he wants $19 for a new window.
Yeah.
Can I have the dough, Uncle Mort?
Well, I'm afraid not, Leroy. That's quite a large sum. And you know I've got to account to Judge Hooker for every penny you children spend.
Oh, why can't he keep his nose out of our business?
But that is his business, Leroy, sticking his nose into other people's. And he's got plenty of equipment for the job, too.
Oh, but gee whiz, Uncle Mort. I bet you had a model airplane motor when you were my age.
When I was your age, my boy, there were no airplanes. Everybody thought the Wright brothers were wrong.
Well, I bet you had some hobby.
Let me see. What did I have? Oh, yes, I had dynamite.
Dynamite?
Yes, Dynamite was the name of my Shetland pony.
Oh.
He was my hobby, that little horse. I can see him now. Bless his shaggy coat.
Well, if you could have a big horse, Unc, why can't I have a little motor?
Because I earned the money to buy Dynamite, my boy.
You earned $19? How'd you do it, huh?
Well, selling lobsters. I lived on the East Coast when I was a lad, and I got my spending money out of a string of lobster pots.
I never knew lobsters grew in pots.
They don't grow there, Leroy. That's how you catch them. I can still remember how hard it was in the winter. Getting up before dawn, rowing 5 miles, sometimes in a biting gale, just to tend my pots. Rowing back to market with my boat full of lobsters and my hands full of blisters, then walking 5 miles to school. Yes. It's wonderful to think what you'll do when you're young and you want a pony.
Say, whatever became of that pony?
Well, I took Dynamite to school one day, and he bit the teacher. We didn't have school for a month.
Gee, instead of a motor, maybe I should get a pony.
Yeah?
No, I guess not. I'll stick to aviation. There's more of a future in that.
Yes. But, Leroy, I said I wasn't going to give you the money.
Oh, that's all right, Uncle Mort. I'm going to earn it, just like you did.
A splendid idea. It'll help build your character, like it did mine. How are you going to do it?
Oh, all I gotta do is find a job and earn $19. Then would you let me buy Piggy's Bumblebee engine?
I'll do better than that, my boy. Seeing that you're so ambitious, I'll advance you the money out of my own pocket.
You will?
Yes, and you can pay me back as you earn it.
Oh, gee, Uncle Mort. You've got a heart as big as you are, Uncle Mort. And don't worry about me paying you back. I'll get a job in no time.
Yeah.
And, can I have the $19 now, Uncle Mort?
Now?
Yeah, Piggy's here with me. He can't go home until he gets the money.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, here you are. 10, 15, 17, 18, 19.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Piggy, it's a deal. Here's the dough.
Yeah. Youth with its trivial problems. I wonder what kind of a job that boy will get.
Need a boy? Oh, you don't. Need a boy? Oh, you don't. Need a boy?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, we have a morning paper route open. Got a bike?
Sure. When do I start?
5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, this is no cinch job, young man. You've got to deliver those papers every morning, rain or shine. Now, do you think you can swing it?
Oh, sure. I'm awfully reliable, mister. I take after my uncle. He used to get up every morning and row 5 miles into the teeth of a gale and then row 5 miles back.
Oh, delivering papers?
No, lobsters.
Yeah. Well, I guess you'll do. What's your name and address, young man?
Leroy Forrester, 747 Parkside Avenue.
Okay, Leroy. Now advance and take the early bird's pledge. Neither snow nor rain, nor hail nor flood shall stop the carriers of the Summerfield Indicator from delivering their papers and collecting at the end of the month.
I do.
Good. Now wear this pin, your badge of honor as an early bird, and may its luster never be tarnished.
No, sir.
And remember, for every paper that isn't delivered before 7 a.m., you'll be docked a nickel.
Strange. Leroy isn't usually late for dinner, is he, Bertie?
No, ma'am. Dinner's usually late for him.
Have you tried phoning any place?
I don't know where.
Well, how about this young friend of his, Porky Pine? No, Hogface something or other. Oh, yes, Piggy Banks. What's his phone number? Let's call him, huh?
I got a job.
Well, congratulations, my boy.
What you doing getting jobs at supper time?
Yeah.
What kind of a job is it, Leroy?
Delivering a paper route for the Indicator.
Well, isn't that peachy? Indicator, huh?
Yeah.
When do you start?
Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
5 in the morning?
Did he say 5?
You hear what the boy say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that means I gotta get up at 4.
Oh, Leroy, you can't get up that early.
Oh, yes, I can. I'll set all the alarm clocks in the house.
Oh, Leroy, I'm afraid you're a little too young for that sort of thing. Maybe next year.
Oh, but you had a much tougher job, Unc. You told me.
Uncle's a big man.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't a man then. He wasn't even an uncle. You promised me I could do this. Uncle Mort, you promised me I could do it, and I promised the circulation manager. How'd it look if we both broke our promises?
It looked better than getting up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I agree with you. This puts me in rather a bad spot, Leroy. What would Judge Hooker say about this?
That it's building my character.
Well.
Now, I better go to bed if I'm going to get up at 4 o'clock.
But you haven't had dinner yet.
Okay, then, let's eat. What's delaying dinner, Bertie?
What's delaying, he said. Look here, you, Leroy. We got ham for dinner, and whilst waiting for you, I've frizzled it, defrizzled it, and refrizzled it until it's frazzled. You dressed already, Leroy?
Yep, up bright and early, Bertie.
Hello, Bertie. Good morning, Leroy. Oh, don't look at me. I haven't had time to put on my makeup. I'm a sight.
Gee, sis, I never knew you looked like that. I like you better without makeup.
Looks like a skinned rabbit to me.
Stop. Have you had anything to eat, Leroy?
Oh, yeah, I fixed myself a swell breakfast.
What did you have?
A ketchup sandwich and a peanut bar.
Land of Goshen, boy, that ain't no breakfast. I'm gonna fix you some pancakes.
What was that? Oh, just a little drizzle.
A little drizzle? Why, Leroy, it's coming down in buckets.
Where?
Why, look at that street. It's flooded. Why, the water's running over the curb. You can't go out in weather like this.
Oh, yes, I can. Neither snow nor rain, nor hail nor flood shall stop the carriers of the Indicator. I do.
You don't. Not this morning.
Aw, gee, Marge, I got my rubber boots and my slicker and my rain cap out in the hall, and I'll be riding my bike.
You're not going out in that rain.
Oh, shucks. This is nothing to what Uncle Mort had to face when he was a boy. He used to row 5 miles out to sea in a lobster pot.
I don't care if he... Oh, Uncle Mort. Why, he could take out the car and drive you around. I'm going to wake him up right now.
Oh, gee whiz. Who ever heard of a guy's uncle driving him around a paper route?
Oh, Uncle Throckmorton.
That's very good, Judge Hooker.
Uncle Mort?
Yeah. Giddy up, Dynamite.
Uncle Mort, wake up. Wake up, Uncle Mort.
Well, who's that?
It's me, Marjorie.
Marjorie who? Oh, Marjorie you. Yeah. Good night, Marjorie.
No. Wake up, Uncle.
What's the matter? Fire?
No, rain. It's coming down in torrents, Uncle Mort.
It is, huh?
Yes.
Well, don't try to stop it.
No, Uncle Mort, you've got to get up.
Yes, that's nice.
Leroy insists on starting his job this morning, and you've got to help him.
Yes, a very good point.
You must get the car out and drive him all over his paper route.
Yes, to build his character. What? I do?
Yes. Now put on some clothes and come into the kitchen. Bertie's fixing some coffee.
But coffee will keep me awake.
Hurry now, Uncle Mort.
Yes, all right. Where's the light? Oh!
What's wrong?
I burned myself. That bulb is still hot.
Why, Uncle Mort, what time did you get to bed?
Well, I was reading a detective novel. It must have been about 3:30. What time is it now?
4.
Oh, my.
Won't you go back to sleep? Leroy's waiting for you in the kitchen.
Yes, bright boy.
But if people don't get their papers, Leroy, they'll understand it, because it's on account of the rain.
Bertie's right, Leroy.
No, look. I got almost 100 customers. And if I don't deliver 100 papers, I get docked a nickel apiece. That's $5.
You do?
Yeah, and suppose it rains steady for a week. Then I'll owe the company $35. Why, at that rate, it'll cost me $150 a month just not to deliver papers. I can't afford it.
Uncle Mort has very kindly consented to drive you around, Leroy.
Oh, gee, you shouldn't have disturbed him. He had it tough enough when he was a kid. He's entitled to some rest now.
Coffee.
Here you is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks. Somebody hold the saucer. I think I can handle the cup.
I hate to rush you, Uncle Mort, but we'll have to hurry.
Hurry? Where are we going?
You're driving Leroy around his paper route, Uncle Mort, because of the rain.
You better put on something warmer than that bathrobe and them pajamas. You know summer's all over.
He won't have to get out of the car. Here's your overcoat, Unc. That's all you'll need.
Yes, thank you.
There, we're all set. Now let's go.
Okay. Which way's the door?
Right through here.
Yeah. Oh, it's raining. What am I doing out in the rain?
You're going to help me deliver my papers.
Papers? What papers?
The man said they'd leave the bundle right here on the porch.
Where? I can't see any.
Hey, Uncle Mort.
What?
They left the papers all right.
Yes! Why in the name of Pulitzer did they give you a newspaper route at the other end of town, Leroy?
That was the only one open, Unc. Say, I bet this reminds you of the good old days.
What good old days?
You know, when you went out to the sea lobster potting.
Yeah. By George, I wish I'd never brought those lobsters up. How much farther is it, Leroy?
Oh, just a block or two. Oh, no, stop right here.
Yes.
Hey, here's my first customer. The Taj Mahal Bungalow Court. You just wait here while I deliver 4 papers.
Yes. Better turn on the radio or I'll fall asleep.
And so, if you're troubled with insomnia, why don't you trot right down to your nearest open all-night drugstore and purchase a can of Dr. Dollop's delicious Dream Drop?
Is that so?
Yes. And tell the druggist that Bert, the night clerk, sent you.
Yes.
And after you've taken a dozen drops, you'll doze into a delightful delirium from...
That guy would put an owl to sleep.
Okay, Uncle Mort. Ride straight ahead to the next corner.
Yeah.
Now turn right.
Right.
Oh, careful of that milk wagon, Uncle Mort.
What milk wagon? I don't... Oh! Yeah, whoa.
Hey, you! What you mean, running into my wagon?
What are you doing in the middle of the road?
I'm parked against the curb, you big chowderhead.
Oh! Now, see here, don't you talk to me that way, or I'll pasteurize you, you little half-pint feather.
Look out, Uncle Mort. He ain't so little.
He ain't? I mean, he isn't? Oh. Well, he can't frighten me.
I got a good notion to report you to the police. Skidding around that corner and smacking up against my wagon and shoving my horse into a mailbox.
I didn't mail your horse. Huh?
Yes, he's shaking up my milk, too.
Well, that's good.
Why don't you stay home nights like respectable folks?
No, see here.
I'm always having trouble with you playboys.
Playboys? What do you mean?
Why don't you look around the street? There, now, see what you did? You woke up all my customers.
I did not. You woke him up yourself.
Let's get out of here, Uncle Mort. I still got a lot of papers to deliver.
Yes, that's right. Let's get out of here. It's too noisy. The nerve of that milkman. Parked in the dark. And by Jove, he didn't have his taillight burning, did he, Leroy?
I didn't notice.
Well, he didn't. I think I'll go right back
No. We haven't got time, Unc.
Yeah.
We've just been out for 15 minutes, and I'm already half an hour behind schedule.
Yeah. Lucky for that milkman that you are. I'm just beginning to think of some things I should have told him. Funny, they always come just 5 minutes too late.
You better watch where you're going, Uncle Mort. The water's pretty deep here. You might get off the road.
Does seem to be getting deeper, doesn't it? Yep. Throw your flashlight on that sign over there, Leroy.
Sure.
Can you read it? What does it say?
Warning, no fishing allowed.
Oh! Oh, my goodness, a lake. Where's the street? I better turn around.
It's back that way.
Yes, I see it now. We'll be on dry land in a moment.
Uh-oh, we're in a hole.
Hole? Don't worry, Leroy. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah. I think the carburetor's flooded with water.
Boy, now we are in a hole.
Yeah.
I wonder what we can do now.
Well,
Oh, boy.
Huh?
We're going to get a break, Uncle Mort. Somebody's coming down the street.
Well.
Hey, mister, will you pull us out?
Sure, partner. Oh, Nellie.
Oh, Nellie.
Oh. Say, ain't this the car that ran into me over on Quinn Avenue?
Yes. But,
wow. If you haven't got more brass than the Marine Band. Asking me to pull you out.
Yes, but I'm willing to pay, old man.
No, thanks. Giddy up, Nellie.
Go jump in your milk, both of you.
It's getting pretty late, Uncle Mort, and we still have a lot of papers to deliver. What are we going to do?
Well, the car won't move, Leroy. Looks like we'll have to travel the rest of the way on foot. And I'm wearing bedroom slippers. Well, at least it stopped raining. Come on, Leroy. You take that bundle, and I'll carry the rest. Ooh, the water is cold.
Want me to carry a piggyback, Uncle Mort?
This is no time for joking, Leroy. Oh, good gravy. It's started to rain again.
Okay, come on, Uncle Mort. Just 12 more papers to deliver and we're through.
All right, George. I'm soaked to the marrow. And on me, that's pretty far down.
Here's 2100 Burnside. It's your turn to put it on the porch, Unc.
That's a long walk up there, Leroy, and I'm rapidly reaching the end of my tether. Suppose I just throw it up on the porch, huh?
Oh, no, you can't do that. Us
Huh?
early birds aren't allowed to throw papers, Uncle Mort.
Well, I'm no early bird. I'll bet my aim is still pretty good, too.
Oh, but we've got orders.
Oh, it's all right. Just this once, huh? Watch me place it on the porch. Yep. There it goes.
Oh, gee. It hit a window on the second floor. I told you you shouldn't...
Let's not stand around, Leroy. We delivered the paper, didn't we? Come on, quick. We might as well get going.
Operator. Where's that operator? Get me to the police department at once. Hello, police. This is Judge Hooker at 2100 Burnside. An attempt has just been made on my life. Somebody threw something wrapped in a newspaper through my window. It might be a bomb. I'm trying a gangster in my court, and his mob is probably trying to rub me out. Get him at all costs. Spread out a dragnet. Do something.
Attention all cars. Proceed to 21st and Burnside Streets. Judge Hooker's home has been bombed. Stop and question everyone. Investigate all parked cars. Bring all suspicious characters to headquarters. That is all. Rosenblatt.
Oh, listen to those sirens, Leroy. Must be some excitement around here. I wonder what...
Did you sneeze, Uncle Mort?
What does it sound like?
Sounds like you're catching a cold.
Oh.
I only got 4 more papers to deliver. Why don't you go home from here?
Oh, no, I wouldn't run out on you. Well, if you insist, that's a different matter. Maybe I'd better get into some dry clothes.
Oh,
huh?
sure. Just go straight down 21st Street to Parkside. So long.
So long, Leroy. See you at home. Oh, it's as cold as Judge Hooker's heart, and I'm as wet as a mad hen. I wonder if those policemen would mind giving me a lift home. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Hey, officer?
Yeah?
Hello, officer. I wonder if you're going my way. I'm all wet.
I'll say you're all wet. Why don't you call a cab, mister?
Well, you know how cabs are. They're like policemen. Anytime you need one, you can never find... Oh, what am I saying? Present company accepted, of course.
Where have you been, buddy?
Hello. 2 of you. Well, I've been out delivering morning papers.
Delivering papers in pajamas and bedroom slippers?
Yeah, an overcoat, don't forget.
What do you think, Joe?
Smells.
Smells to me, too.
Well, I assure you, officers, it's true. I did it all for my little nephew's character. We're building it, you know. It was raining too hard for him to take his bicycle, so I drove him around.
Yeah? Where's your car?
It broke down.
Where?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, but it was right near a no fishing sign.
Yeah? Oh, where's your nephew?
He went that way. Say, fellows, I'm terribly cold. Couldn't you give me a lift?
What do you think, Joe?
Okay.
Get in.
Oh, thanks very much. Ooh, a gun. I hope this isn't going to be out of your way, boys. I live at 747 Parkside.
Got it, Joe?
Sure.
Oh, but you're headed the wrong way, Joe.
Oh, no, I'm not, buddy. I'm headed for police headquarters.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you say your aim wasn't very good.
Yes, Judge Rand. I hadn't had much sleep, and, well, I had the wind and the rain and my hair in my eyes.
And so, instead of throwing the paper on this man's porch, you broke an upstairs window.
Yes. I was trying to throw a curve, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, your story sounds reasonable, and if you'll just wait in the sergeant's office till he can check it...
Oh, gladly.
I think you'll be able to go home in an hour or less.
I want to thank you, Judge Rand, for being so nice to me. Yes.
You caught the man who tried to kill me. Let's get a look at him.
Here, one moment. This is a police court, not a pool room. Who are you?
Judge Hooker, Superior Court, Department 25.
Well, I'm Justice of the Peace Rand, the Sunrise Court. Take off your hat.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little excited. My life's been threatened, and I want to confront the coward who... Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hello, Judge Hooker.
Do you know this man?
Of course. What's he doing here?
Well, we picked him up near your place. He's the one...
Uh-huh. I see it all now. You were trying to...
I was not.
Don't lie.
Order! Order!
Yes, order. Order in the court.
Order.
Now, Gildersleeve, you better make a clean breast of it. Confess, and I might be inclined to be more lenient.
Say, wait a second.
It's all right. I'm trying this case. Now tell me, Gildersleeve, what was in that newspaper you threw into my bedroom?
I don't know what was in it, Judge. I didn't read it.
Now, Judge Hooker, I've heard this man's story.
I'll listen to you later. Gildersleeve, you're guilty of breaking and entering my home.
But, Judge, I've never been in your home.
You threw something, didn't you?
Yes, but...
And it broke something and entered somewhere, didn't it?
Yes.
Then, by your own admission, you're guilty, and by virtue of the laws of the state, I hereby sentence you to 1 year.
One moment, Judge Hooker. This isn't your court. I'm the judge here, and I'm capable of running things.
All right. I don't want to tell you your business.
Then don't. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think it's necessary to question your word any further. You broke Judge Hooker's window. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And for that, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm going to require you to pay for installing a new window.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you're going to do?
No, not quite.
Well, that's better.
I've never before seen such disregard for the dignity of a courtroom, of the rights of others, as you've shown here this morning, Judge Hooker.
Who, me?
Yes, and I'm going to cite you for contempt of court.
What?
$25 fine or 30 days in jail.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I wonder what the parquet margarine users who are listening in would say if I asked them why they like parquet. Well, it's a pretty good guess that they like parquet first because of its delicious flavor. And a good many would answer, too, that they like parquet because they can use it so many ways. Yes, parquet margarine is so good tasting, you'll be proud to serve it at your table. And for the same reason, you like it for seasoning, for baking, and for pan frying, too. Why, more and more these days, good cooks are insisting on a flavor shortening for baking. A shortening that adds its own tempting taste to cookies, cakes, and pastries. And a flavor shortening is just what parquet margarine is. You'll find parquet's flavor makes it a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables, too, and a grand fat for pan frying that doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And whether you use parquet margarine at the table, for seasoning, as a flavor shortening, or for pan frying, don't forget parquet is a nutritious food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Now, when you go to your food store, don't just ask for margarine. Ask for parquet margarine made by Kraft. Remember, Kraft's reputation for quality backs every pound of parquet. So be sure to say parquet margarine. It's made by Kraft.
You know, Leroy, I don't think this paper route was such a good idea after all. I wish you'd give it up.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about that.
If you
Uncle
quit
Mort.
this job, I'll pay for that motor myself.
Well, thanks, Uncle Mort, but...
Now, stop interrupting, Leroy. I'll even buy you the most expensive model plane there is, if you don't carry papers anymore.
Oh, but gee,
Now, make up your mind, Leroy. Will you take my offer?
Well, if you feel that way about it, okay.
Fine. Yeah. Now, what were you going to say?
I was trying to tell you, Uncle Mort, I was fired this morning.
What? Good night.
The Penny Singleton Show.
Hello. Happy that you're here.
Penny in our story is Mrs. Penny Williamson, war widow and the mother of two daughters, 13-year-old DG and 8-year-old Sue. In addition to raising her daughters and running a home, Penny works for a living. It's a full life and a hectic one, and as Penny says, sometimes she winds down. Tonight we find Penny completely wound down and looking forward with relish to a quiet evening. She's in the living room of her home reading to Sue. DG is lying on a nearby couch, staring at the ceiling.
And the wicked magician disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving the princess to marry the prince. They lived happily ever after.
If I'd been that princess, I'd have married the magician instead of the prince.
Why?
Well, if you were married to a magician, you could say, "Husband, I'd like some ice cream." Then he'd hocus pocus, and there'd be the ice cream. That's what I call a husband. You know, useful.
Sounds practical. DG, did you just say something?
No, Mother.
DG, what are you sighing about?
Nothing, Mother, nothing. She looks as sad as a St. Bernard.
To bed, Sue. Yes, DG, you've been like this all evening. I felt like I was having dinner with Betty Davis.
I'll bet it's Tommy Trammell.
Sue, you keep out of this. Sue, I told you.
All right. Good night, Mother.
Good night, dear. And don't forget your prayers.
I won't. Good night, Betty Davis.
Sue! Oh, darling, she was just teasing. Is it Tommy Trammell?
Please, Mother.
All right, if you don't want to talk about it, don't. I would love having a nice, uncomplicated evening at home. It was so hectic in the office today.
Mrs. Williamson, did a car just honk out front?
I didn't hear one, Margaret.
Oh, well, Leonard Frybacker was supposed to pick me up at 7:30. I told him I'd be through with the dishes by then. I've been dressed and waiting for 45 minutes now.
He'll be along soon. Oh, is that a new dress, Margaret?
I'm not sure how it fits. It's one of those California sportswear models.
Looks cute.
Feels a little tight around Sacramento.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Hello, is that you? No, this isn't your friendly 24-hour service plumber. You've got the wrong number.
I think I'll wait outside. Leonard should be along.
DG, darling, did Tommy promise to call you tonight?
Please, Mother.
All right.
Oh, it's the phone.
No, dear, that's the front door.
Well, I'll get it.
Oh, honestly.
Oh, come on in.
Evening, DG.
Who is it, DG?
It's only Judge Grundle.
It's only Judge Grundle. Every time I come here, I get the same, it's only Judge Grundle.
Hello, Judge. I'm afraid we were expecting someone else.
Why can't you expect me sometimes?
Oh, Judge. It's simply that DG's expecting...
Please, Mother.
All right, DG.
Excuse me, I think I'll use the phone.
What's the matter with her?
Boy trouble. She's acting like the leading lady in a soap opera. Life can be horrible.
No, I don't think I will.
I was out taking a little stroll, and I walked by here on the chance you were in, Penny. Would you like to take a little stroll?
Well, thank you, Judge, but my heart was really set on spending a restful evening alone. I've shown real estate for 2 weekends in a row. I told Mr. Wiggins his partner was taking tonight and tomorrow off.
Well, I'll get it.
Oh, dear, anyone who stands in DG's path tonight is living dangerously.
Oh, come on in.
Hello, DG.
Who is it, dear? It's only Mr. Wiggins.
It's only Mr. Wiggins. That's a good one. I like that.
Hello, Mr. Wiggins.
Hello, Penny. Oh. Hello, Grundle.
Hello, Wiggins.
Excuse me. I think I'll use the phone.
Penny, you told me you weren't doing anything this evening, so I thought
I
that
wasn't
maybe...
doing anything because I needed an evening off.
Yeah, so what are you doing here, Wiggins?
What am I doing here? Well, I knew she was going to be home, so I just dropped in to...
If you knew she wanted the evening off, why did you drop in?
Oh, now, please. DG's trying to...
No, I won't.
She won't. Now, look, Grundle. What are you doing here?
I just dropped in to ask...
Well, I've got as much right to drop in as you have to drop in.
My dropping in isn't the same as your dropping in. You knew that she
Judge
wanted
Grundle,
to have...
Mr. Wiggins.
Now, look, Grundle, what I know or don't know has nothing to do with my dropping in.
Mr. Wiggins.
My dropping in was not the same as your dropping in.
I wish both of you would drop out. Really?
Well, Penny, I dropped by...
I dropped by to just
Well,
simply...
I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I'm tired, and I wish you'd both go now.
But I...
Please, both of you.
Well, I just wanted to sit and...
She said both of us.
Well, all right. Come on, Judge.
I'm coming.
Night, Penny.
Night.
Good night, and thanks so much for dropping in and out. Oh, dear, those two can be so... Oh, now, DG.
The waste. The utter waste of it all.
What are you talking about?
2 of them. You've got 2 of them, and you just ordered them out.
DG, dear, I think we'd better have a little talk.
Oh, the door. I'll get it.
Oh, what an evening.
Oh, it's just you, Margaret. I couldn't find my key. I just can't stand this any longer. I'm going to my room.
DG, wait.
Oh, Mrs. Williamson.
What's the matter with you, Margaret?
Nothing.
Well, then I better...
Oh, Mrs. Williamson.
What is it?
Nothing.
You weren't gone very long.
I never left.
What happened? What is it, Margaret?
Nothing.
Margaret, pull yourself together. Now, what is it? It can't be nothing.
Well, it's next to nothing. It's a man.
Oh, Margaret, between you and DG...
I can't help it. I've been stood out.
Holy torpedo. I'd better go talk to DG. DG, darling.
Oh, Mother.
Shh. We don't want to wake Sue. Move over on your bed. Let me sit down.
There.
Thank you. I think you'd better tell me what's wrong between you and Tommy. Come on.
Well, Mother, he's just about the most important boy in our crowd, and I thought he liked me a lot last week. Remember when he came over?
Yes.
Well, I was just as nice as I could be for the next couple of days. I saw him at the lake a lot, and I guess I even sort of followed him around. I wanted him to know I liked him.
Sounds to me like you've done the chasing. That's the wrong technique. It might scare a boy.
Well, he did seem funny. Of course, he's been busy. He got a job as a soda jerk at Lester Jinkerson's drugstore for the summer. But you don't know what prestige it is for a girl to have a boyfriend who works in a soda fountain.
Of course I do.
Mother, how do you do it with Mr. Wiggins and Judge Grundle?
Oh, DG, I'm afraid that doesn't take much doing. I like both of them very much. I like them as friends.
But they're always proposing.
And I'm always saying no.
But they still keep pitching. Tommy retired to the dugout after the first inning.
suppose the judge and Mr. Wiggins think my indifference is a game, which it isn't. For some reason or other, indifference seems to be a man's downfall. He just keeps trying harder.
Indifference. Indifference. Well, I could be indifferent to Tommy. For a purpose. If it works for you, it ought to work for me.
Oh, it's not quite the same. Oh, darling, we'll wake Sue.
No, you won't. I'm awake.
Oh, Sue, were you listening?
Yep.
Good morning, Margaret.
Morning, DG. Where's your
Mother and Sue will be right down. It's a beautiful day.
What happened to you? Last I saw you, you were crying.
So were you.
Well, nothing's happened to me to change my feelings. Men. World would be better off if it didn't have any men in it, just people.
I'm not worried anymore. I know the secret of how to handle them.
You do? Where'd you learn it?
From Mother.
Oh, I don't know about your mother. She doesn't seem to care one way or the other.
Exactly. She's indifferent. And indifference drives men mad.
I never tried indifference. I'm usually just bewitched, bothered, and bewildered.
But Mother's living proof that her system works.
What am I a living proof of? Morning, Margaret.
Morning, Miss Williamson. Morning, Sue.
Good morning.
I said that you were the living proof that indifference works.
Indifference? What are you talking
about? What you told me last night. What? I'm going to be indifferent to Tommy like you are to Judge Grundle and Mr. Wiggins.
And Al Frybacker's going to get the same treatment from me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, both of you. With me, it's real, not make-believe.
Well, it'll be real with us, too.
Leonard.
Tommy.
I'm hungry.
If that's Tommy, I'm not available.
And I'm not available to Leonard.
Oh, DG, Margaret.
If that phone is holding up breakfast, I'll answer it.
I think both of you should understand that I only want the judge and Mr. Wiggins as friends. That's why I feel like
Hello?
I do.
No, this is Sue.
Who is it, Leonard?
It's Tommy Trammell.
You'd better talk to him, DG. Maybe he wants to explain why he couldn't call last night.
I'm completely indifferent. I don't care.
Are you going to talk to him or not? I'm starving.
DG?
You may tell him, Sue, that I am not at home.
Okay. Tommy? She says she's not at home.
Oh, I did it.
But wait a minute.
Mother, don't leave me stranded. You've got to stand by me.
Come on, Miss Williamson, help us out.
But I think you're making a mistake. With Mr. Wiggins and the judge, it's an entirely different situation.
Oh, please, Mother.
Yes, Miss Williamson.
You two have trapped me.
Please, Mother, go along with them so we can eat.
Well, all right. But I'm warning you, what may apply to Judge Grundle and Mr. Wiggins may not apply to Leonard Frybacker or Tommy Trammell.
And now for Act Two of the Penny Singleton Show. It's about 6 o'clock of the same day, and we find Penny and her family finishing an early supper.
What are we going to have for dessert, Mother?
I'm not sure. We'll see when Margaret comes in.
Mother, I'm worried. Since Tommy called this morning, there haven't been any phone calls.
Well, it's still early, and Saturdays are always busy at the drugstore. He'll call, I'm sure.
And I won't talk to him.
Miss Williamson.
Yes, Margaret?
I was going to have ice cream for dessert, but I forgot to send Sue for it.
I'll go now.
All right. We'll clear the dishes and have our dessert on the porch.
Tommy, I don't want to answer
If it's Leonard, I'm not here, that's all.
Well, I certainly don't want to talk to the judge or Mr. Wiggins.
Which leaves me. I don't care who I talk to. I'll answer it. Hello? Who's calling, please? Oh, it's Leonard Fry. Something.
I'm not in.
She says she's not in. Good night.
Sue, you don't say she says she's not in or not home. You say...
No, DG, I want Sue to tell the truth.
Oh, it's safe for me to answer it this time. Williamson residence.
I'll get my pocketbook and give you the ice cream money, Sue.
Okay.
Talk to Mrs. Williamson? Well, just a second. Mrs.
She's in the other room after her pocketbook, so you can honestly say she stepped out.
Oh. Mr. Wiggins? And she stepped out. No, I don't know when she'll come back in. Bye.
Gosh, they're beginning to call, aren't they?
Saturday night and the wolves are howling. I'll bet Leonard is miserable.
Sue, I think $1 should be enough. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Tommy.
Mother, please now, please.
Tommy, call back later.
No, I'm sorry. Bye. Thank you, Mother. That does it. Oh, it's my turn now. I'll take it.
DG, if that's Judge Grundle, well, technically, we're still having dinner. Just say that.
Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge Grundle, but Mother's at dinner. No, not out to dinner. I said at.
Oh, well, let him think whatever he wants to think.
Yes, I'll tell her goodbye.
Here's the money, Sue. Run along.
I'll hurry.
Mrs. Williamson, this is fun.
Oh, it sure is, Mother. I know your advice is going to work.
It wasn't advice. Oh, well, it's too late to back out. We're in it now.
Tommy, that's enough fizz water in my buttermilk float. Give me some more nickels, will you? I'm going to try that phone again.
Okay, Mr. Wiggins. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. There was something odd in Margaret's voice when I called.
Oh, hello, Tommy. Can I get a cigar?
Oh, hello, Judge Grundle. I'll take care of you. Mr. Jenkinson's in the back filling prescriptions.
While you're at it, give me some nickels. May as well try Mrs. Williamson again while I'm here. DG sounded peculiar.
DG answered the phone? When I called, Mrs. Williamson said she couldn't come to the phone.
Penny? I mean, Mrs. Williamson answered the phone?
Tommy, something very funny's going on. Oh. Hello, Grundle.
Hello, Wiggins.
Oh, yeah, Judge. Mrs. Williamson answered the phone, and she said that...
Margaret just told me she'd stepped out again.
Oh, no. I got it from DG that she was out to dinner or something.
But if DG answered the phone when you called, why wouldn't she when I called?
If Penny's home, why did...
What did DG tell you, Judge?
Well, she told me that... Gentlemen?
What?
Yeah?
It's quite apparent that they're giving us the business.
Gosh, I should have phoned DG last night.
Yeah, well, Penny was angry with us last night, Judge.
Yes, she was.
Oh, I was playing hard to get. But I should have let myself be gotten before she decided not to get me.
Hello, Tommy. Oh, hello, Judge Grundle, Mr. Wiggins.
Ooh.
Oh, what's the matter? I just want some ice cream, the packaged kind. Chocolate, please, Tommy.
Sue, what's going on at your house?
What are they saying about us? Is your mother really trying
So
to...
why won't DG come to the phone?
Oh, they're all having fun. Even Margaret.
Fun?
What do you mean?
They're setting a man trap.
What?
What do you mean, a man trap?
Well, it's a game. You ought to play it, too. They're pretending to be indifferent.
Pretend?
Game?
Mm-hmm. May I have the ice cream, please?
Yeah, here.
I'll pay for it. We owe a great deal to little Susan.
Gee, thanks, Judge.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm surprised, but delighted.
You mean indifference can work both ways?
Yes, and thank you again and again, my dear little Susan.
For what? Well, goodbye.
Oh, Sue, you mean you met all three men in the drugstore and told them what was going on here?
Was it a secret?
Oh, Leonard knows the judge, and if he finds out this is a trick...
Mother! Now, wait a minute, everybody. Let's get the rest of the story.
Well, you were all having fun, so I told them the game so they could have fun, too.
Oh? And did they say they were going to play it?
Yep.
If Leonard finds out, I'm dead.
Oh, Mother, I've lost Tommy.
That's Leonard. That's Leonard. Where's my hat?
Margaret, you're not giving in.
I've got to before he finds out.
But you're deserting.
Sorry, but I gotta go where the wild goose goes.
Oh, Mother.
At least in the song, Frankie Lane left a feather.
Mother, I can't go through with it either. I'm going to call Tommy and tell him everything.
Oh, when I think of Penny not knowing that we know.
I'm certainly glad I stopped in here.
Excuse me just a second. Man, I've got to answer the phone.
Possibly I have been a little too eager with Penny.
Oh, Jenkinson's drugstore. Oh, hello, DG.
Now, all right, Tommy, be firm. You can play the same game.
Tommy, I just got to talk to you.
Remember, Tommy, the word is indifference. Hold the fort.
Well, gosh, DG,
Take the advice of men of the world, Tommy. Stick to your guns.
You've got to listen to me, Tommy.
Indifference, my boy. Indifference.
Well,
DJ, I'm busy now. I can't talk to you.
Ha ha! That's it, son. You're one of us now. One of the 3 musketeers.
Yep, one of the 3 indifferent musketeers. Stick around the phone, boys. We'll be getting more calls.
Oh, gosh.
DG, what did Tommy... Why, DG, you're crying. What happened?
I've lost my first boyfriend.
Oh, how do you know, darling? He's just playing your game now.
And yours, too.
Well, I tried to explain that it's different with me and the judge and Mr. Wiggins. Oh, this isn't helping you any. What did he say?
Well, he said he was too busy, but Judge Grundle and Mr. Wiggins were there, too, and they were telling him to be as independent as they were. And he was!
I see.
I may never get married.
Don't make any rash statements. I'm thinking. Now, they think I was playing a game, so now they're playing it. Well, they're faking. All right, I'll fake a little, too.
What's that, Mother?
I wasn't the wife of a Navy commander for nothing. You go upstairs and put cold water on your eyes.
All right.
Now, Penny, for the direct attack.
I'll bet that's DG calling me back.
System sure does work.
Yes, I'll answer it for you, Tommy.
Thanks, Judge. Remember, I'm too busy.
Oh, of course.
And Judge, if by any chance it's Penny...
Yeah, I know. Firmly indifferent. I'll be so indifferent that she... Hello?
Judge.
Penny?
Oh, Judge Grundle, where have you been? I can't begin to tell you how I've missed you.
Penny. Grundle, you Benedict Arnold. Give me that phone.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait, hello? Penny. Now, look, both the judge and I are...
How nice to hear your voice, Horace.
Oh, Penny. Oh, that's the first time you've ever called me Horace.
Are you two being indifferent?
We'll be right over, Penny.
Wiggins, my boy, we've won.
That's right, Grundle. That means you too, Tommy. Oh, they're begging for us.
But aren't we going to be indifferent?
Well, we've won. Aren't you coming?
Well, I think we ought to be indifferent a little longer.
Well, look, son, you can stay here and be as indifferent as the ice cream. We're going. Come on, Judge.
Oh, but wait a minute. We were all going to stick together like 3 musketeers. I mean, like 3 indifferent musketeers. Oh, gee. Mr. Jenkinson, watch the ice cream counter. I got to catch up with my friends.
I washed my eyes, Mother, and they're all right now. What are you doing out on the porch?
DG, look down the street.
Where? Oh, they're coming, and Tommy's with them. What did you do, Mother?
You'll find out someday. But there is one thing before they get here. They don't know that we know they were playing a game.
Hello, Penny.
Hi.
Hi, DG.
What do you mean, Mother?
Well, sometimes when a man feels he's won a victory, it's best not to let him know that the victory isn't entirely his. Here they come. My, your Tommy is going to be very proud of himself. DG, don't ever let him know you're the winner.
Oh, Penny, my dear, I didn't know if I could spare the time to drop in this evening.
I didn't either, Penny, but since you pleaded so hard...
You didn't know you couldn't live without me, DG.
Mother, when are we going to have our ice cream?
Right now. Would everyone like ice cream?
Well, I didn't plan to stay, but if you insist...
If you can't do without us...
Well, I'll stay if it makes you feel better, DG.
I understand what you mean, Mother.
Say, what are you two talking about?
Oh, it's just woman talk.
Oh, cut it out. Come on, let's have our ice cream.
The Penny Singleton Show featured Gail Gordon, Jim Backus, Bea Benaderet, Mary Lee Robb, Sheila James, and Conrad Binion. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Penny Singleton Show, written and produced by Robert Soderbergh and directed by Max Hutto, stars Penny Singleton.
Good night. Keep well.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denny. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember him? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine that more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend a board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, A Chickasaw Indian tap dancing? Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray's.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. Well, I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, And he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. Oh, you know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? What about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, Liz. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
No.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling. Please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss, kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again.
Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Well, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now what... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now, what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now, hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
What was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cougat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands. Real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What'd he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous. What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dad?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's going to be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule-buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old siffy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man?
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice gall derns.
Oh. Here's a little gall dern something I brung you, Miss Lou. For when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up gall dern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George. A set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roll?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow-belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a gall darn surprise for you outside. Music for you waiting.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take that sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clem.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music in the Sons of the Singing Sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm a-heading for the last roundup.
Whoa, horse.
Make up your mind.
Gentlemen. Ben! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the Sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the Surging Sons of the Screaming Sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm gonna keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy.
Yeah.
You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
Be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram? George, are you asleep?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Life's greatest gift is youth. And fortunately, it isn't confined to any one age. Youth can be recaptured at any time by anyone who simply shares the experiences of an enthusiastic teenage boy like Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in Henry's bedroom. It is Saturday morning.
Now listen, Henry, that's no way to hold it.
It is so you have to tip it.
Then how can you get the knife in?
Homer, let go. Gee whiz, whose piggy bank is this anyway?
Okay, go ahead if you're so smart. Why should I help you scrape up money to throw down the drain?
What do you mean, down the drain? If I can get enough money out of this bank, I'm going to ask Kathleen to go to a movie tonight.
Henry, you're crazy. You take Kathleen to a movie, and what have you got? A lot of memories and a good night kiss, if you're lucky.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can do that any old time. But, boy, it isn't every day in the week that Springer's Hardware has a grab bag sale.
That's just it, Homer. You buy a grab bag, and where are you? But take Kathleen to the movies, and at least you know what you're getting.
Sure. So why not buy a grab bag and get pleasantly surprised?
Boy, another dime.
How much have you got out of your bank now?
50 cents so far.
50 cents?
And there's one more coin in here.
Boy, if I had 50 cents, I'd get my best friend and pool our money and invest it in a grab bag.
Now, wait a minute, Homer. How much money have you actually got?
A dime.
Okay, so stop wasting your breath on grab bags. My mind is made up.
But, Henry, did I tell you those grab bags have values up to $10 in them?
Hey, look, a quarter.
Yeah?
That gives me exactly enough to cover Kathleen. 2 balcony seats, 2 sodas, and a nickel's worth of candy.
Boy, what you couldn't get at Springer's for 75 cents.
75 cents? You mean they have grab bags as low as that?
Sure. None of them are over $1.
Homer, you're crazy. Are you telling me they have $10 values all for under $1?
Sure, it's the chance of a lifetime, Henry. You can't lose.
But how can you be sure what you're getting?
That's the beautiful part. You can't. That's where the fun comes in.
Gee, it does sound interesting.
And you know what you might win, Henry? That bicycle pump you've been wanting.
Oh, boy, do you really think so?
Oh, Henry?
Yes, Father?
Please step out here in the hall a moment.
Sure, Father. Homer, wait here.
Okay, but don't be long.
I was just passing your room, Henry, and I couldn't help overhearing.
You mean about the grab bag sale, Father? Doesn't that sound swell?
Frankly, son, it sounds a little risky to me.
Risky, Father? Gee whiz, it's the chance of a lifetime.
Yeah?
When you invest in one of those grab bags, you can't lose.
Even though you have no idea what it might be inside?
But that's the beautiful part, Father. There might be anything inside.
There might also be nothing.
But Homer said their value's up to $10.
Henry, I want you to make your own decision in this matter. But remember one thing, merchants can very seldom afford to give away anything valuable.
But, Father, do you know what I might get for 75 cents? A bicycle pump.
Henry, you're being very optimistic.
I have it on good authority.
Now, son, I know all about grab bags. I've had my fingers burned. You haven't.
But, Father, these bags are entirely different.
Henry, let me explain one more thing. From time to time...
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Kathleen. Listen, I'm phoning from Springer's Hardware, see?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Springer.
Who?
What?
Kathleen, this is Henry.
Oh.
I'm down here at Springer's with Homer and his dime.
You are?
Sure. And look, how would you like to go to the movies tonight?
The movies? I'd love to, Henry.
And sit in the balcony?
Uh-huh.
Way in the back?
Uh-huh. What's playing?
Playing? Kathleen, don't you like me anymore?
Of course I do.
I know, but... Well, gee, you never used to ask what was playing.
Well, Henry, it's a perfectly minor point.
Okay, then it's all settled. I'll come by for you right after supper.
Thanks, Henry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Henry, look at this bag here.
Which one?
This one with all the bulges in it. Doesn't it drive you crazy wondering what's in it?
Not me, Homer. I'm just down here to keep you company.
Gee, Hen, aren't you the least bit interested in buying anything?
Not if I have to risk every cent I have in the world. Now, you take this long, skinny bag here.
Yeah?
It's 30 cents, isn't it?
Sure. Go ahead, Hen. Why don't you buy it?
Why should I spend 30 cents for just a plain, ordinary yardstick?
A yardstick? Is that all that bag is?
Sure. And gee whiz, if I hadn't listened to my father, I might have been carried away. Hiya, fellas.
Here comes Willie.
Hi, fellas. What you doing?
Just looking around, Willie.
Yeah? Hey, Henry, are you going to buy that long, thin grab bag?
He might be, Willie.
I am not, Homer. Well, can I have it then? Sure, here. Thanks. Oh, Mr. Springer, here's my 30 cents.
Wait, Willie, don't you know what's in that bag?
Don't tell him, Homer. Don't tell him. You know how stubborn Willie is.
Yeah, but...
Let him get burnt by himself. It'll be a good lesson for him. Hey, you want to watch me open my bag?
Sure, Willie.
Well, now stand back, fellas. Boy, I bet you'll get a surprise, Willie. Gee, I hope so. Hey!
What is it, Willie? Let's see.
Oh, boy!
Oh, boy!
A collapsible fishing rod, just what I've always wanted.
Gee, those things cost about $7. Just think, Henry, you could have had it.
Yeah, but I could have sworn it. Let's see that fishing rod, Willie. Boy, this is slick.
I'll say.
Gee, are you lucky?
I sure am. Well, so long, fellas.
Where are you going, Willie?
Fishing.
Boy.
Henry, maybe your father still has a few things to learn.
Yeah. I guess he didn't live during a period of inflation.
I'll say.
You know, Homer, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
Kathleen might enjoy a movie tonight, sure. Only she'd be even crazier about something I might win in a grab bag for her, wouldn't she?
Now you're talking sense, Hen.
Sure, Homer. Come on. Help me pick out a grab bag.
How about this one?
Boy, wait till my father hears that merchants really do give valuable things away.
Hey, Henry.
Hi, Charlie.
Don't bother us, Charlie. We're busy looking for a grab bag to buy.
Yeah, what?
Well, how should we know, Charlie? We haven't bought it yet.
Look, there's Toby Smith. I'm going to see what he got in his grab bag.
Listen, Henry, how would you like to buy this nifty box of clothespins?
Clothespins? What could I possibly do with clothespins?
Well, you could use them to hang girls' pictures up on your wall.
What?
Or they'd be swell for starting fires.
Charlie, you're crazy.
Oh, now look, Henry, I paid 25 cents for them, and I'll let you have them for 20.
Oh, no.
15.
Nothing doing.
10.
What'd you pay a quarter for a thing like that for?
I got it in a grab bag, and boy, am I going to sue Mr. Springer.
Well, look, Charlie, naturally merchants can't give away valuable things in every grab bag.
Hey, Henry, guess who just bought what for 60 cents?
Who?
A paint sprayer.
Why?
Toby Smith for only 60 cents.
Homer, what could you do with a thing like that except spray paint?
Plenty. I happen to know my father would pay $5 for a new paint sprayer.
$5?
$5?
Sure.
Cold cash?
Cold cash?
On the line, Henry. He's going to need one to paint our house.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Let's start looking, Homer. There might be another sprayer in these grab bags here.
There might. Gee whiz, goodbye.
Where are you going, Charlie?
Home and get some more money.
One thing about a paint sprayer, Homer, you can tell it by the feel of it.
Okay, I'll start feeling from this side.
Sure, and I'll start over here.
And we'll feel toward each other.
Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Springer?
Sorry, but we can't allow any feeling around. Like everybody else.
Sure, Mr. Springer.
Boy, Homer, that's what I call loyalty.
How do you mean?
Gee, Mr. Springer's practically a member of our own family, isn't he?
He is.
Sure, he's engaged to my Aunt Harriet.
Well, frankly, I don't blame him for being cranky.
Homer, are you positive you didn't feel anything remotely like a paint sprayer?
Positive. You couldn't mistake a thing like that.
Boy, what I couldn't do with $5.
Makes me weak to think about it.
Let's sit down.
Hey, Henry.
Yeah?
I found one.
A paint sprayer?
Yeah, I'm sitting on it.
Homer, are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Gee whiz, Homer, I forgot. I left my 75 cents at home.
Well, that's a fine thing.
Look, Homer, you stay right here and guard this paint sprayer while I run home for my money.
But what if somebody else wants to buy it?
Just don't let them. And, Homer, if you can keep it for me, I'll give you $1 when I sell it.
Okay, Henry, run.
It's nice of you to drop in, Harriet. Sit down. I'll pour you some coffee.
Thank you, Alice. How's Sam?
He's just fine. How's Mr. Springer? Alvin? Just fine.
Aren't men a problem?
Oh? Have you and Alvin had a quarrel, Harriet?
Oh, no, just a little disagreement. Alvin thinks I should take up painting again.
Really?
Yes, he believes in women having outside interests. But as I said to him, I said, Alvin, I said, frankly, I don't think I'm very talented. Do you?
Well, to tell you the absolute truth, Harriet...
And he said, yes, Harriet, I do.
Oh. Oh, he did?
Of course, he admits he doesn't know a thing about art. But he knows what he likes.
Isn't that nice?
Poor Alvin. He just can't help seeing me through rose-colored glasses, I guess.
Mother!
Oh, my goodness, that's Henry.
Mother, quick, where's my 75 cents? Hello, Aunt Harriet.
Hello.
Henry, you told me to keep it for you and not to give it to you under any circumstances until tonight.
But, Mother, don't you understand? I've cornered a valuable grab bag, and I'm going to make a killing.
You've forgotten what your father said?
No, only he doesn't understand. This sale is different.
I know,
Alice, Henry is right. I happen to know personally there are some very valuable grab bags down there.
Very well, I'll go upstairs and get your money.
You will? Gee, that just give me time to make a phone call.
Number, please.
Elm 110.
Elm 110.
Yes, operator.
Harriet, I do wish you'd let me have it.
Mother, can you please hurry with my money? Homer's sitting on something.
Hello?
Hello, Kathleen. Let me ask you something quick.
What is it?
Well, just suppose you were going out dancing to the country club.
My goodness, when?
Well, suppose it's tonight, see? What color dress would you be wearing?
What color?
Sure. So I could send you flowers.
Flowers?
Provided I get $5 for a certain something I'm going to win and it doesn't cost too much for a taxi.
My goodness, Henry, you mean we're going in a taxi?
We might. So what color, Kathleen?
Why, just any color. Although I do like those big black shiny ones.
Black flowers?
Are we talking about taxis?
No, gee whiz.
Oh, my goodness, well, any orchid color flower will do. And I have to hurry and get my hair done.
But Kathleen...
Goodbye now, Henry. I'll see you tonight.
Sure, only understand it isn't definite, don't you, Kathleen? Kathleen!
Now, wait a minute, Charlie. What are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm trying to pick out a paint sprayer.
But you're not allowed to feel the grab bags. You just have to take your chance.
Now listen, Homer, since when do you own this hardware store?
Charlie, get away from this grab bag.
But it might be a paint sprayer.
And it might not. And besides, it's reserved.
Then it is a paint sprayer.
Now listen, Charlie.
Now, Homer, let go of me.
Now look, Charlie, don't get mad. I didn't mean to push you. Just talk this over calmly.
Oh, yeah? Listen, you little pipsqueak.
Charlie, you're backing me right into the garden hole.
Springer, I'll take this grab bag here.
Hey!
Hey, that's Henry's grab bag. Oh, lady.
Homer, you've got the hose looped over your arm.
Lady, come back.
Homer, look out!
Hey!
And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Hoping to make a fortune from a grab bag he wants to buy and then sell for a profit, Henry has been planning to entertain Kathleen elaborately this evening. But his chances of getting the money are now getting slimmer and slimmer. The scene opens in a back room of Alvin Springer's Centerville hardware store. It is the same morning.
Excuse me, mister, have you seen anything of my friend Homer Brown?
You're no friend of mine, Henry Aldrich.
Homer, is that you?
Sure, just look at
I am. Gee whiz, what happened to your face?
Never mind my face. That'll wash off. But how can I get all this paint and grease off my clothes?
What have you been doing?
Boy, everything. Hoisting paint drums, mixing putty, filling turpentine bottles.
For what?
Just because I had a little accident trying to save your darn grab bag.
You mean it's gone? But I was counting on that $5. Kathleen thinks I'm taking her out dancing tonight.
Listen, Henry, how much do you think you could sell an outboard motor for?
An outboard motor? Homer, you're crazy.
Who's crazy? You know the one Mr. Springer's had in his window for 2 years?
Sure, but...
Well, just half an hour ago, I saw him lug it into that room over there.
Yeah?
And then he came back in here with that box, and he said, whoever buys it this afternoon is going to get the surprise of their life.
Homer, do you mean it? And it's only 75 cents?
Sure. It's what they call a sleeper.
Oh, boy. Gee, I could sell that for 10 times as much as the paint sprayer.
Sure. So you'll owe me $10.
Homer, on second thought, I probably can't get more than 5 times as much.
Now listen,
Look,
Henry.
why don't I go out now and round up a prospective buyer?
Homer.
Mr. Springer, what time are those grab bags going on sale?
2 o'clock sharp, Henry.
You're sure you won't sell any of them before that?
Nope.
Gee, that's swell. Goodbye, Homer. I'll be back.
Homer, I've been keeping an eye on you this morning. You've certainly done a good job back here.
I have.
Yes, sir. And to show my appreciation, I'm going to let you have any grab bag you'd like for that dime of yours.
For a dime? You mean I can have any bag at all?
Yes, sir.
You mean I could even have the outboard motor?
What outboard motor?
Oh, gee, I shouldn't have mentioned it. I mean, this big grab bag right here.
Homer, that isn't an outboard motor.
It isn't. Oh, boy, is Henry going to get a surprise?
Hello?
Hello, Kathleen.
Henry, is it only you?
What do you mean, only me?
Oh, my goodness, you dragged me out from under the dryer.
I did?
I'm standing right here, positively dripping.
Look, Kathleen, I just wanted to tell you that the thing I'm selling now is much more valuable than the thing I was selling before.
It is, Henry?
Yeah.
What is?
I can't tell you. I'm down at the Acme Machine Works right now.
Henry, we are going to the country club tonight, aren't we?
Sure, absolutely. And not only that, but
Yes?
Kathleen, how would you feel about a season ticket?
A season ticket?
Sure, and go every Saturday night in the year.
Boy, Mr. Springer, the grand prize.
You're certainly the lucky one today, Homer.
That's the only thing I ever won in my whole life. Do you mind if I use your phone?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Number, please.
Elm 610.
Elm 610.
Gee, Mr. Springer, to think Henry's Aunt Harriet painted that all by herself.
Yes, sir, and she's never had a lesson in her life. Would you believe it?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Neither would I. All it needs now is a nice friend.
Hello.
Hello, Mother. Guess who this is?
Homer, don't be silly.
Listen, Mother, a wonderful thing just happened. I just bought a grab bag.
I thought you didn't have enough money to buy one.
Well, I didn't, but Mr. Springer just had me move a few paint drums and gave it to me for practically nothing.
Really?
And, Mother, I won the grand prize.
You what?
Sure, and it's something you've always wanted. And I'd be willing to let it go cheap.
Homer, it isn't
It isn't...
Sure. It's a sort of a painting.
Oh, my heavens. For the inside or the outside of the house?
What?
Oh, well, you're a dear. And now would you hang up? I'm too excited.
Okay, and don't worry, Mother. Mr. Springer's going to clean me up.
That's nice, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Springer,
Yes, Homer.
have you tried looking at this painting upside down?
Oh, Alice, I just had to dash right over it.
Elizabeth, tell me again.
Homer won the grand prize. We're having our house painted absolutely free.
Oh, my heavens.
Oh, isn't it marvelous? Mr. Springer's already given Homer the drums of paint.
Elizabeth, I had no idea there was anything worthwhile in those grab bags.
Oh, Alice, I still can't believe it. You know, Will and I had to choose this year between having the house painted or getting me a new fur coat, and we decided on the house.
Really?
Yes, we agreed the house takes more of a beating in the winter than I do.
Elizabeth, does that mean that now?
Why not, Alice? Why not? Oh, get your hat on. Let's go look at fur coats.
Right away? Shouldn't you wait until Will...
But, Alice, I'm only going to look.
Hello? Are you listening, Kathleen?
Of course, Henry. Then what happened?
Well, I found a fella who had a boat, see, but no motor.
Yes? And you sold him your motor?
Not exactly.
No?
He sold me his boat.
My goodness.
Well, that is, I gave him my IOU, and by next summer the boat will be mine, I hope.
Henry, that's wonderful. My goodness, I'll be the proudest girl at the dance.
The dance?
Just imagine I'll be the only one there dancing with a boy with an outboard motor.
Well, Kathleen, look, about the dance.
Yes?
How would you feel if we were to give up all activities this winter?
What?
And spend 2 solid months sailing around in the moonlight next summer?
But, Henry, what'll we do during the long winter evenings?
Why, we can polish the boat.
Polish it?
Yeah, and grease the motor.
But, Henry, I've just had my hair done.
Well, I'll tell you. Oh, gee, look at the time. It's 1:30.
It is?
I've got to get back to Springer's and buy my grab bag.
But, Henry...
And I'll bring the outboard motor right over to your house, Kathleen, so we can admire it together.
Sam,
I'm reading my paper, Alice.
dear, dinner's ready.
Yes? Where's Henry?
Up in his room. He doesn't feel like eating.
I should think he wouldn't. Well, he can't say I didn't warn him. I told him not to count on an outboard motor.
Dear, I can't help feeling sorry for him. What on earth is he going to do with a bear trap?
Naturally, Alice. He's going to trap bears.
Sam, there isn't a bear within 500 miles of here.
Alice, I'm joking.
Oh, I wouldn't feel so badly, Sam, if I thought he'd really learned a lesson from this whole thing.
Well, he's learned one thing. At least he won't be so optimistic after this.
Well, will you answer the phone, dear, while I serve dinner?
All right, Alice. Hello?
May I speak to Mr. Aldrich, please?
Which Mr. Aldrich do you want?
Mr. Henry Aldrich.
Just a moment. Henry!
Yes, Father?
You want it on the telephone?
Perhaps you could take the message. This is Mr. Jenkins, the tanner.
The what?
The tanner. I have that information regarding the cost of turning a bear skin into a rug.
What's that?
It all depends on the size bear you trap.
I am not trapping any bears, and neither is anyone else in this family. Goodbye.
Father, didn't you say that phone call was for me?
That was the tanner, Henry. I took care of him.
You did, Father? But I had my plans all made.
You can just unmake them. Now, come on in to dinner.
If you don't mind, Father, I'd rather go back upstairs.
Sam, dinner's on the table.
I'm coming, Alice.
You know, dear, I've been thinking, couldn't you give Henry just enough money to take Kathleen to the movies tonight?
No, Alice. That's the only way a youngster ever learns.
Oh, I know,
That's the way you had to learn. That's the way I had to. Good heavens, what's that?
What's what, dear?
That, on the center of the table.
Why, they're candles, dear. You see, shaped like little stars, and they float in the water.
Why?
What?
I said why?
Well, they're pretty, and Sam, I won them today, and I thought I'd better use them.
I see. Alice, you weren't anywhere near Springer's Hardware today, were you?
Why, how did that... Dear, before you get angry...
That's all right, Alice. Do you know anyone who could use a dozen bottles of bubble bath? It's for dogs.
Sam, you bought a grab bag, too?
I'm afraid so, Alice.
But, dear, we don't even have a dog.
Yo-ho, anybody home?
We're in the dining room, Homer.
You certainly have to admire his timing.
Hello, everybody. Oh, gee whiz, is it dinner time?
By a strange coincidence, yes.
Sit down, Homer. We're one short tonight.
Boy, I'd love to. We aren't eating at our house tonight.
Not at all?
No, ma'am. My mother doesn't feel she should fool around in the kitchen in her new fur coat.
Why doesn't she take it off?
She doesn't dare. As soon as my father gets his hands on it, he's taking it back to the store.
What's that under your arm?
Oh, gee, I almost forgot. It's my grand prize. See?
Good heavens.
Only my parents felt that since it was your sister that painted it, Mrs. Aldrich, you should have the privilege of hanging it.
Harriet painted that?
It looks good upside down, too.
What on earth is it?
Why, it's fish, dear. In a bowl.
Sure. I looked them up in the fish book. I think they're suckers.
Yes? Homer, you brought it to the right place. Alice, get me a hammer.
Sam, what are you going to do to it?
Hang it over the mantelpiece.
Gee whiz.
Where it'll be a lesson to all of us the rest of our lives.
Good news for us.
You have, Homer?
Sure. How'd you like to go to the movies tonight?
Now listen, Homer, you know we haven't got a nickel left to our name.
Well, that's the beautiful part of it, Hen. I've invited someone to go with us who's agreed to absorb our overhead.
Well, gee whiz.
Sure.
Who?
Agnes Lawson.
Well, that solves Henry's overhead problem. And ladies, a good way for you to help solve yours when it comes to family budgets is to serve Jell-O puddings often. They cost little and they taste grand. Yes, Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla puddings. A trio of treats, chock full of old-fashioned homemade goodness. Tomorrow night, try confetti tarts. Just prepare a package of Jell-O vanilla pudding as usual. When cool, pour your luscious, creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding into crisp individual baked pastry shells. Chill thoroughly, then top with a generous helping of well-drained canned fruit cocktail. Remember, all three Jell-O puddings made with milk are nourishing. And they cook to perfection in just about 5 minutes. No wonder more people buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Patricia Jowdry and Del Dinsdale with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth.
From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Say, there's excitement in the air. A mysterious change has taken place in the vicinity of 1847 Rogers Road. Remember the friendly old elm tree in front of the house? Well, it doesn't look friendly anymore. The full moon shining through it, and on one of the bare branches is a big black owl. And the old dependable weather vane on top of the garage. Gee, it looks different now. I'm not sure if it's a weather vane or not, the way the shadows fall. Could be a witch on a broomstick. Oh, it's spooky out tonight. In the Nelson kitchen, there's an atmosphere of feverish activity and excited preparations.
David?
We're trying to find some paper bags, big ones.
Well, look in the bottom drawer there.
There, that's a good one, Ricky.
Yeah, but what'll I do with the potatoes?
No, not that drawer, Ricky, on the other side.
Hey, what's going on out here?
We're getting some paper bags.
Sound like you were taking the kitchen apart.
Halloween, boy. We're going to have fun tonight, Pop.
Yeah, looks plenty spooky out to me.
What do you have there, dear?
Oh, I was just rummaging around upstairs a bit, and I thought the boys might make a costume out of these old work pants.
Gee, Pop, they're pretty dirty. Not only that, dear, they're covered with paint.
Well, what do you expect, Harriet? I wore them when I painted the breakfast nook.
I think you did a better job on the pants than you did on the breakfast nook.
How about you, Ricky? Would you like to be a painter? Will you get your white cap and stick a couple of brushes in your belt?
Golly, Pop, those pants are pretty big.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see how they look on you. Here, step into them. Put your foot in there. Yeah. Now the other foot. Now pull them up.
Oh, that's a wonderful costume. The headless painter.
Anyhow, Pop, we don't need costumes. We got masks. That's enough.
Well, you suit yourself. We used to wear costumes when I was a kid.
That's just for little kids, Pop. Me and David are going trick or treat.
Trick or treat?
Sure. We ring a guy's doorbell and say trick or treat. If he doesn't give us cookies or something, we let him have it.
There you are, dear. That's Halloween, 1948.
Sounds more like Chicago, 1925.
It's a lot of fun, Pop. Didn't you used to do that when you were a kid?
No, David, as I recall, we used to go in more for the real spirit of Halloween. You know, the spooky, scary stuff.
What do you mean, Pop?
Oh, I mean, we'd find some old haunted house and go prowling around looking for ghosts and stuff.
You sure were brave, Pop.
Oh, not necessarily, David.
Pop, did you ever see a ghost?
Oh, I won't say I saw a ghost, but I will say I saw something.
A spook?
I don't know. It was white and shimmering, indistinct. It wavered back and forth. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't there. White and shimmering.
Did they have television sets then, Pop?
No, Ricky, this was right out in the center of the living room. I'm afraid Halloween's different nowadays. All the wonderful, spooky, hobgoblin atmosphere, that's all changed now. Can't help feeling a little sad when you see the joys of your childhood disappearing in a changing world. Halloween just isn't exciting anymore.
Are you going to cry, Pop?
No, just the memories coming back.
You sure must have had fun, Pop. Do you think there's really such a thing as a ghost? A real ghost, I mean?
Well, I don't know. In a spooky old house with the moon shining through the broken shutters, you imagine you see some pretty strange things.
I'd sure like to see a ghost. Boy, would I run.
Well, there's the old McAdams house up on the hill. That's a pretty spooky-looking place. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there were a ghost or two lurking around in there.
Do you think we could see one if we went up there, Pop?
It's very possible.
Oh, Ozzie. David, your father's just kidding.
Oh, let the boys have a little fun, Harriet. After all, it's Halloween.
Come on, grab the bags, Ricky. We gotta get going. Hey, wait for me.
Don't you think a lot of the spirit of Halloween has been lost?
Oh, I don't know, dear. The kids seem to have a good time. That's the important thing.
Oh, they pretend to enjoy it, but where's the fun? Trick or treat. Where's the adventure? What danger is there in getting a handful of cookies from Mrs. Dunkel?
You've never eaten Mrs. Dunkel's cookies.
Have we had any callers yet?
Oh, about a dozen of them. You should have seen little Julie Thornberry. She was all dressed up in one of Catherine's old dresses, and she had a stocking on her head.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry I missed it.
And little Georgie Dunkel, he had the cutest clown suit with skeletons sewed on it.
We sure have some cute little kids in this neighborhood.
I'll get it.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get it. I want to have some fun, too. Yes?
Trick or treat.
Wait a minute. Aren't you a little big to be playing trick or treat?
Trick or treat.
How old are you?
53.
Who ever heard of a grown man playing trick or treat?
Well, my little boy's over on the next block. I'm just helping him out.
You don't even have a costume.
What do you think I am, a child? Come on, trick or treat.
It's a little unusual. What happens if I don't give you a treat?
Well, I sneak back later and ring your doorbell.
So what?
And when you answer it, I punch you in the nose. Come on, trick or treat.
It's really funny. Here are some cookies.
Only 3?
Well, they've got to go around. There are other children, too, you know.
Okay. Oh, they're chocolate. My kid likes chocolate cookies. Thanks.
Oh, that's all right. How old is your little boy?
25.
One of the kids in the neighborhood, one of the older kids.
Say, would you do me a favor if you're not too busy?
Yeah, what is it?
Would you stop down at the store and get some candies or something? The rate we're going, we're going to run out of stuff.
Okay, Hey, what are you doing?
Just putting a couple of cookies in your pocket, in case you got stopped for trick or treat. Some of the boys get pretty rough.
Oh, Harriet, please. You don't think I'm afraid of a bunch of kids?
Well, suit yourself. Last Halloween, Joe Randolph bumped into the backfield of the high school football team and came home minus his trousers.
kidding. I understand they have a pretty good team this year.
Well, why don't you just take these 4 cookies, just in case?
You better give me 2 more. The ends might be with them. I got you. Let go. Don't tear my pencil. The cookies were in my pocket. They're very nice cookies. Wonderful cookies.
What's this about, cookies?
Oh, it's you, Thorny. What a corny trick, hiding behind the head.
Oh, just keeping in the spirit of Halloween. You should see what I did to Dunk a little while ago.
Did you scare him? What did you do?
I sneaked up on his front porch, rang the doorbell, and ran like the dickens. He didn't know what to say. Then when he went in the house, I went around to the back and started rattling the back door. Oh, boy, was he scared.
What else did you do, Patty?
Well, I waited a few minutes, and I tapped on the window and moaned like this. Ooh. And I rattled the door again, and I moaned some more, and I began pounding on the side of the house.
Yeah. And then what?
Then the police came. That Dunkel just has no sense of humor.
Did the police do anything to you?
No, just told me to stop annoying people. They took my soap away, too.
You're just a big kid at heart, aren't you, Thorny?
That's all in fun, Oz. What's Halloween nowadays? Nothing happens. My boy Will's out playing trick-or-treat.
David and Ricky, too. Somehow Halloween sort of lost the old kick.
Yeah, it sure isn't like it was when we were kids.
You know, there was an old haunted house in our town, and every Halloween us kids used to go prowling through it. Really spooky.
Sure, that's the real spirit of Halloween.
Now, you take the old McAdams place up on Franklin Avenue. There's a perfect haunted house. There's some way to sneak in there.
You mean you go in there at night?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Oh, no reason. I just never cared for the looks of the place myself. Those grotesque chimneys, staring windows. Sort of gives me the creeps.
Thorny, you're kidding.
No, I'm not, Oz. There's something frightening about it. Especially at night.
What an imagination. Well, I've got to get down to the drugstore. I promised Harriet I'd get some candy and stuff.
Okay, Oz. See you later. Say, when you go by the McAdams place, don't let the ghosts get you.
Oh, that's right. I go right by there, don't I?
Yes, sir. Not afraid, are you, Oz?
Oh, Thorny, cut it out. If you walk down the store with me, I'll buy you a soda.
McAdams' place and we saw a ghost. A real ghost? A ghost, a real ugly one with sharp teeth and a long nose and pointed ears and hair all over his face. And first we thought it was Pop.
That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said about me.
I mean, we thought it was you trying to scare us.
Oh, boys, don't be silly.
You guys probably saw the moon shining through the window and your imagination did the rest.
Okay, go up and see for yourself. Yeah, why don't you, Pop? Yeah, why don't you, Pop?
Well, I'd be glad to, except I'd take your mother to the movies.
Since when?
Well, that is, I've been thinking about it all day. There's a wonderful triple Halloween show at the Bijou. The Son of Frankenstein, Dracula's Daughter, and A Date with Judy.
I wasn't counting on the movies, dear. In fact, I'd much rather you go up and give us a report on the ghost.
Oh, it's so silly.
Go ahead, Pop. Have some fun.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, okay. If it makes you happy, I'll go up and visit the haunted house.
Attaboy, Pop. Daddy. I thought for a minute there you were getting scared, Pop.
Oh, David.
Oh, just remember this, boys. There's not a cowardly bone in your father's body. Of course, every now and then the meat around them gets a little jumpy.
Meat around. What am I laughing at?
Warning to all ghosts. Beware, Ozzie Nelson will get you if you don't watch out. Yes, indeed. Ozzie Nelson, arch enemy of all ghosts, goblins, spirits, and similar supernatural phenomena, is on the march. Target for tonight: the ghost that walks in the old McAdams house. See the courageous Ozzie as he strides firmly across the porch of 1847 Rogers Road. Chin up, flashlight swinging at his side. Down the steps, down the walk. And now he stops. Every muscle tense, eyes alert, nose twitching. A white, filmy object moves out of the darkness.
Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, hello, Emmy Lou.
I came over to show you my Halloween costume. I'm going to a party. Where are you going, Mr. Nelson?
Oh, I'm on an errand for the boys. Oh, the boys. They went up to the old McAdams house tonight, and they think they saw a ghost.
Really, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I'm going up there, to prove to them it was just their imagination.
You're going in that spooky old house tonight, alone?
Well, of course.
Evidently you haven't heard the story about the McAdams place.
Well, I've heard some silly rumor it's supposed to be haunted or something.
But it is, Mr. Nelson. I heard the whole story from the people who live next door. The story goes that years ago in Scotland, in the old Haggis Castle, the young and beautiful Lady Jane McAdams had a quarrel with her lover, Douglas McDingle McCampbell McTavish. A Scotchman.
Yes, much.
Well, anyway, Lady Jane pushed her lover, Douglas McDingle McCampbell McTavish, down the stairs. Down, down, down he went, his head banging on each stone step. Thump, thump, crunch, crunch. His bagpipes mournfully playing, the Campbells are coming. As he lay at the bottom of the staircase dying, Douglas McDingle McCampbell McTavish, or as they called him, Mac, as he lay at the bottom of the staircase, he took an oath.
Oh, I'd swear a little myself.
He took an oath that he'd follow Lady Jane wherever she went. His spirit would always haunt her.
Where did she go?
She came here to the United States and built the old McAdams place. And they say that on nights of a full moon, like tonight, the giant ghost of Lord McTavish returns. And while the eerie notes of bagpipes ring in the night air, he prowls the house in search of Lady Jane.
It makes a good story, but nobody in his right mind would believe it.
Well, you believe it, don't you, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but I'm not. Of course, it's a lot of nonsense.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, but remember, if you go up there tonight and see the ghost and get a terrible fright and drop dead, don't come around saying I didn't warn you. Happy Halloween!
Harriet.
Oh, hello, dear. You back so soon?
No, I haven't gone yet. As a matter of fact, I've been thinking this over, and I don't think I'll go. The whole idea seems sort of childish.
Well, what about the boys, dear? You promised them.
I know, but I mean, after all, isn't it silly for a full-grown man? It's only a wild goose. That's all it is.
Well, if you'd like, dear, I'll go with you.
And the boys... What did you say?
I said I'll go with you.
There are times, Harriet, when a man likes to be alone.
Oh. Well, all right, dear.
Get your coat. This isn't one of those times. Don't get nervous now, dear. Just keep cool.
Oh, I'm cool, all right. Matter of fact, I'm shivering a little.
Just hold my hand good and tight.
I can't.
Hmm?
You're squeezing mine so hard the fingers are asleep.
Sorry. Is it better?
It's better. How do we get through this iron fence?
There's a gate here someplace, I think. It'll probably be bolted and spoil all our fun. They usually have a huge lock on these things and thick chains. Now, here we are. Oh.
Locked?
No.
Well, push it open.
Here, will you take the flashlight a second? Thanks. And the baseball bat, too.
Ooh. Doesn't this place look weird?
Yes, it is pretty spooky, isn't it? Shall I sing something to keep your nerve up?
If you want to, dear.
It'll keep you from getting scared. Did you ever think, as the hearse goes by, someday you're going to die? There's a spook in the meadow.
Dear. It might frighten the ghost. Must be a haunted house. The door squeaks.
I don't know why you insisted on coming along, Harriet. I could just as easily have come by myself.
Ozzie, something has hold of my coat.
Yeah, that's me. Who closed the door?
Didn't you?
No.
Oh, it must have been the wind. Gee, this place sure looks creepy with the moon streaming through the windows. What was that?
What? Now, dear, don't be frightened. I'm right beside you.
Ozzie, there's something in this room. It's coming toward us.
It's getting closer. Harriet, quick, my baseball bat.
Hey, on, careful with that. Do it.
Oh.
Hello, Harriet.
You old trickster,
I
Thorny.
just thought I'd have a little fun with all the talk that's been going around about this place.
So you're the ghost David and Ricky saw. I should have guessed by the description. You should have a bagpipe, though, Thorny.
A bagpipe?
Well, sure, haven't you heard? This place is supposed to be haunted by a Scotch ghost who plays the bagpipe. And each night he comes down the stairs playing some old... Well, you do have one, Thorny. Where is it? Oh, you sure play awful.
What can you think? I don't play at all.
Did I hear a bagpipe? Listen, I can hear it plain as day.
Ozzie, up there at the head of the stairs.
The ghost! The ghost of Lord McTavish. Well, we've seen it. Let's go.
Well, let's all keep calm about this. We'll just be quiet.
It's getting late, Thorny. Let's get out of here.
Ozzie, you're carrying my coat. Wait!
Oz, the door won't open. I keep turning the handle and it won't open.
Stop it, Thorny. You've got hold of my nose.
This way, boys. Thorny, the door's over here.
Follow me. I'll make one of my own.
More coffee, dear?
No, thanks. I can't understand it. There must be some scientific explanation. Did I seem very scared out there?
Oh, no, not especially.
I mean, did I act in any way that might give somebody the impression that this illusion we saw frightened me?
No, you were very level-headed about it. Of course, it was the first time I've ever seen you jump a 7-foot fence.
I didn't think I could fool you. That thing, whatever it was, scared the daylights out of me.
I was plenty scared myself. I can't figure out those bagpipes.
No, and then what about the ghost?
Oh, well, yes, of course, the ghost, too.
Harriet, what are you stuffing behind the sofa pillow?
Oh, nothing, dear, just some old papers and things.
Wait a minute, let me see that.
It's only an old sheet.
You'll get the couch dirty. It's got cobwebs. Cobwebs!
How about a little more coffee?
And there's Ricky's baseball bat, the one I... Harriet, if you'd like to make a little confession, I'll listen. But if you'd rather not, I'd rather you would.
All right, dear. Just the boys and I thought it'd be nice if you could have a little fun on Halloween. You told them how much you enjoyed going to some haunted house. So we thought that if we could sort of... Ozzie, listen.
I'm listening. Go on.
No, listen. The bagpipes.
Yeah.
I hear the bagpipes again.
So do I.
Hey, Pop, can we have a dime?
Boys, listen. Do you hear bagpipes playing?
Sure, that's what we're on the dime for. He's out front now.
Who's out front?
Mr. Campbell, the man with the Scotch plaid ice cream truck.
The Scotch plaid ice cream truck?
Well, sure. Haven't you ever seen him? Can we have a dime, Pop?
A dime? Here's 50 cents. Stuff yourselves.
Thanks, Pop.
Oh, boy.
Hurry up,
How about that? The bagpipes we heard at the McAdams place were from the Scotch plaid ice cream truck.
What a coincidence.
Oh, remarkable. You see, the Scotch plaid ice cream truck happened to stop there. See, there are no other houses around, and nobody lives there, but he happened to stop there. Played a different tune up there, too, didn't he?
I don't remember.
Harriet, believe me, it was only the Scotch plaid ice cream truck.
Yes, I know, dear.
I'll say it just once more. The bagpipes we heard at the McAdams place were from the Scotch plaid ice cream truck.
Okay, dear, you've convinced me.
I wish I could convince myself. I'd like to get some sleep tonight.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in just a moment. Well, I don't know how you feel about it, but I kind of hope the bagpipe music didn't come from the Scotch plaid ice cream truck. Because that's the way Halloween ought to be. Lots of mysterious tapping at every window, witches riding through the air, spirits in every tree.
I've already had a message from the Halloween spirits, Mr. Smith. Last night on my way down Rogers Road, a voice spoke to me suddenly out of nowhere.
Honest?
What did it say?
Beware. If you don't give us a special treat on Halloween, we'll spirit your new set of 1847 Rogers Brothers away from you. Beware.
Hey, now, there's a smart ghost if there ever was one.
You mean I have a smart son if there ever was one. He hasn't heard me raving about my new 1847 Rogers Brothers for nothing.
Oh, nobody raves about 1847 Rogers Brothers for nothing. There are all kinds of good reasons for getting excited about it. 1847 is the finest silver plate in America, you know. No other silver plate in the world can match its beautiful features. Features like the exceptional height and depth of the pattern ornament, and the extra luster, perfect weight and balance of each piece. Those are the features that make 1847 Rogers Brothers really more like solid silver.
And don't forget the price of 1847 Rogers Brothers, Mr. Smith.
Oh, impossible to forget that, because it's so unusual. 1847 prices haven't gone up since 1945. Not a single penny. So, no matter how you look at it, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the silverware you want for your home. It's the best, the finest silver plate in America. Famous 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Oh, come on, dear. Put out the light. Let's go to sleep.
In a few minutes, Harriet. I just want to finish this article. Debunking the spook.
Debunking the spook?
Yeah, the man who wrote it spent the night in a house that was supposed to be haunted. As I sat there in the darkness, I could hear the clock in the village striking 12. Now was the witching hour. If ever the dead lived, now was the time they must rise from the grave. I stood up and dared the ghost to appear. I said, if you were a ghost, I dare you to strike me dead. Silly article.
What happened next?
Well, then, let's see. He goes on to...
Yes?
The article ends right there.
Oh, come on, dear. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep.
You know what might be fun? Let's sleep with the lights on tonight.
Hello again. Hope you're enjoying the shows. Our next 6 shows are full of more laughs for you to enjoy. A lesser-known show, The Sad Sack, ran for 1 season in 1946. It was based on the comic strip by Sergeant George Baker about a misfit in the military during World War II. The radio show tells about his life after returning home after the war and then trying to make a normal life for himself. It stars Herb Vigran as Sad Sack and Jim Bacchus as his roommate, along with Sandra Gould, Ken Christie, and Patsy Moran. Meek and bumbling and rather pathetic, Sad Sack gets into a predicament in every episode, and no matter how hard he tries to be normal, he just can't seem to fit in or do anything right. This episode, Sad Sack runs for mayor. Mr. Twitchell won't let Sad Sack date his daughter Lucy until he gets a decent job. A group of businessmen from the Liberty Bell Party decide to use Sad Sack's being a veteran to run him as a candidate for mayor, and it aired on August 14th, 1946. Next after that, we have the Mel Blanc Show, which was Blanc's only solo radio endeavor. He had been prolific as a guest or supporting actor in many other shows, but he was given his own show in 1946. He plays himself as a fix-it shop owner, and then voices his assistant Zuki, who you will recognize as the voice of what later became Porky Pig, as well as several other minor characters. Mary Jane Croft plays Betty, his girlfriend, Joseph Kearns, her father, Hans Conried as the president of Mel's Lodge, the Benevolent Order of Loyal Zebras, Alan Reed as Mr. Potchnick, and Bea Benaderet as Mrs. Longneck. I love the show, and I love all of the episodes, but sadly the show didn't hit it off with listeners, and the show was canceled after only 1 season. Most reviewers blamed the writing, although I've got to disagree with them. I thought the writing was excellent. This episode, The New Radio, aired on November 5th, 1946, and showcases Mel's character's bumbling ineptitude. After that is another great episode from the great Gildersleeve, Hiccups, which, as you can guess, involves Throckmorton getting a case of the hiccups and trying every conceivable remedy suggested by his friends and family to get rid of them, with the usual hilarious results. It aired on September 28th, 1941. It's one of my favorite episodes. Meet Millie was another great radio sitcom that ran from 1951 to 54 and starred Audrey Totter as Millie, followed by Elena Verdugo. B. Benaderet played Millie's mother, followed by Florence Halop. Ross Ford played Millie's boyfriend, J.R. Boone Jr., and then Earl Ross and Roland Winters played J.R.'s father. Marvin Kaplan, my favorite character on the show, played their friend, the loser poet Alfred Prinzmetal. The show is about Millie's life as a secretary in New York City and her life living with her mother in an apartment. Millie's mom is constantly looking out for a possible husband for her daughter, and most episodes deal with these dating attempts. The show also made it to TV from 1952 to 1956, although the other roles besides Millie were played by other actors. This episode, Dinner with the Boones, is about Millie's attempt to get her mother to get along better with her boyfriend's family. B. Benaderet is hilarious in this one. Next after that, we have a lesser-known and short-lived sitcom, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, which ran for a few episodes in 1951 and was based on the successful movie Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House, and it starred the great Cary Grant and his real-life wife, Betsy Drake, as Jim and Muriel Blandings in this funny show. The premise is, after leaving the city to build his dream home in the country, the couple have to deal with all of the problems and the little daily disasters that occur after they make that move. The real-life chemistry between Grant and Drake translates wonderfully in this show. And despite its short run, this is a real hilarious gem of a radio show that makes me wish that there were a lot more episodes. In Anniversary for 3, Muriel tries to remind Jim of an appointment, but he doesn't take the hints correctly, and he thinks that he's forgotten an anniversary instead. It aired on May 13th, 1951. And then we have Our Miss Brooks, one of the most successful radio sitcoms ever, with Eve Arden in the starring role as English teacher at Madison High, Miss Brooks. It was one of the first sitcoms to feature a strong female lead character, and it helped pave the way, actually, for this format in other radio and TV shows. It ran from 1948 all the way to 1957, and was later adapted into a TV show from 52 to 56. Gail Gordon plays Osgood Conklin, the dictatorial principal. Jeff Chandler plays Philip Boynton, the biology teacher and Miss Brooks' love interest. Richard Crenna played student Walter Denton and Miss Brooks' chauffeur. Jane Morgan played Margaret Davis, her landlady. Leonard Smith played Stretch Snodgrass. And Gloria McMillan played Harriet Conklin, Walter's girlfriend, and the principal's daughter. I cannot oversell the show enough. Wonderful writing, wonderful acting, amazing chemistry between all of the characters. I mean, it's like a comfortable pair of shoes listening to it. It's not only funny, it's warm-hearted, it's intelligent, it's comforting. It's just an all-around fantastic show, and it's no surprise that it was as popular as it was. In this episode, The Butcher, Miss Brooks has finally given up on dating Mr. Boynton, and she starts to date other men. But at the same time, her landlady, Mrs. Davis, is also dating, and she's seen Henry, the butcher, who's already proposing marriage to her. But Miss Brooks must convince her landlady that Henry is not being honest. He's actually quite the player. All right, settle back and enjoy these great shows, and I'll be back later.
Out of the pages of Yank, the Army Weekly, comes the hero of World War II, beloved character, the Sad Sack, created by George Baker and written for radio by Arthur Stander and Charles Eisen. Well, Mr. Twitchell still hasn't wavered in his decision that Sad Sack must not call on his daughter Lucy until Sad Sack has a decent job. We find our unhappy veteran discussing this with his boarding house roommate, Chester Fenwick.
Chester, I don't know what's the matter with me. I just can't seem to get a decent job.
What about that ad you answered yesterday? For that job at a cocktail lounge?
Oh, it was no good. They just wanted somebody to go around with a sponge and sop up spilled drinks.
What did they offer to pay you?
$10 a week in squeezins. Lucy wouldn't be impressed with a job like that. I had to turn it down.
But sad sack, when jobs are tough to get, you take anything. Look at the job I had a few months ago. A goodwill man in a delicatessen.
A goodwill man in a delicatessen?
Yeah, before they served the tongue sandwiches, I inspected the tongues to see that they weren't sticking out nasty.
But I have to have a job that has a little importance to it, so Lucy and her father will respect me.
Wait a minute, Sack. Why waste your time trying to get an ordinary job? You're a veteran. Why don't you apply for a job working for the city? Boy, there's nothing softer than getting on the city payroll.
But, Chester, what kind of a job could I get with the city?
Well, you could get on the fire department.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd like that.
Oh, it's an exciting life. You go to a raging fire, fight your way through the smoke and flame, and when it's all over, you're back at the firehouse, sitting around with the boys and throwing unguentine at each other.
No, Chester, I have the wrong attitude to be a fireman. I'd rather just open a door than chop my way through it.
Well, there's the police force. They pay nice money. In fact, I almost became a cop myself.
Well, why didn't you?
I couldn't pass the physical. My arches were too high.
You would have made a good policeman, too. You're so big.
Yes, and I'm a bully, too.
Look, aren't there any other jobs on the city payroll besides the firemen and policemen?
Oh, sure there are, Sack. There's the health department, street cleaning department, building inspection, lots of jobs. Look, why don't you just go down to City Hall, see what's open, and apply?
Yes, that's a good idea, Chester. After all, I have nothing to lose. You're right. I'll go down to City Hall. Say, maybe I could get a chicken inspector's job. I already got the badge. Oh, miss, I was told that this is where I apply for a job with the city.
Oh, you're a veteran, aren't you? Well, there are 2 jobs open. One is children's playground director, and the other is city insect exterminator. However, there's already someone in the reception room waiting to be interviewed for the playground director's position.
Well, I'd rather apply for insect exterminator's job anyway. I prefer to work with insects. They're much quieter than children.
Well, I hope you've had experience with insect extermination, because the interviewer will want to know your qualifications for the position. Now, just step into the reception room.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Smith, what's my next interview?
Children's playground director.
All right. Oh, I hope it's someone with child care experience. You there. Come into my office for your interview.
Am I next? There was another fellow here who stepped out to get a drink of water.
Please, I have no time to waste. Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, about this position, I hope you realize it's one of great responsibility. Now, tell me, what is your method of handling the little ones when they become unruly?
Oh, spray them good with DDT.
What did you say?
I said spray them with DDT. Unless there's just a few of them, then you can just stamp on them with your feet.
You must be out of your mind, the idea. Why, their parents would be in an uproar over this.
Oh, no, the first ones you exterminate are the parents. That way they can't have any more little ones for you to worry about.
Young man, either you're crazy or there's a misunderstanding here. I'm talking about boys and girls.
Oh, I don't care if they're male or female. I just kill them all.
Young man, if this is your idea of a joke, it's not very amusing. Now get out of my office at once and stay out.
But I don't understand.
Get out of here before I call a policeman.
All right, I'm going. Gee, no wonder they got so many bugs in this town. When they got a woman up there protecting them. And then, Chester, she told me to get out of her office.
Ah, fine thing. But I knew they'd throw you out. In fact, as you left, I said to myself, Chester, they won't give that boy a chance. They'll throw him out. That's what I said to myself.
Oh, then why did you let me go?
Why should I believe it? It came from an unreliable source. You want to know why you didn't get that city job? Politics. You've got to have political contacts, influence. Everybody knows the Liberty Bell political machine runs this town. All the big officials in this town owe their jobs to the Liberty Bell machine. Take Judge Peterson. He's a member of the Liberty Bell Party, and it doesn't matter who runs against him. Why, he's been sitting on the bench for 10 years.
Oh, I can believe it. I hear he's a very calloused man.
And that's just the least of it. Take Mayor Newbold. The Liberty Bell machine owns him body and soul. And two worse assets I've never heard of.
But Chester, I thought Mayor Newbold was doing a lot of good. So the people could have cheap water power, he had a great big dam built.
Yeah, but don't you think he should have first found out we didn't have a river to go with it?
Chester, in a project amounting to millions of dollars, a person is bound to overlook something. Besides, the dam isn't a total loss. Everybody uses it to play handball again.
Why, it's disgusting. Every time they hand out a contract for public works, the mayor gets a cut. And behind the mayor and everybody else, there's always the Liberty Bell machine.
Well, in that case, I guess there isn't any chance of me getting a city job just by applying for it.
Of course there isn't. But we're not going to take this lying down. We're going over to Liberty Bell headquarters and ask them to get you on the city payroll.
What, do you think they'll do it?
Well, why shouldn't they? If that bunch of grafters can't give a veteran a job, then there's something wrong with dirty politics. Come on, we'll go right over there.
Joe, we gotta face it. The Liberty Bell machine is facing a crisis. All over the country, ex-GIs are winning elections and throwing over the old party machine.
Hey, Ed, I don't understand what you worry about the vets for. I don't understand. I thought it was Judge Saunders, the reform group's candidate for mayor, that you was worried about.
That's the point, Joe. The point exactly. The town wants a reform mayor. They're sick of us. If we run Newbold again, we'll lose for sure. What we gotta do is take advantage of the trend and put up a veteran so as we can get the veteran vote.
Yeah, but where are you going to get a veteran you can control like Newbold? Where? Them vets ain't so dumb. They want houses and decent jobs and other non-essentials. After all, we first got to build that new racetrack before we can buy with the whims of homeless people.
Look, I admit the vets are pretty smart boys, but there's got to be a dumb one we can find. After all, there are dumb civilians. And what's a veteran? Just a civilian with a lapel button and no home.
Well, it ain't going to be easy to find a vet dumb enough for us to control, no. And unless we're sure, there's no use in talking about it.
Oh, excuse me, but the fellow outside told us you men were the big boys around here.
Why, yes. What's on your mind?
Gentlemen, I'd like to tell you about a veteran of 4 years' service in the South Pacific. 5 battle stars, an honorable service record, a unit citation. And what happened to him?
Gosh, Chester, what happened to him?
Quiet, I'm talking about you jerk.
Well, what happened to him?
Yeah, what happened to me?
He went down to City Hall. This soldier, this defender of democracy, and he asked for a job working for the city he loves, and the city he fought for, the city he died for.
Chester, I'm not dead.
Well, then move once in a while and keep me posted. Anyway, gentlemen, when he asked for this job, did he get it? Did he?
No, he didn't. I was there.
Well, why bother us about this?
Why, everybody knows the Liberty Bell machine runs this town and controls the city jobs. Now, this boy has to have a political job. He's too dumb to be anything but a politician.
Please, Chester, don't tell them I'm dumb. That won't make them want to give me a job.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. Joe, did you hear that? A veteran, been overseas 4 years, got battle stars.
Yeah, and he's a real ignoramus. He is a real ignoramus. Yeah. He'll make a fine mayor, fine.
My boy, your friend has convinced us that it is our duty to you as a veteran to get you started in a position with the city.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm willing to do anything you can suggest.
Oh, that's fine. Just the man we need. But why start off with some insignificant little job?
Well, that's mighty nice of you. After all, if you have something a shade above starting at the bottom, it would be nice. Just what position did you have in mind for him?
The Liberty Bell Party is going to run him in the coming election as their candidate for the office of mayor.
Oh, that's fine. I think...
I don't get it.
Well, why shouldn't the next mayor be a veteran? Why? Most of our young citizens today are veterans. It just shows that the Liberty Bell machine gives the people what they want.
Well, I still don't get it. We walk in, I say a few words, and now he's going to be a mayor. Hey, what a salesman I must be. My gosh, who knows? If I don't keep my big mouth shut, he's liable to become president.
Can this be true? Sad sack for mayor? Oh, this is one campaign I don't want to miss. Well, as hard as it is to believe, the Liberty Bell Party, for reasons best known to us, is actually going to run Sad Sack for mayor. At the moment, we find Sad Sack at his boarding house with Chester and their landlady, listening to an announcement of same on the radio.
So bending to the will of the public which the Liberty Bell Party always serves, they announced today their intention to run for the office of mayor a dark horse candidate, a combat veteran of 4 years in the Pacific, Sad Sack. And this winds up our 5 o'clock summary of the news. Now a word from our sponsor, Lady Lasborne's Hotcake.
You have just been listening to the noted news analyst, Drew Gruskin. Mr. Gruskin's views are his own, and in no way express the views of Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes. For Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes are non-political and delicious. Lady Lasborne's Hotcakes contain no minerals, no vitamins, no uranium. It's just 100% pure hotcake. So don't forget.
Well, that's enough of that.
Well, it's true. I can't believe it, but it's true. I heard them say it. Sad sack for mayor.
Of course it's true. Gosh, wait till Lucy and Mr. Twitchell hear I'm running for mayor. They'll have respect for me now.
Sack, enough of this idle talk. We've got to get busy. We've got to plan your campaign, your platform.
Yes, I've got to get a campaign slogan. Let's see. Oh, I know. I shall return.
What is that?
Well, General MacArthur was very successful with it.
No, forget the slogan. Now, what's important is, what are you going to do? What changes are you going to make?
Well, for one thing, I'm going to be an honest mayor. The first thing I'm going to do is clean this town up.
You really think the town needs cleaning up?
Certainly. Only this morning I ran my finger along the curb and look, dust.
Well, I didn't know you meant that kind of a cleanup, but at least it's different. While other politicians are appealing to the man on the street, you'll be the first one to appeal to the man in the gutter.
Yes, and I've got other changes to make as mayor. Look at the school system, for instance.
What's wrong with it?
It's all wrong. The idea of little kiddies going to school in the daytime when they should be out in the bright sunshine.
Well, what would you suggest?
I'd have them in school at night when there is no sun. Say from 8 at night until 3 in the morning. Kindergarten only until 2 in the morning.
But when would the children sleep?
During their classes. I'm not going to change that.
Zach, the important thing is that you be an honest mayor. No graft, no dirty politics, no gravy job for friends, no payoffs to pals, no... By the way, what have you got in mind for me?
I wondered when this was going to start. This I prefer not to hear.
But, Chester, you said yourself that as mayor I shouldn't give jobs to friends. No, I can't do it.
Well, then forget the friendship. Give me a job and I'll hate you.
Well, I suppose I could give you a small job in the License Bureau.
Oh, come. You can give me a bigger job. I'll hate you more than that. Say, how about making me a police commissioner?
Oh, we'll talk about it later, Chester. Right now, I just want to think about being mayor. Gosh, Lucy, you'll be the first lady of the city.
Sad Sack, I'm glad you're home. I want to talk to you.
Why, Mr. Twitchell and Lucy.
Hello, Sad Sack.
Well, Lucy, I guess I've proved I've got the stuff to be a success. When they pick you for mayor, you have to have something on the ball.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Sad Sack, don't you realize they're just using you as a dupe?
Mr. Twitchell, don't you mean dope?
That's not a correction, merely an addition.
Well, what's this all about? You should be congratulating Sad Sack.
Don't you understand, Chester? The Liberty Bell Party is losing power, so they're trying to steal the veterans' vote.
That's right, but they want a veteran they can control, so they can continue with their dirty politics. They want a dope.
Mr. Twitchell, don't you mean dupe?
But why are you so interested, Mr. Twitchell?
Because I'm a committee member of the reform group. We want to see Judge Saunders get in as mayor and clean this town up. This town really needs it.
You're right, Mr. Twitchell. I was just pointing out to Chester how dusty the curbs are.
Don't you see, Sad Sack? They think they can exploit your record as a soldier to win the election for them and beat the mayor this town really needs, Judge Saunders.
And once you become mayor, they wouldn't let you open your mouth. Their torpedoes and hoodlums would bully you into doing things their way.
Gosh, Mr. Twitchell, Lucy, I didn't know this. I know what I'll do. I'll refuse to run.
Sad sack, this town won't forget you for this.
Yes, dear. I have more respect for you right now than if you had become mayor.
Now, hey, wait a minute. If you really feel so strongly about getting Judge Sanders in, why have Sadsack withdraw as a candidate?
What do you mean, Chester?
Well, if Sadsack withdraws, they're liable to pull the wool over the eyes of another veteran and get him to run for mayor. No, the only way to defeat the Liberty Bell machine is to let Sadsack run, but make sure he's a bad candidate. We'll handle his campaign, we'll write his speeches, and we'll make sure he loses votes.
Chester, you've got an idea there. The Liberty Bellers are having a big rally in a few days. Sadsack can substitute our speech for the one they give him and really turn the voters against him. Oh, but I don't know whether the boy can do it. It takes acting.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get up there and give them everything I've got. I'll make them think I'm a jerk.
I'm wrong. He can do it. Chester, what a great piece of political strategy this is.
And now, citizens of our glorious city, the Liberty Bell Party would like to present its candidate for mayor, a newcomer to politics, but a veteran at fighting for freedom, our GI choice,
Okay, Sad Sack, you got that speech we wrote for you?
Oh, I got a different one I'm going to make, Mr. Hooley.
What? But listen, you can't
Please, there's no time to argue. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want a fool for mayor?
No!
Do you want a weakling for mayor?
No!
Do you want a coward for mayor?
No!
Well, elect me and you'll have all three. In fact, fellow citizens, if you have any brains at all, you'll vote for Judge Saunders on the reform ticket. I know I'm going to.
Sad Sack, what are you trying to do? You're a fool.
I know it. I just told the people that. To continue, ladies and gentlemen, most politicians promise you everything and give you nothing. But not me. I promise you nothing and I'll live up to it. So if you want a man who will really do something for you, vote for Judge Saunders, who has...
Oh, Sack, you were wonderful. If that speech didn't succeed in making you unpopular, I don't know what could. Nobody in their right mind would vote for you now.
Yes. Did you see how mad Ed Hooley, the Liberty Bell boss, was? Gee, I just got out of there in time. Oh, I can't wait to hear... Why, Mr. Twitchell, what's the matter?
I can't believe it. I can't understand it. It's impossible. Give me an aspirin. No, better not. Give me poison.
Why, what's wrong? You ought to be happy over Sack's speech last night.
Happy? Look at these newspapers. Town goes mad over GI candidate. Any man honest enough to admit his shortcomings will make a more honest mayor than this town has ever had. Sad Sack shows the wit and decision of another Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln? Gee, do you think they'll ever put my head on a penny?
I don't know, but you got the right size head for it. Chester, we're in a mess. The whole idea boomeranged on us. Sad Sack's the most popular candidate the town's ever had.
I'll get it. Hello, Sad Sack speaking.
Hello, Sad Sack. This is Ed Hooley. I want to apologize for last night. I didn't realize what you were up to, my boy. Oh, what a politician you are. The newspapers ate it up. You're a cinch to be our next mayor. Well, I'll talk to you later. Chief, goodbye.
That was Ed Hooley to congratulate me. I guess we are in a mess.
We've got to do something to save this election.
Oh, wait a minute. There's still time left to make Sad Sack unpopular. Now, let's think. One of the things that politicians do to make themselves popular that we can reverse.
They kiss babies.
Don't be silly.
Wait a minute. The boy's got something there. Women will never vote for a man who doesn't like their children. We'll have Sad Sack going around refusing to kiss babies. It can't miss making him unpopular. Come on, Sad Sack. We'll go right over to the park.
You mean you two fellows have been out all day refusing to kiss babies?
Yes. I'd go up to a mother and say, I'm candidate for mayor. Is that your baby? Then she'd say, yes, would you like to kiss him? And I'd say, no thanks, I don't like to kiss babies.
And boy, would they throw him a dirty look after he refused to kiss their kid. Oh, he's certainly unpopular now.
Mr. Twitchell. Not again.
I can't believe it. I can't understand it. It's impossible. Give me an aspirin. Give me poison. Better yet this time, just stab me.
Well, now what?
Look at these headlines on every paper in town. Sad Sack refuses to kiss babies to win votes. Would rather lose votes than take chance of spreading disease. Board of Health now solidly behind GI candidate. First sanitary politician to run for office.
What a mess. The more he does wrong, the more they want to elect him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Twitchell. I don't know whether there's enough time left to make him unpopular. There's just one more rally for him to speak at.
Oh, it's no use.
Wait. I've come to a decision. As long as I'm so popular, why shouldn't I become mayor? Only a good one like Judge Saunders would be. Instead of pretending I'm a fool at this last rally, I'll be myself.
Oh, no change, huh?
Yes, there will be a change. As long as I'm so popular, I'll promise the things we veterans need. New houses, decent jobs, and honest administration.
Sad Sack, if you'll do that, then I'm behind you. Go to it, son.
Thank you, Mr. Twitchell.
Well, Sad Sack, back from the rally already? How'd it go?
Oh, fine, Mr. Twitchell. Your candidate, Judge Saunders, is a cinch to get elected.
I did. Huh? What do you mean?
Well, this time, when I wanted to be elected and told him that I'd spend every dollar it takes to get the things this town really needs, guess what?
What?
Boy, did I become unpopular.
The Sad Sack returns in just a moment. Well, for once, Sad Sack, Mayor Reject, has gotten back into his girl's good graces by being unsuccessful. We find him now with Lucy, getting back.
Sad Sack, you may not be the mayor of this city, but, you'll still be the mayor of me.
Oh, Lucy, don't say that.
Why not?
I promised Chester when I took office that I'd cut him in for 50% of my jurisdiction.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks. Thank you, Sportsman and Victor Miller. Well, last night was date night in Mel Blanc's little town, and in almost every house, prospective father-in-laws were bidding cheery goodbyes to courting swains. In the Anderson house, Mr. Anderson was saying, "Good night, Joe."
Good night, Mr. Anderson.
And in the Brown household, Mr. Brown was saying,
Good night, Sam. Good night, Mr. Brown.
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc spent the evening courting his girl, Betty, Betty's father, Mr. Colby, was saying,
Get out of here and never come back again. Good night, Mr. Colby.
So the next morning we find Mel standing in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
You know, Tommy, I can't figure your father out.
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, I don't know whether he likes me or not. Last night he threw me out of the house, and yet the night before he said, Mel, go out and take my car. He even escorted me to the driver's seat and started the motor, waved goodbye, and said, Mel, run her all night.
Well, what's wrong with that?
In a locked garage? Doesn't look right.
Well, it's your own fault, Mel. You act too much like a weakling.
I'm a weakling? Your father's the one who's a weakling. Why, yesterday he was strangling me for 10 minutes before he finally let go of my throat.
Well, that's because he thought you were dead.
Well, I fooled him. Blue is my natural color.
Mel, why don't you use a different approach to my old man? Stop walking in on your hands and knees. Why don't you be pleasant? Crack a few jokes.
Say, that's a great idea, Tommy. After all, I'm a natural-born comedian. Listen to this great joke, kid. It seems George Washington's father bought him a little hatchet. And that night, little George, instead of chopping down a cherry tree, sneaked into his father's room and tried to take a chip off the old block. You get a chip off the old block. Hatchet, hatchet.
Hatchet yourself. You laid it.
It's a fine way to talk to your prospective brother-in-law. Don't forget, someday I'll marry your sister Betty, and then, who knows, you may even have a little nephew that looks just like me.
So I'll be a monkey's uncle. Oh, now stop kidding yourself, Mel. You'll never marry my sister as long as my father hates you like he does.
Yeah, that's what you think. Oh, you better go, Tommy. Here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. He's a very important guy.
Oh, is that the lodge Pop is trying to get into? The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras?
Yeah.
Well, greeting, Brother Zebra. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. So long, Tommy. This is all secret lodge business.
Yeah, I get it. Ugga-ugga-boo. What's such a secret? I said that before I could talk.
Well, I just came around to remind you about the important meeting tonight, Mel. Looks like we're about to get that priority to build a new lodge auditorium.
Gee, I thought there were a lot of people ahead of us.
Well, the top priority went to the pool hall. Then came the saloon, and then the bowling alley. We're ahead of only one person.
Who's that?
A veteran who wants to build a house. And another thing, Mel, we're voting on Colby's application for membership.
I thought Betty's father was voted in last year.
Well, he didn't get quite enough votes, so we declared him a zebra without stripes.
Well, what's that?
A jackass.
Well, I sure would like to be there to vote for him, but I've got something more important. I got to go up to Mr. Colby's house and square myself with him.
Why, are you in trouble with Colby again? What'd you do this time to make him mad?
Well, last night Mr. Colby finally got delivery on his new 1946 console radio. You should have seen it. They delivered it in a beautiful plastic crate. In fact, it was so beautiful it got me all confused.
Well, what did you do?
I threw out the radio and plugged in the crate.
So that's why he tossed you out of the house again, huh?
Yeah. I've been tossed on the lawn so much I'm beginning to feel like the afternoon paper. Gee, if I only knew what to do to make Mr. Colby like me. I can't even get near him.
Well, Mel, why don't you send your assistant, Zookie, over? You let him deliver a box of candy and attach a personal note. Nothing better.
Hey, that's a good idea. Thank you, mighty potentate.
Well, anything to help a brother zebra, you know. So long, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-boo-boo, ugga-ugga-boo-boo.
Oh, careful, Mel. You slipped up on that password.
Well, what do you mean?
You uggered when you should have booed.
Now to get a box of candy and write a little note. Boy, this is great. I can just see Zookie giving it to Mr. Colby now.
Oh, hello, Zookie. What brings you here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Mel sent me over with this box of candy.
Oh, huh. That nincompoop Mel is trying to get in good with me. 2 pounds of assorted fruits and nuts. And a note from him, too.
Yeah, it's a poem. I'll read it to you. Roses are red. Violets are blue. That's why I send these fruits and nuts to you.
Oh, Betty.
Yes.
Look what Mel sent over.
Oh, gee. Oh, that's nice. Oh, hello, Zookie.
Hello,
Betty.
Thanks.
Zookie, Mel must have spent a lot of money on this candy.
Well, he took it out of the bank. You see, he traded in his accordion. He collected some money. He cut my salary.
Well, the candy's nice, but I don't know whether I ought to forgive Mel for what he did to my new radio.
I got a repairman coming in to fix the radio, and it's costing me $50.
Daddy, why don't you give Mel another chance?
I don't want him near that radio. Tonight my favorite program is on, and I want to hear it.
Oh, but Mel could fix your radio. He fixed the Anderson radio, and now it brings in all the you can get Africa, you can get China, you can get Russia, it's dead as a doornail.
However, I can't overlook the fact that Mel did make a peace offering. So, Zookie, you may tell Mel he can come over here tonight to see Betty. But he's got to keep his hands off the radio.
Oh, I'll promise for Mel, Father. Zookie, now you run back to the fix-it shop and tell Mel.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is swell. When I tell Mel, why, he'll be so happy he'll take me in his arms and he'll hug, he'll kiss. Hey, Betty, you better go.
Well, with a gift of a 2-pound box of nuts and fruits, Mel had made Mr. Colby forget the fact that he almost ruined Mr. Colby's brand new 1946 console radio. So what was a scene of terror last night has turned into a meeting of jolly fellowship tonight as we once again find Mel in the Colby home.
Try this one, Mr. Colby. It's a liquid cherry.
Oh, no, Mel. I know a caramel when I see one.
It's a liquid cherry, Mr. Colby.
Don't tell me. I know it's a caramel. Here, I'll squeeze it.
Well, with a little whipped cream on your head, you'd look just like a sundae. You know, Mr. Colby, that's a wonderful radio you got there.
Yes, and I've waited 5 years for it. I can hardly wait for the repairman to come and hook it up.
Gosh, it's a beauty. 8 push buttons, and all you have to do is press it like... Mr. Colby, get your hands off my throat!
Well, you keep your hands off that radio.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, I'm the handiest man in this town. Even when I was a kid, they called me Kid Fix-It. I'll never forget when I was 10. There was a gas leak in my neighbor's house. Right away, they called me. So I went down the cellar looking for that gas leak with a candle, a box of matches, and a cigarette lighter.
I'll bet they threw you out of the house.
What house? But no kidding, I can really fix that radio.
Oh, hello, Mel.
Hi, Betty.
Daddy, are you getting angry again?
No, but your boyfriend had better stop his stupid bragging. He's just proving what I've always said. His head is full of hot air.
Father, that's not fair. Everyone in town is saying that his head is full of hot air. But believe me, there's nothing in it. Father, Mel is never going to get anywhere unless someone gives him a chance. And who else should give him a chance but those closest to him?
That's right, Mr. Colby, and after all, I'm going to marry your daughter.
You're going to marry my daughter? You ever thought about me?
Yes, but Betty's much prettier.
But Betty, Mel can't support you. You need the necessities of life. How will you get them?
We'll charge them.
All right, you'll charge them. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And then what do you do?
We'll move to another neighborhood and start all over again. Doesn't everybody?
Why? I'd have to be an idiot to let you marry my daughter.
Thank you for your consent.
Oh, I've had enough of this. I'm going to...
Oh, look, Mr. Colby, I've taken all I can from you.
Oh, really? What are you going to do about it?
How would you like to step outside?
That suits me fine. Come on.
Okay. Well, Betty, now that we're alone, I think that I ought to...
Well, Blanc.
What'd you say, Mr. Colby?
Father, control yourself. You can't strike Mel. After all, he soon may be your own lodge brother.
Well, yes. I was supposed to run down to the meeting and see if they'd voted me in. Oh, I'm late already. All right, Betty, you stay here and watch Mel. Now, don't you let him touch that radio. The repairman ought to be here any minute.
Now, don't you worry about it. Goodbye, Father.
Oh, goodbye, Betty.
Aren't you going to say goodbye to Mel?
You know, there's one thing that worries me, Betty. With your father hating me so much, you're liable to begin to hate me, too.
Oh, no, darling. I'll always love you. Even though I don't know exactly why. After all, you're not handsome. You're not intelligent. You're not successful. You're not...
Please, Betty, this could go on all night. Well, let's forget about your father for a minute, darling. We're all alone now, and I have a much more important question to ask you.
Oh, Mel. Oh, this is so sudden.
Oh, Betty.
Yes, Mel?
Betty,
Go on, Mel. Ask me that question.
All right. Betty, can I fix your father's radio?
Mel, you stay away from that radio.
No, this is my big chance to show off to your father.
But, Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Betty, how can I go wrong? Oh, here's the book of instructions. I'll start right from the beginning. It says, follow the instructions in this booklet very carefully, as this radio represents the result of 102 years of extensive electronic research and can be ruined in 5 minutes by a jerk like you. Betty, your father wrote in this book. Who needs this book anyway? Betty, bring me a hammer and a corkscrew.
Oh, just a minute. Oh, Mel, it's the repairman.
Oh, we don't need him. Send him away.
But the radio's all fixed. I'm sorry you had to come.
But
Is everything all right, Mel?
Sure, Betty, we're all set.
But, Mel, there's a tube left over.
Well, let's not waste it. Screw it into the chandelier. Well, let's go. Turn the knob, Betty.
Nothing's happening.
Well, you gotta give the set a chance to warm up. You see, the tubes are beginning to light up. See, it's getting nice and warm. Now the wires are beginning to light up. Hey, now the set is beginning to light up.
Shall I call the mechanic?
Call the fire department.
Oh, don't be silly. I'll pull out the plug. Oh, gosh, you've ruined the radio.
Oh, Betty, this is the darkest moment of my life.
Well, it's the same for me, Mel.
Well, you're a little better off. I left my life insurance policy in your name.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Why don't you try to get away?
Oh, it's too late. Oh, wait a minute. Why should I die without a struggle? I got an idea. I'm a born actor.
What are you thinking of, Mel?
I'll get in back of the radio set and act. Whatever your father tunes in, I'll do.
Oh, Mel, that's ridiculous.
Well, sure, I could do it. I'll hop in back of the set right now.
Oh, Father, I didn't expect you back so soon.
Well, I haven't finished voting at the lodge yet, so I came back. Where's Mel?
Well, he's in back of the, went back.
Oh, went back. That's good. Well, Betty, I just saw the mechanic's truck pull away from the house. Now I can listen to my radio.
Oh, but Daddy...
Now, step aside, Betty. It's time for my favorite program, the Movie Guild Playhouse. And tonight they have 2 big stars. I'll turn it on.
Oh, Cherie, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, Pepe, do you really? Really, do you? Do you really?
Oh, Cherie, you know I do. I do. I do.
Really? I'm so glad you do. Really, I am. Really.
This is dreadful. I'm going to write to the Movie Guild Playhouse people.
Address all letters to 160 South Vista Street.
This is unbelievable. I got to get some music. Oh, yes, the Philharmonic is on.
The Philharmonic? Oh, but Daddy, he can't.
I'll just push the button here.
And now the house lights dim in Carnegie Hall. The spotlight picks up the conductor as he mounts the podium. And now the orchestra plays the overture from Tristan and Isolde.
Good heavens. I've never heard the Philharmonic play like that.
And now the Philharmonic continues with Beethoven's 5th Symphony.
Oh, well, maybe this will be a little better. This is impossible. I'll switch back to the Movie Guild.
Pepe, I do love you. Really, I do. Really.
And I do too. Do too. Do too.
Oh, it's getting worse all the time. I'll turn back to the Philharmonic. Oh, no! Oh, there's something wrong with this radio. Oh, maybe I'll have better luck on the shortwave.
Ashlovich, Matuka, Daronik, Giboya, Jifinia, leading by 50,000 votes. Kovnyak, Bianite, Lubia, 16, UCLA, Nyati. Panya, Bruka, Ichi, Adoma, Panya, Lukia, Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
I've never heard anything like this in my life. Something is wrong with this radio.
Father,
I'll just feel around in the back of the set. Now let me, Betty.
Yes, Father.
One of these tubes has hair on it. Wait just a minute. I look behind the set. Mel Blanc, what have you got to say for yourself? Mel Blanc, I'm going to take you and break every bone. it's Mr. Cushing. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll be through in just a minute.
Well, greetings, Mel. Mr. Colby, why are you standing on Mel's head?
I'm not standing on his head. I'm jumping up and down.
Well, you'd better stop, because the lodge is deadlocked. 12 for you and 12 against you. And Mel has the deciding vote.
He has? He has? Well, Mel, my son, come on, get up off the floor. Are you, going to vote for me?
Well, get your foot out of my mouth first, Mr. Colby.
Pardon me. Mel, my boy, tell me, am I in the lodge?
Mr. Cushing, let me whisper my decision in your ear.
Well, am I in?
Mr. Colby, allow me to be the first to say, ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Mel, my boy!
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
And this is Mel Blanc saying, thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But right now, here's a question for you. Did you know that you can overeat and still be undernourished? That it's not so much the quantity of food you eat as the kind of food you eat that's important? Well, it's true. And that's why you should learn all you can about the right foods to serve your family. Wholesome, protective foods that provide the energy and real nourishment your family needs. So it's important to you that delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft is one of the right foods, and that it's so economical you can serve your family all they need. Yes, Parquet margarine is a protective food that's packed full of wholesome nourishment. Parquet is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. And you all know how important vitamin A is. It's truly a protective vitamin. Well, Parquet margarine is rich in vitamin A. There are 9,000 units in every pound. And don't forget, Parquet is the margarine with the delicious flavor, whether you use it at the table for baking or for pan frying. So ask your dealer for delicious, economical Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Here we are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Report of estate of Margie and Leroy Forrester miners, submitted by Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Guardian.
Well, it looks very neat, Ted. Should impress Judge Hooker. Is it complete?
All but the name of that firm that leased the 12th Street property.
Oh, yes. Let's see. What was that firm? Oh, yes, the Swanky Hanky Shoppy.
Thanks. I'll just fill that in. It was a 99-year lease, wasn't it?
Yes, 99 years with monthly options. Oh, Marjorie.
Oh, hello, Ted.
Hi, Margie. Say, that's a new dress, isn't it?
Yes. What do you think of it?
Stop asking him questions, Marjorie, or he'll charge the estate for giving a legal opinion. I'll go in the other room, young man, and tend to your papers.
Okay.
Did you want me?
Yes. All ready to go to court, eh? What about your brother? Where is Leroy?
Oh, I sent him to change his shirt for the third time. Uncle, I wish we'd make him get rid of that printing press.
Well, little boys will always revert to type. Now tell him to hurry. I don't want to be late. This is important, and I'm getting jittery about it.
Oh, now relax and take it easy, Uncle Throckmorton.
Relax?
Ted says the report is in fine shape. Why, there's nothing to be excited about. How is it?
No, by George. Come to think of it, I've done wonders. I do say so myself. In fact, I will say so myself. I've done wonders.
I think so. Why, since you arrived in Summerfield a month ago, you've straightened out all of our investments, rented that vacant property, and even put the kitchen on a budget. Why, Judge Hooker should be very pleased.
I hope so. I made up my mind to demonstrate to that old... What is it Leroy calls him? Old Leroy?
What, Uncle Mort?
What was it I told you not to call Judge Hooker?
Pickle Puss.
That's it. I made up my mind to show that old pickle puss that a competent businessman could administer this estate properly. Why? Because you can't put anything over on me.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
Where did you buy them bananas?
Well, from a man in a truck. They were bargains, too. The stores want 30 cents a dozen, and he only charged me 25.
Well, he done gypped you. There was only 9 bananas.
Yes. As I was saying, Marjorie, you can't put anything over on my type of businessman. We have a certain alertness. Oh, Great Danes.
What's wrong?
Look at the time. We'll be late for court.
Oh, but court stays open until 5 o'clock, Uncle Mort.
Yes, but we can't just drop in whenever we want, my dear. It isn't a barbershop, you know. We have to be there when the judge is ready to take us.
Oh, like a beauty parlor.
Yes. You see, I don't want to arrive late and have trouble with old Cucumber Face. I've got to get back here and pack up my bag so I can take the night train.
The night train?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm going back to Wistful Vista this evening.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
I thought you were going to stay here and live with us.
Well, I am. That's why I'm going back to Wistful Vista.
Huh?
To sell or lease my house there.
You are? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, Leroy.
Yeah, what's this?
Uncle Mort's going to sell his house in Wistful Vista and come back here and live with us.
Oh, boy, gee, that's wonderful, Uncle Mort.
Take it easy.
Do you want me to make you a for sale sign on my printing press?
No. Thanks just the same. You haven't got that many shirts to spare. Oh, Ted, is it time to go?
Yes, we should hurry down to the courthouse.
Everybody ready? Leroy, Marjorie, Ted, Bertie?
Bertie's not going to court with us, Uncle Mort.
I know that. I just want a glass of water. That ham I had for breakfast. Water, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, bringing it.
Good. Anybody else want any water?
No, thank you. Here you are, sir.
You better hurry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
1 second while I drink this. Thanks, Bertie. Now I'm ready to go. Oh. Excuse me, I must have drunk too fast.
Wait a minute, Ted. I think Uncle Mort has the hiccups.
Hiccups? No, I'll be all right. Oh.
Maybe you better do something about it.
No, I'll be all right. Oh.
Well, Uncle Mort, you better sit down and rest a minute.
Well, what about court? You know, old Judge...
Judge Hooker, he'll wait.
Yes, I can have it put over till tomorrow.
But I got to get back to Wistful Vista, Ted. I couldn't do that. Or could I?
Why not, Unc?
No. I'll be all right in a few minutes. Oh, isn't this silly?
Now, don't try to talk, Uncle Mort. Just sit quietly for a few minutes and rest.
Rest? All right, I'll rest.
Maybe it'd help if you unbuttoned your vest, Unc.
Unbutton my vest? I'll try it. Yes, that seems a little better. Spoke too soon. Better button it up again. Yeah.
Say, I know a sure cure for hiccups. It never fails.
It doesn't? Well, what is it?
Drink a glass of water.
Oh, but Marjorie, my dear, don't you remember? That's how I got him, drinking water.
No, but you didn't drink slowly.
Slow.
You've got to take 9 swallows of water and not breathe in between.
Not breathe? What am I, a fish?
Now, Uncle Mort, it's cured thousands.
Sure, you know, a hair from the dog that bit you.
Ted, this is hiccups, not hydrophobia.
Well, I'll get a glass of water.
You better get a pitcher in case one glassful won't do it.
What are you trying to do? Drown him? No more water, Marjorie. One more swallow and I'll fly back to Capistrano. Oh, help me out of this rocking chair. I'm getting seasick.
Cheer up, Unc. If you can keep on hiccuping for another 2 hours, you'll get your picture in Stranger's Things.
You're a bright boy, Leroy. Now keep quiet.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just remembered something that'll take care of those hiccups.
You do, Ted? What is it?
But it's simply a matter of breath control. Say, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers without taking a breath.
Oh,
Go on, try it, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right. Peter Piper picked...
No, slower, like this.
Like this.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. That way.
Peter Piper picked... Oh, more water, Bertie.
Here we is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks. Well, who's got the next suggestion? Step right up. Don't be bashful. Gildersleeve the guinea pig. That's me.
I wouldn't be bringing it up, Mr. Gildersleeve, except I know it'll work positively. Now, if you hold a cold silver knife on the back of your neck, then hiccups will be gone with the wind.
Well, all right, I'll try anything once. Have you got a cold knife, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I brought one right here with me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Unbutton your collar, Uncle. There.
Ooh, it sends the shivers up and down my spine. Where'd you get that knife, Bertie?
I had it in the refrigerator. You never can tell when a nice cold knife comes in handy. Hey, Uncle Mort!
Uncle Mort, I was outside talking to my pal, Piggy Banks, and when he had the hiccups,
Say, what's that knife doing in your back? Did they operate on you?
Oh, no, Leroy. Bertie suggested cold silver against the back of my neck.
Oh, that won't work. It will, too, you Leroy. I've been watching your uncle since he tried it, and he ain't hit once.
By George, come to think of it, I haven't hit. This is wonderful, Bertie. Thanks very much. Remind me to give you $1. Ted, let's get started for the courthouse.
But, Uncle Mort, a cold knife against the back of the neck cures nosebleeds, not hiccups. Why, that's right.
Oh, I thought so, too.
You mean to say it's not good for hiccups? Oh, jumping jelly beans. Oh, they've come back again. Forget about that $1, Bertie.
Say, Uncle Mort, I know a sure cure. It can't miss.
No, Leroy. It's my turn this time. I've just remembered a remedy.
But that isn't fair. I spoke up first.
Say, whose hiccups are these? Yours or mine?
Okay, go ahead. They're your hiccups. What's your remedy, Uncle Mort?
Well, I'll take a cold shower. The shock should stop me.
It sounds logical.
Well, it won't hurt at any rate. We got to do something so I won't keep speaking out of turn in court.
I'll get the car out of the garage.
I'll bet that shower doesn't work, Marge. Now, my idea is to scare Uncle Mort. What for? Well, that's an absolute positive cure for hiccups. How do you know? It cured Piggy Banks when he had him something terrible. How'd he get them? Drinking a whole bottle of pop at one gulp. Honest, his family tried everything. Then his kid brother put a string of firecrackers in his pocket and lit the fuse. That did the trick, all right. But didn't those firecrackers burn a big hole in his coat pocket? No, Piggy wasn't wearing a coat. Gee, if I could only think of something super to pull on Uncle Mort, I bet I'd scare the hiccups right out of him. Now, you wait a minute, Leroy. Don't you do anything drastic. Oh, me? When did I ever do anything? Say, how's about it if I put ketchup on my head and stagger into his room and fall down on the floor? Leroy Forrester, now don't you dare. Well, all right. Let's see. What else would frighten those darn old hiccups?
Ooh. Oh, it's freezing in the shower. Bertie must be using the hot water in the kitchen. Oh, this water is ice cold. Oh.
Uncle Mort! Uncle Mort!
Yes?
Uncle Mort, where are you? The house is on fire!
What?
The house is on fire!
Oh, I've got to get out of here. Oh, where's my clothes? No time for clothes. My bathrobe, where'd I put it? Never mind, here's a big towel. All right, come on, Leroy. Which way shall we go?
No, Uncle Mort, go back.
Why?
Because you still got the hiccups.
What's that got to do with the house being on fire?
It isn't on fire. I was just trying to scare you.
Scare me? What's the big idea?
Gee, I only meant it for the best. I was just trying to frighten the hiccups away.
If I ever ran out of the house like this, I'd frighten the neighbors away.
I'm awful sorry, Uncle Mort. Say, you better get back in the shower. There's a big drip on the carpet.
Who, me? You clear out of here now. As soon as I get dry, we're going down to the court. Hiccups or no hiccups? All right, folks. I'm ready to go now. Come on, Ted. Come on, Marjorie.
We're coming.
Yeah. Where's Leroy?
I think he went out. He must be waiting in the car.
Good. I hope the judge doesn't mind.
Okay, buddy, stick him up. Your money or your life.
Leroy, come out of that closet and put back that water pistol.
Oh, that didn't work either.
You can't frighten me, Leroy. I'll go out and get in the car, young man.
Told you, Leroy. Just you wait. I'll figure out a scheme that'll make Uncle Mort forget all about those beeps of his.
Yeah. Now, get in the car, everybody. Lovely day, isn't it? Too bad I can't appreciate it. Maybe being in the fresh air like this, my hiccups will... Oh, no, they won't. Oh, the car's doing it, too.
Boy, every time you hiccup, PP, your foot goes down on the gas.
You think so?
Yes. You want to stop and let me drive?
No, we haven't got time.
Careful, Uncle Mort. Careful, you just went through a traffic signal.
I can't help it. I'm afraid they're getting worse. Oh, lots worse. Yeah, the curve, certainly, officer. Yeah.
What's the idea of driving down the street like a jackrabbit and jumping the signal? Where's your driver's license?
Well, it's like this, officer.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Hey, what's going on here?
My uncle has a severe attack of hiccups.
Yes, he got it drinking a glass of water.
Water, huh? Well, that's original anyway.
He's been hiccuping for hours. Show the officer how you've been hiccuping, Uncle.
See?
Never mind, I've heard him before.
Officer, we're in somewhat of a hurry. We're rushing down to the...
I get it, to a doctor. Well, come on.
What? Oh, of course, that's it. Where's the nearest doctor, officer? Let's not dilly-dally.
Gee, you got it bad. Follow me, I'll clear a way for you.
Thank you.
Well, here we are, Medical Center building.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, officer.
Yes.
Well, that's all right. Same thing happened to my sister's kid 2 months ago. You know how we cured her? Made her eat a quart of ice cream fast.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll put that down on my list.
Hurry, Uncle Mort. Shall we go with you?
No, you 2 children stay here with Ted. Oh.
Going up?
Yes. Is there a doctor in the building who specializes in hiccups? I mean, a cure for hiccups?
Oh, you might try Dr. Simard on 7. Get in, please.
Yeah.
Say, you've got them bad, mister.
Yeah.
Well, I know something that will cure them in no time.
You do? What is it?
Eat a quart of ice cream fast.
Yeah.
7th floor. There's Dr. Simard's waiting room, 4 doors down.
Thank you very much. All this fuss over these silly hiccups. Well, at least I'll get rid of them for sure now. Dr. E.E. Simard, throat, chest, and stomach. That should cover hiccups, I guess. Oh.
How do you do? Do you wish to see the doctor?
No, I just dropped in to catch up on my last year's reading.
Well, you should do something about those hiccups. Now, a quart of ice cream eaten fast.
I know, it's a sure cure. But I want some competent medical advice. Is the doctor busy?
Not at the moment. Now, if you'll step in here and disrobe.
I don't want to disrobe. I want to see the doctor.
But if the doctor is going to examine you, you...
He keeps his clothes on, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, then I'll keep mine on, too. Where is he?
Step in here. Doctor, this gentleman wishes to consult.
Tut, Miss Wood. How many times have I told you that patients must disrobe? We've been all through that, Doctor. There's no need for me to do that. You can see what's wrong with me.
Open your mouth, please, and unbutton your vest. Thank you. You can close your mouth now. Well, it didn't take me long to diagnose this case.
No?
No, you're suffering from an intermittent, uncontrollable diaphragmatic spasm causing a sudden inhalation which is interrupted by a spasmodic closure of the glottis.
I am?
Yes.
Well, what does that mean, Doctor?
You hiccup.
I know I hiccup. I can hear myself. How do I get rid of them?
Now, don't get excited. I have a painless and infallible cure.
Oh, you have? What is it?
Eat a quart of ice cream fast. That'll be $5, please.
Oh!
The judge's chambers are down at the end of the hall, T.P.
Oh, jumping jeeps. Look at the clock. This is of a time to show up.
Feeling better, Uncle Mort?
No. I've eaten so much ice cream, I sound like a good humor man.
Now, take it easy, Uncle Mort.
You take it easy, young man. And don't say anything to the judge.
Here we are.
Ted, did you send the financial report down this morning? Shh, keep quiet.
Now, don't worry. That report went down early. Should make a wonderful impression. Well, come on, let's go.
Yeah, might as well face old pickle puss.
Careful, Leroy. Anything you say will be used against me.
Come in.
Hello, Judge Hooker.
At last. I was ready to go home. What you hiccuping for, Gildersleeve?
For about 4 hours now.
Uncle Mort's been suffering all day long, Judge. Yeah, maybe if you could frighten him,
Quiet,
Judge.
Leroy, quiet. Yes, Judge. I'd have been here sooner except for that.
Well, I'm glad you sent down your report, Mr. Gildersleeve. Gave me time to study it. I'm pleased with what I found.
Gee, that's swell, Judge.
I thought you could do a good job for these children.
You did? Well, thank you, Judge Hooker. In that case, we can leave. Come on, Leroy. Come on, Marjorie. Come on, Ted.
What's your rush, Gildersleave? Take it easy.
Oh.
You're nothing but a bundle of nerves.
Yes.
Oh, I never knew nerves came in such large bundles.
That's very good. I wonder if it'd be all right if I was absent from my duties for a while, Judge. I have some business to wind up in Wistful Vista.
Sure. Go right ahead. Take all the time you want.
Oh?
Only be back next week.
Oh. Yes, I see. Well, thanks, Judge. Excuse it, please.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort. You can't travel in that condition. I bet Mr. Fowler at the drugstore would have something to relieve you.
Let's us two go see him, Marge. And if he can't help, I know a couple of other guys that can.
All right. If you'll excuse us, we'll run along.
Certainly.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
You drive Uncle Mort home.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Leroy.
Well, Ted, let's get started. Oh, I can't stop.
Hey, those hiccups must be annoying.
They are, indeed they are.
By the way, I know a sure cure for hiccups.
What, you too?
Oh, this one never fails. All you need is a brown paper bag.
A brown paper bag? Well, that takes the prize.
Shall I go out and get one, Judge?
No, here's the bag. Wait a minute. Wait till I dump the apples out.
Apples?
I teach a class at law school, and the boys always bring me apples. Now, let's try this remedy.
Oh, no, don't bother, Judge. I think they're stopping now.
Now, let's make sure. All you have to do is to breathe in and out of this bag. Understand?
I understand what to do, but I don't understand why.
You will. Just put your face in the bag. Fine. You look better already. Now go ahead and breathe.
How?
The principle is this. Normally, you exhale carbon dioxide and inhale oxygen.
I see.
But this way, you inhale the carbon dioxide you've already exhaled.
I see.
Is that clear?
No.
Well, if you stop inhaling oxygen, you'll stop hiccuping. It's really very simple.
So are you.
You ought to be all right by now. How you feeling?
Worse. Oh, my, and I almost had him licked.
Strange. It's never failed before. Let me see. There's a hole in the bag.
Oh, take me home, Ted. I'm going right to bed. Oh, stop that.
Hey, Lefty.
Yeah?
Here's a pillowcase. The ball is silver in here.
Okay.
Now, when we go out, if anyone asks who we are, we're the laundryman.
I got you, Red. Shall we take this silver cup, too?
Let me see. Awarded to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, first place potato race annual picnic, Gildersleeve Girdleweights.
Hey, I guess he was the whole works, huh? What do you say?
No. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Oh, yeah. It's too easily traced, huh?
Hey, you sure there's no dough laying around?
No. I looked every place, even behind the wallpaper.
You think we should take any more clothes, Lefty?
No. I'm wearing 3 of this guy's suits already, one on top of the other. I'd hate to have to run from some copper this way.
Yeah, it's too bad we didn't snag any dough. Well, let's get going.
Okay, you take it easy. Say, look.
Get away from that window.
Hey, there's a big fat guy coming up the walk. Quick, out the back way.
Wait a minute. Is he alone?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
No, now wait. I bet he's got a fat bankroll in his pocket. Let's hide behind these curtains.
But where?
Make it snappy.
But where?
Know the reason.
Okay, buddy, stick him up.
No, Leroy.
What you mean, Leroy? Get him up.
Oh, I see. You must be a friend of Leroy's. Yeah, he put you up to this, eh? What'll that boy think of next?
I says for you to get them hands up and keep quiet, too.
I'm sorry, mister, but it didn't work. I still got him. You see?
Hey, Red.
Oh, you brought a friend, eh?
Hey, what's the matter with this guy?
I thought you knew. I've got the hiccups. You see?
Look. This is a gun in my hand.
Yep.
And I've got a good notion to let you have it.
No, thanks. I wouldn't know what to do with it if you did.
Hey, Red.
Yeah.
Should I give it to him?
No, I don't want yours either.
You're asking for it, mister.
I am not. I don't want any guns. I'm afraid of guns. Sometimes they're loaded.
Shall I plug him, Red?
I don't think that'd cure me either, mister.
Stand out of the way, Red. I'll show this smart Alex.
Well, very realistic. Blanks, eh?
You missed. He moved. I'll try again.
Don't do that. You'll have every cop in town here.
Oh, gangbusters.
What are you going to do with a guy like that?
I know. Lefty, you stick your gat in his ribs and I'll frisk him.
Okay. Now hold still, will you? This time I can't miss.
Now cut it out. Cut it out.
Still.
Sorry, I'm ticklish.
You
Stop it! Here, give me that gun.
No. You get away from there. Hurry up, Red.
I can't. All right.
Let's take his pants off.
What?
Yeah. That way we get his roll and he can't follow us either.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't. By George, that's carrying things too far. Fine friends Leroy has taking my... Keep your hands off me, you villain.
Grab him, Red.
Oh, look out for those flowers. I warned you. Now you see what... Oh!
That's right, Lefty. Throw him on the floor.
Oh, you want to fight, eh? Well, all right. Oh, get off of me before I... Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. Stop.
Oh, you give in, huh?
Yes. You can quit now. My hiccups are all gone.
More double talk. Grab his legs, Red.
Get away from me, Red. Oh, Leroy should have never done this.
That's right, Lefty. Sit on him.
What is this? Wearing my new blue serge suit. This is the last straw. I'm not going to stand for your...
Help me, Red. Get him off. Hold still while I hit him. No. Now, don't move. Now
Now look what you've done. You've clunked your little partner.
Hey, Lefty. Speak to me.
Yeah, speak to him, Lefty. Hi, George. He's out cold. Give me that gun before you do any more damage.
Oh, no, you don't. Ouch, my foot. Oh.
The minute I saw those tight shoes, I knew you had corns.
Hey, mister, please.
What?
Please don't point that gun at me. You're just nuts enough to shoot me.
That's a very good idea. A couple of blanks might teach you not to go around...
No.
Huh?
Uncle Mort, what's the big idea leaving the front door open?
Well, at last you're here, young man. Those two friends of yours are nothing but a couple of roughnecks.
What friends? Who are these guys?
Come, Leroy. Stop pretending. It's all right. My hiccups have disappeared.
Oh, Uncle Mort. Oh! Look at this room.
What?
Who's that man? Sleeping on the floor.
That's one of Leroy's friends, and he's not sleeping. Don't try to sneak out, Red.
Gee, I
Come back here, Red, and tell Leroy what you did to me.
But, Uncle, I never saw these men before in my life. And what's all our silverware doing in a pillowcase? Uncle Mort, these guys are burglars.
They are? What? They weren't fooling? And to think that I... Oh, my. Now I've got the hiccups all over again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, I want to say that being a mere man puts me at quite a disadvantage in talking to you housewives, especially you housewives who are really good cooks, because so many of you are probably already using delicious parquet margarine made by Kraft, and already know from your own experience that it's a grand-tasting, economical margarine that can be used in many ways. Yes, you know, for instance, that parquet margarine is really delicious for table use, and good for your family, too. You know that parquet makes cookies, cakes, and pie crust taste better because it's a genuine flavor shortening that adds its own delicate taste to all baked foods. You know that parquet margarine seasons hot vegetables to a queen's taste, makes pan-fried foods taste better, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And don't overlook the fact that parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food and a year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, you housewives who use parquet know how good it is. But some of you listeners probably haven't tried parquet margarine yet. Well, if you haven't, try it. Yes, ask your dealer for a pound or two of parquet margarine tomorrow. Just say parquet, Parkay. It's made by Kraft.
There. Your bag's all packed, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank you, Marjorie.
Say, Unc, how soon will you get back from Wistful Vista?
Not until Wednesday.
Oh, you'll be gone that long?
Yes. I've got to put my house up for sale, and I also want to be on hand to greet my two little chums, Fibber McGee and Molly, when they return from their vacation Tuesday night.
Say, maybe Fibber McGee would buy your house.
No. From my past experience with Fibber McGee, he wouldn't buy the place, he'd just borrow it. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, meet Millie, created and transcribed by Frank Galen and starring Audrey Potter. Well, our Millie is a very lucky little secretary indeed. Not only does she have a good job with J.R. Boone and Son, but she stands an excellent chance one of these days of becoming Mrs. Son.
She's been going steady with Junior for some time now and getting steadily steadier. So you can hardly blame her as she takes his dictation each morning for dreaming of the day that they'll be married and she'll be dictating to him. But as we join Millie and Mama Bronson this morning, there seems to be a small cloud on this bright matrimonial horizon. Last night, Junior's family invited Millie and Mama to their house for dinner, and it appears the evening was something less than satisfactory from Millie's viewpoint.
All right already, so you're mad on me. But why? What did I do that was so terrible?
Please, Mom, I'd rather not discuss it.
I want to know. What did I do at that dinner last night that was so awful?
Mom, it's over. Let's not cry over spilt milk.
It wasn't milk, it was gravy, and it was an accident.
Okay, it was an accident.
What else did I do? I suppose asking for a bag so I could take home some of the leftover food for our dog? So how do they know we don't have a dog?
They may have guessed it when you asked for a container to carry the soup in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Millie. But with people starving in the world, I just can't stand to see food going to waste. That's the way I am, and if your snooty future-in-laws don't like it, I'm sorry.
Look, Mama, try to understand. You know I could never be ashamed of you. It's just that Junior's father sometimes is a little bit of a stuffed shirt.
If you ask me, his mother's a stuffed blouse, too.
Okay, so that's the way they are. That's why I was so anxious about you meeting them last night.
Was only doing my best to be friendly.
I know that, but you just can't go up to a person you've just met and say, I can give you the name of a good corset maker.
I'm sorry.
You ought to be. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if you'd have said it to Mrs. Boone.
Well, if you ask me, that Mr. Boone needs help. Just because his family goes way back is no reason he should be so far out in front.
Oh, Mama, you're incorrigible.
Mildred Bronson.
It means you'll never change.
Oh. Well, I'm an outspoken person, that's all. Whatever I'm thinking, I gotta say. That's such a bad way to be. Plenty of people admire me for it. Matter of fact, I think Mr. and Mrs. Boone were crazy about me last night.
You do?
Of course I do. Didn't you see how bad she felt when she suddenly got that headache and had to go to bed?
Yeah. And Mr. Boone felt so bad about her headache, he suddenly got one, too.
Yeah. And just as I was about to show the snapshots of my operation.
I bet you would have, too.
So why not?
Mama, let's face it. It was obvious that Mr. and Mrs. Boone felt uncomfortable with you last night.
They're supposed to feel comfortable with me? What am I, your mother or a mattress?
Mama, you gotta understand that type people. Their family's just lousy with tradition and history and everything. Mrs. Boone's great-grandfather served with General Grant. And Mr. Boone's great-great-great-great-grandfather served under Washington.
So hooray for them.
But you must admit they got a right to be a little proud.
Why? My Aunt Mamie on my father's side once got a quarter tip and a little pinch from President Coolidge. Do I go around with a sign on me?
Oh, what's the use of talking? I'll see you tonight. I gotta get down to the office.
Millie, darling, I'm sorry if I made you ashamed of me.
Mama, I'm not ashamed of you. It's just that Junior's parents are so conservative.
Yeah.
So next time, just try to be a little more careful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll see you tonight.
Okay. Say, Millie, Bring home some tomato sauce with you, huh? I'm going to make spaghetti for dinner. Yeah, wonderful, Alice. Who can that be? I'll get it. Yes?
Good morning.
I'm sorry we have such a loud doorbell. I guess it woke you up. What's in the suitcase? You selling something, huh?
Uh-huh.
Look, mister, we're busy now.
Oh, don't say that. I'm here to offer you an opportunity that doesn't come to many people because I don't get around much.
Yeah?
What is it, huh?
And Mama. Just a second, Millie.
Let me ask you a question. What is the greatest discovery science has made in the last 10 years as far as aiding the physical health of human beings is concerned?
Penicillin? Pooh, huh? Aromycin? Pooh also? What then? What?
Yogurt.
Yogurt?
There are tribes in the wilds of Asia who eat nothing but yogurt morning, night, and noon. They live to be 150 years old and never have colds. And when their hearts finally stop beating, it takes 6 months for them to fall down.
My goodness, how fascinating.
True, madam, true. And I have improved ordinary yogurt 200%. Imagine.
Before I go, may I ask you one question, my friend?
Sure.
If that yogurt is so energy-giving, how come you're so tired?
Because I've been too busy so far this morning to take my yogurt. Now, if you have a spoon, I'll remedy that oversight right now.
Yeah, here's a spoon right here.
Thank you. Now, just remove the top from this jar I take from my soup.
Yeah?
Put the spoon... You don't have a lighter spoon, do you? Never mind. So I'll take 1 spoonful.
Oh, it's amazing. The greatest discovery since the dawn of history. You can't afford to pass it up. You must buy my yogurt. Do you hear me? You've got to have it. You've got to have it. That's all. Yahoo!
He's finished, Mama. You can come out from under the table now.
I'm sorry if I frightened you. Must have taken a slight overdose. Now, let me explain why my yogurt is better than any yogurt you can buy in stores.
Mama, I gotta leave now or I'll be late. Promise me you won't buy more than $1 worth, huh? Yeah. Goodbye. Go ahead, Mr.
Sweetwater, Bob Sweetwater.
Yeah.
Now, then, the culture of my yogurt is much stronger than the culture of any yogurt on the market today. Why?
Goodbye, Mama.
Because the germ formed by this...
Oh, well, she doesn't gamble, she doesn't drink or smoke. She's got to have some fun. Morning, Martin.
Millie. Oh, don't move. Stand there for a moment with the morning sunlight behind you.
My gosh, don't tell me I forgot to put on a slip.
Oh, Millie, the things you say. Oh, gee, you look so pretty with the sun shining on your beautiful hair.
Well, that's sweet, Martin, but I...
No. Wait. Stop. Don't move. Just stand there and let me drink you in.
Martin, I'm late. Take bigger sips.
There you go again. Breaking up our romance with your slip remarks.
Romance? What romance?
You love me, Millie, even though you won't admit it. When you smile at Mr. Boone, Jr., it's really me you're smiling at.
Martin.
Good morning, Miss Bronson.
Oh, good morning, I mean, Mr. Boone, Jr.
She thinks she loves him, but it's really me she's talking to.
I guess I left you pretty late last night. Did you sleep all right?
Oh, wonderful. I dreamed about you.
That was me.
You got a little good morning kiss for the boss?
You're that boss.
Come here.
Silly girl. That's me she's kissing and she doesn't even know it. Boy, look at that kiss. And she thinks she doesn't love me. Okay, that's enough. Hey, enough already. Wait, stop it. Stop it, I can't breathe.
Huh?
Martin, you're pale.
I can't help it. I've never been kissed like that before. Oh, Millie, I'll never forget that moment as long as I live. I'll see you later.
There's something wrong with that boy.
Martin's okay. His only trouble is that he feels like Clark Gable and he looks like Morton.
I see what you mean. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. Come here. Yes, Dad.
Mr. Boone.
I was just whispering something into Miss Bronson's ear.
If you were headed for her ear, you certainly were taking the southern route. When you can tear yourself away, John, I'd like to see you.
Gosh, he didn't have to get that mad.
Yeah. You think that was the first time he'd caught us?
I know.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about it. He's probably still a little upset over it last night.
Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry my mother didn't get along better with your parents.
Oh, it wasn't her fault. It's just that Dad is... Well, he simply thinks of your mother as being a trifle giddy.
Oh, Mom isn't giddy at all. It just seems that way sometimes because everybody else is so normal.
Yes. My father hasn't really had a chance to know her, that's all. I'll bet if he could see her in her own home in familiar surroundings, he'd realize what a fine, sensible person your mother really is.
You're right. Gee, if only... Hey, I got an idea. Mama's going to cook a spaghetti dinner tonight, and she makes the best spaghetti in the whole world.
Say, if there's anything in the world Dad loves, it's spaghetti, too.
Good. This is the opportunity to show him that we both come from a normal, respectable home.
Millie, that's wonderful. I'll go right in and tell him about the invitation.
Swell.
Oh, before I go, Millie.
Huh?
I'd kind of like to, whisper something to you again.
Would you? Okay. Wait till I pucker up my ear. Mama, yoo-hoo, I'm home. Lunch ready?
Oh, Millie, is that you? Oh, have I got news for you?
Yeah, I have some news for you,
Wait
too.
till you hear mine. Remember that Mr. Sweetwater who was selling yogurt this morning?
Yeah, how much did you buy?
I didn't buy any.
Good for you.
You see, this Mr. Sweetwater has the most wonderful product in the world, but he has no place to manufacture it because he lives in a hotel. And, well, I figured he needed a partner.
Mama.
So, to make a long story short, you'll never guess who's in the dining room making yogurt on the floor.
That man is in our dining room making yogurt.
Millie, don't you understand? I'm in business. It's a whole new future. Yesterday, Bertha Bronson, nobody. Tomorrow, Madame Bertha, the yogurt queen.
Now, you listen to me, Mama. There's going to be no yogurt factory in our dining room, and I mean it.
Mr. Sweetwater says all we have to do is let the culture ferment in the dining room, and when we can smell it in the bedroom, we know it's ready.
Mama, sweetheart, sit down. Millie wants to talk to you.
Huh?
Now, you listen carefully, honey. The news I had for you is that Mr. Boone Sr., my future father-in-law, mind you, maybe, is coming here tonight for a spaghetti dinner.
No.
Yes. Now, I'm not going to say another word about it. I'll eat my lunch in silence. But when I come home from work with Mr. Boone, if I find the slightest trace of yogurt culture or Mr. Sweetwater, I'm moving out of here tomorrow.
So, Millie, you don't...
Mama, did you understand me?
Okay.
You'll have to choose between me and the yogurt sisters. Now, which is it going to be?
Well, you, honey, naturally.
That's fine. And never let me hear the word yogurt again as long as I live. Now then, what's for lunch?
Well, I've been so busy with Mr. Sweetwater that I didn't get a chance to go to the market.
Oh, there must be something in the house I can eat. Well, come on, Mama. What is there? Mama?
How can I tell you if you never want to hear that word again?
Oh, Mama!
Well, Millie's mama is always on the lookout for projects to fill her spare time. Therefore, when she met a Mr. Sweetwater who needed a place to manufacture yogurt, it was only natural that she go into business with him and start making it right in the dining room. Well, anyway, it was almost natural. However, as you might guess, there's a fly in the yogurt. Millie will have none of it. She's bringing home her future father-in-law for dinner and has given strict orders to have the decks cleared of Mr. Sweetwater and his cultures. Mr. Sweetwater has just been apprised of this news and is taking it far from calmly.
Oh, no, Mrs. Bronson, no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sweetwater, but that's what she said.
Well, she has no right to do this to you. Whose house is this anyway?
Mine.
And who pays the rent?
Millie.
Let's look at it another way. Who paid for the furniture?
Millie.
Who sits in it?
Me.
Then you got squatter's rights. We're not budging.
Mr. Sweetwater, you gotta go. My daughter said so, and that's final. I'm sorry.
Oh, won't fate ever let up on Bob Sweetwater? A failure. Always a failure.
Oh, don't worry. You'll find some other place to make your yogurt.
Yeah, but your dining room was so perfect. The temperature and the humidity and just everything. And it was coming along so beautifully, too. Smell that?
How could you miss it? That smell comes out and grabs you by the nose.
Tomorrow morning, we'd have had 68 quarts of fine yogurt. Oh, what a shame.
I know.
Oh, I don't care for myself so much. It's just Linda and the babies.
The babies?
Once more, I'll have to come home and say, kids, your daddy's a failure again. I can't do it. I can't. I just can't bear to look in the little one's face. And the others, not saying a word, just throwing things at me.
They throw things?
Well, can you blame them? Nothing I do turns out right. I'm just a miserable failure.
Oh, gee, I wish I could go ahead with our plans, Mr. Sweetwater. I really do.
Just until tomorrow morning, please. Please, sweet lady, beautiful lady. Please.
But I gave Millie my word.
Okay, all right. Everybody takes a kick at Bob Sweetwater. Why shouldn't you? Sometimes I wonder why I go on. I've got a good mind to jump into a vat of my own yogurt and energize myself to death.
Don't talk that way, Mr. Sweetwater.
Well, what else is there for me?
Wait, it's okay. You can leave your yogurt in the dining room overnight. Mr. Boone will have dinner in the kitchen.
Oh, Mrs. Bronson, I thank you. You don't know what you're doing for mankind. You'll go down in history as the greatest benefactor to the American stomach since Mary Margaret McBride.
Yeah, that's fine. But what'll I tell Millie, and what'll Mr. Boone say?
Oh, why do either of them have to find out we're making yogurt on the premises?
Mr. Sweetwater, basic equipment on a person's face happens to be a nose. That's why.
Well, here we are, Mr. Boone. See it ever so humble.
Yes, and I don't mind telling you I'm starved, too. I can't wait to get at that spaghetti.
Oh, you'll love it. Mama's an expert. I'm glad you're getting this chance to see Mom in her own home. Right up these stairs.
After you, my dear.
Thank you. I'm so glad you could come tonight. I wanted to see the Bronson family, just a normal, respectable family leading a normal, everyday... Mr. Boone, do you smell anything?
Why, no. I'm sorry, but I have a bad cold in my sinus.
Don't apologize. It's a pleasure.
Huh? Why?
Because unless I'm mistaken...
I heard you coming up the stairs. Welcome, Mr. Boone.
Well, thanks. How are you, Mrs. Bronson?
Oh, fine. Come on in, make yourself comfortable. Dinner'll be ready in a jiffy.
Good.
You go right into the living room, Mr. Boone. I have a few words to say to my mother.
Okay. Don't keep me waiting too long now. I'm starved.
You're mad on me, huh, Millie?
Mama, I warned you. I ordered you.
Millie, honey, I couldn't help it. I couldn't. Mr. Sweetwater has 3 children, and they throw things at him, and the humidity is perfect, and everybody kicks him, and I sit in the furniture anyway. And it's only till tomorrow morning he wanted to know which way was the river and his 68 quarts of good yogurt. And please don't leave me, Millie. You can't. Please don't. Please, huh?
You'll have to go back. You forgot to touch seconds.
Millie, please try to understand. Huh?
I understand fine. After what happened last night, I bring Mr. Boone here to dinner to show him we're not a screwy family after all. And what do I find? A dining room full of yogurt.
Look, honey, we'll have dinner in the kitchen. It'll be nice and cozy. Mr. Boone will like it. He doesn't have to know anything.
Oh, Mama, how can you do this to me? Here we are.
The jiffy's up, ladies. Which way is the dining room?
Well, we're not going to eat in the dining room, Mr. Boone.
Oh?
We thought the kitchen would be so much more friendly, sort of...
Yeah. Well, come on, sit down. I'll put the spaghetti right on the table.
Mother's spaghetti's really something special, Mr. Boone. She got the recipe for the sauce from an Italian nobleman. What was he, Mother? A count or a duke?
He was the Iceman.
Mama will have her little joke. Oh, here we are.
Yeah, okay, dig in, everybody. Take plenty, Mr. Boone, huh? Millie, pass Mr. Boone the breadsticks and cheese.
Here you are, Mr. Boone.
Well, thank you. Boy, oh boy, spaghetti sure is my favorite dish.
Oh.
Yes, sir. And this is,
What is it, Mr. Boone?
I don't know. Something's trying to break through my cold.
Oh, my goodness. Don't let it, Mr. Boone.
It smells like you had something rotten lying around for a few months and it's spoiled.
That's so funny. I don't smell anything.
Neither do I, even when I take a deep breath. I don't smell a thing. Here, Mr. Boone, let me fix your napkin for you.
Hey.
Not over his nose, Millie. He won't be able to breathe.
You're telling me.
Please, Miss Bronson,
I'm sorry. I just have to get a dishpan. It's overflowing a trifle. Don't move, sir. Don't move. I can lean across you and reach the sink. Oops. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to knock your glasses in the spaghetti. Now, I'll get them for you. I'll put them back on. There we are. Now, all you have to do is wipe the tomato sauce off your nose. Here's my dishpan. I'll go right back to your dinner, folks.
What was that, and why do you keep it in the dining room?
Well, we're having some alterations done.
But who is he?
He's the plasterer.
He's the painter.
Well, which is it?
He's a painter and he's plastered. No. I mean, he's a painter and a plasterer, too.
Yeah. You know what it is to get anything done these days, Mr. Boone. What with the shortage of labor and everything. Why, how long is it we've been without a maid, Mother?
26 years.
She means months. Please eat your spaghetti, Mr. Boone.
Yes.
Yeah, I do, Mr. Boone. I know you like it.
He's back again.
Yes, and oh my, that vat is just bubbling in there. I gotta get some more. Now, don't move. I'll be out of your way before you know it. I just lean across.
Watch it!
Look out, spaghetti!
Well, look at that, will you? Clumsy me went and spilled the tomato sauce all over your pants and jacket.
Why, you get away from me, do you hear? Get away!
Oh, yes. Of course. that's the way you feel. Certainly. Goodbye.
Oh, look at this suit. Ruined.
Mr. Boone, we can get it clean.
Nothing on earth can take a stain like this out of a suit. I'll show that man a thing or two. I'll teach him.
No, wait, Mr. Boone. Be careful, Mr. Boone. The dining room is full of...
Now, really, Mrs. Bronson, we can hardly guarantee our yogurt to be sanitary if you're going to have every Tom, Dick, and Harry falling into it.
Get him out of here. Do you hear me, Mama? Get him out of here.
Oh, Millie, why don't you stop cleaning out your desk? How do you know Mr. Boone's going to fire you?
After what happened at my house, don't be silly. When Mr. Boone stormed out of there with Mr. Sweetwater under his arm, I knew my job was over.
Oh, gosh, Millie, I sure hate to see you go like this. Oh, here's the old man now.
And it's a deal, my boy. We're partners.
For heaven's sakes, who's that with him? Why, it can't be.
Right you are, Mr. Boone, and I just want to say a man never had a finer partner than you have.
Mr. Sweetwater.
Well, hello, Miss Bronson.
Miss Bronson, how would you like a raise of $10 a week starting Saturday?
A raise?
You deserve it. Thanks to you, I have discovered the greatest invention of the age. Remember that stain on my suit? The tomato sauce?
Yes.
Well, when I fell into Mr. Sweetwater's yogurt, it removed it instantly.
No.
Yes. Imagine. And now Mr. Sweetwater and I are partners in the world's best cleaning preparation. Our slogan, Mr. Sweetwater?
For clothes that look both healthy and clean, remove the stains with yogurtine.
Oh, Millie.
Miss Bronson, are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. But I'm a little worried about everybody else.
Presenting Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings in a new series based on Eric Hodgins' best-selling novels, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House and Blandings Way. Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake. For some strange reason, wives make a fetish of anniversaries. All sorts of anniversaries. The first date, the first kiss, even the first quarrel. But husbands are apt to forget these vital statistics. Upon such occasions, the wife cries out,
Elephants can remember. Why can't you?
to which the husband replies,
I am not an elephant.
But this sort of rejoinder, though dignified, is scarcely a defense.
I'm a mouse.
And so it behooves husbands, Jim Blandings, for example, to remember any and all anniversaries. That's why we find him now trying to prove that he hasn't forgotten what Muriel is trying to remind him of.
Well, don't be ridiculous, Muriel. How can I ever forget that?
But we haven't even discussed what that is.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, let's go back to the beginning of this conversation. Well, go back.
You go first.
No, you go.
Age before beauty.
Youth before distinguished.
You win. I started the conversation by saying, but you won't be home for dinner tomorrow night.
Go on.
Then you looked very fuddled, and I said, don't you remember what always happens in May? And then you said, of course. And I said, what? And that's when you got angry and said, don't be ridiculous, Muriel, and so forth.
All right.
All right, you remember. Let us say no more about it.
A good idea.
But I'll tell you if you have forgotten.
Muriel, I have not forgotten. Muriel, where's my toothbrush?
It's there, dear.
My toothbrush is orange. There's no orange toothbrush here.
That's right. I bought you a new green one.
Didn't consult me. No. Wow. Let me think. What is happening tomorrow night? Why can't I think of it?
Talking to yourself, dear?
No, talking to that man in the mirror. I've got it. I knew I'd remember. Good old me, never forget.
What?
Oh, go back to sleep, Muriel.
Weren't you talking just then? Who were you talking to?
No, you were talking in your sleep, dear, and I answered.
Really? Oh, thank you. Go back to sleep, Jim.
Go back to sleep, Muriel. Now, more. When Mrs. Blandings mentions our anniversary to you, for goodness sakes, don't tell her that you know I remember what she thinks I don't remember. Because if you do, you see, that won't be good, because I don't want her to think I know.
Would you mind repeating that, please?
Lord, I'm in a hurry. Now, when Mrs. Blandings mentions our anniversary, she thinks I've forgotten it. We're celebrating it tonight.
Oh, really? Well, that's the second time this year. You like the idea or the champagne?
Now, Lord, this is not our wedding anniversary. This is the anniversary of the night that I proposed to Mrs. Blandings. Now, remember, I haven't said a word. Understand? Goodbye.
No, I don't understand, Mr. Blandings. Jim.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, you missed him. He thought you might want to sleep late.
Oh, dear, I wanted to remind him about tonight.
I believe he knows.
He does? I had a feeling he didn't.
Eggs poached or scrambled this morning, Mrs. Blandings?
Soft-boiled.
Toast or muffins?
Rye crisp.
Coffee, or coffee?
I beg your pardon, Maud.
Nothing. I just want to be a 3-time loser.
Oh, Maud, plan a simple dinner tonight. Mr. Blandings won't be here.
Simple dinner for the children, you mean?
For me, too.
You'll be here?
Oh, yes.
Well, that's very strange, if you'll forgive my saying so.
Really? I never go to the dentist with Mr. Blandings.
The dentist?
Why, yes. Every 6 months he has a standing appointment to go to the dentist after work to have his teeth cleaned. Then he stays in town and has dinner afterwards.
Both you and Mr. Blandings are trying to pull my leg. If this keeps up, one of them is going to be 3 feet longer than the other.
Margaret, I want that letter to go airmail. Now, take a note.
Yes, Mr. Blandings.
Now, after you reserve the table at Mama Macaroni's Italian restaurant, then call Ann Hagen's flower shop and order, let's see, a bouquet of tiny roses. Charming thought.
Macaroni bouquet, all right. Mr. Blandings, after that, shall I call Mrs. Blandings and check with her about meeting you?
Oh, I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, but you might have forgotten.
She reminded me of it only last night. You see, we met at Mama Macaroni's restaurant for this anniversary every year since the night I proposed. I'll never forget it.
Oh, how romantic. I bet you were excited.
I must have been. I stepped the ring on the breadstick.
Well, then, of course, Mrs. Blandings will be there.
Oh, of course. She won't forget.
Mrs. Blandings?
Yes, Maud. What is it?
I thought you might want me to press a dress or something.
Why, no, thank you, Maud.
To help you to prepare to go into New York to meet Mr. Blandings.
But I'm not going into New York, Maud.
Still pulling my leg, huh? I'm going to need one very long garter.
Margaret, what time is it?
Getting late, Mr. Blandings. Almost 6.
Oh, it's such a nice evening. I just have time to walk to the restaurant. Now, before I leave, help me think of a poem to go with the bouquet.
Oh, I'm very bad at that sort of thing. No talent.
Ah, but Margaret, you have keen critical judgment. Now, see what you think of this. You're a mother, pal, and sweetheart, all rolled into one. Put them all together, and,
You must weigh a ton.
No, Margaret. Never mind. I'll think of something. But the flowers will be at the restaurant, won't they?
Yes, a messenger will bring them over. Have a nice time, Mr. Blandings.
Thank you, Margaret. Good night.
Operator, may I have New York, please? Circle 664-5283.
Guider, Fleet and Blot.
Mr. Blandings' office, please.
Oh, this is Mr. Blandings' office.
Oh, Margaret Mudge. This is Mrs. Blandings.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Blandings. I was just about to leave the office. Lucky you caught me in time.
Well, I just called to check about Mr. Blandings' appointment. I had a hunch he wouldn't remember.
Oh, he didn't forget. He left to walk over there about 20 minutes ago.
Good.
Oh, Mrs. Blandings, Dr. Watson, Mr. Blandings' dentist, called to verify an appointment for tonight with Mr. Blandings. Would you know anything about that? I told him there must be some mistake.
You mean to say he isn't going to the dentist?
Well, no. He's meeting you at Mama Macaroni's restaurant to celebrate your anniversary.
But that isn't until next week. What'll I do?
Oh, well, don't worry, Mrs. Blandings. I'll call the restaurant and leave a message. They'll ask him to call you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Goodbye, Mrs. Blandings. I'm sorry about the mix-up.
Oh, it's all right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, I'm going to answer. Hello, Mama Macaroni's Italian restaurant, and Papa Macaroni speaking.
Hello, I'm calling for Mr. James Blandings.
Oh, yes?
I made a reservation for Mr. and Mrs. Blandings earlier in the day.
Oh, yes?
They're going to celebrate an anniversary at your restaurant.
Ah, yes, I'm all ready. I got a beautiful wedding pizza. And on top, I love you is spelled out in the spaghetti. Marriage, that's such a beautiful thing. Are you the Mrs. Blandings?
No, I'm not. Now listen, Mrs. Blandings will not be there.
You're not the Mrs. Blandings? Then who are you, please? You got such a pretty voice.
Would you ask Mr. Blandings when he arrives to call Mrs. Blandings at home?
Oh, you got such a pretty voice. Who are you?
Have you got that message now?
Yes, I got the message, but who should I say you give it to me?
Never mind. Be sure to tell Mr. Blandings to call his home.
That's a very pretty voice.
Goodbye.
Won't you tell me?
Who are you talking to, Papa?
Business, Mama.
Yes, I hear a very pretty business.
Mama, please, don't hit me.
No,
Mama, please, I gotta give a message. Mama, put down the coffee pot.
I will put it down, Papa, right on your head.
But I gotta give a message to you.
Hey, here comes the ambulance.
Why, Mama Macaroni, what's happened?
Poor Papa.
I'm Jim Blandings, Mama Macaroni. You remember me. What happened? Can I do anything to help?
You are who?
Jim Blandings.
Out of the way, sir. I have to get a stretcher to the door.
Oh, I know, come along.
Well, what happened?
I hit Papa with a little coffee pot.
Any coffee in it?
4 cups. Honest, mister, I didn't know it was loaded. But it served him right for talking that way to pretty girl. I warned him. Who are you?
I've told you, I'm Jim Blandings. I'm here to have dinner with my wife. She'll be here any minute.
All right. But until she come, you no make eyes at pretty girl, or I give it to you with my coffee pot.
All right. But if the worst comes to the worst, Mama, remember one thing.
What's that?
I just take one lump. And now the second act of Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake. Poor, sensitive Jim Blandings. He tried so hard not to forget that he remembered an anniversary a week in advance. Papa Macaroni, who was to have told Jim to call Muriel, has been brained with a coffee pot. And so Muriel is waiting in vain for a telephone call from Jim. And Jim in Mama Macaroni's restaurant is waiting in vain for Muriel.
Good evening, Mr. Blandings. You expect Mrs. Blandings?
Oh, yeah, she should be here quite soon.
Ah, it's nice. You like for order now, senor?
No, I'll wait for my wife. She'll be here any second.
Look, you sure you don't like for order something, senor?
No, thank you. Mrs. Blandings should be here any minute now.
You change your mind, senor, about to make an order drink?
How long have I been here?
Just about an hour, senor.
Bring me a Dubonnet.
You like for all your dinner, senor?
I beg pardon?
I say you like for all your dinner.
No. But bring me some change, please. If I may use your telephone, I'll call my house, find out what's happened.
Well, look who's here. Peekaboo.
What? Well, take your hands away from my eyes. Who is it?
Yes.
Muriel. You borrowed Maud's perfume. For shame.
Wrong again. Try again.
Mama Macaroni?
Try again.
Mother?
Well, now, really.
Well, if you'll take your hands away from my eyes, then I can guess.
Hello there. Surprised to see me?
Why, yes.
You don't remember me.
Yes, I do. You're, well, of course. How are you?
I'm Lettuce Nightingale Trap. Now, here tonight to discuss dropping the trap.
Lettuce Nightingale. Upon my word.
Mm-hmm. Remember that Sunday school picnic before you went off to college? Oh, what a gay blade you were, and what a time we had. Oh, you haven't changed a bit, Charlie.
No, I'm Jim.
Oh, Jim. Remember that rowboat drifting away from everyone?
No, that was Charlie.
Charlie, of course. How is he?
Haven't the faintest idea.
What are you doing here this evening?
I am celebrating an anniversary.
What a quincy-quant. So am I. Second anniversary of trying to get a fair property settlement from my husband.
Oh, that is a quincy-quant. Tell me, when was the first anniversary?
Last week. Mind if I join you till my lawyer arrives?
Well, I was just about to call my wife.
Oh, we'll do it in a minute. She won't mind. Memory of old times. Maud, I think it's most peculiar that Mr. Blandings hasn't telephoned yet. He must have gotten the message almost 2 hours ago.
He was acting very strange before he left this morning.
Don't be an idiot, Maud. He was simply talking about the anniversary he thinks we're having, and you should have had the good sense to tell me about it.
But he told me not to tell you.
Do you realize that if you had told me, his teeth would be clean by now? I better telephone the restaurant and find out what's happened.
Mama Macaroni's Italian restaurant. Mama Macaroni speaking.
Is Mr. Blandings there?
Who?
Mr. Jim Blandings. His secretary reserved a table for him and Mrs. Blandings, and I'm...
Oh, Blandy, of course. Yes, he's here, celebrating. Very sweet, very
Then may I?
Oh, marriage is so beautiful. You should see them.
Them?
See. Mr. and Mrs. Blandy. He's been so nice to her.
He's with Mrs. Blandings?
Oh, see. She's a very pretty blonde hair.
I'm Mrs. Blandings.
But Mrs. Blanding is here.
No, she's not. She's here. She's me.
She's you. She isn't her. Oh, men are all alike. Shall I hit him for you? I got the coffee pot right here. Or do you want to speak to him first?
No, I do not want to speak to him. And don't hit him with the coffee pot. I want to do that myself. You're not paying attention, Charlie.
But Lettuce, I'm Jim. I'm not Charlie.
Funny. Are you sure you were on that Sunday school picnic?
No, I'm not.
And why did you say you were?
I didn't say so. You did.
Well, I don't think you were.
Well, I don't think I was.
I know you, don't I?
Please. What did you say your husband's name was?
Lawrence Trapp. Did I say that?
No, you didn't. Well, I know Lawrence Trapp.
Did he introduce you to me?
Yes, I remember now. We met at the theater one night
You
and...
certainly were going out of your way to make me feel very silly. I thought you were Charlie.
I was not going out of my way to make you feel silly.
You certainly were.
I certainly was not. You thought I was Charlie. I didn't.
Oh, Mr. Blandy, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, now, Mama, put down that coffee pot.
The men are all alike. I'm ashamed for you.
And so am I. Really, Charlie.
I told her your wife, Mr. Blandy. She was very angry when I talked to her on the phone.
Oh, is she on the phone now? Excuse me, I'll answer it right away.
She hung up.
I'll call her back.
She'll hang up.
Excuse me.
Oh, I don't like
this. Operator, get me Lansdale, Connecticut, please. Lansdale 431, ring 2. Yes, I'll wait. Huh? Oh, how much? Oh, all right. Hello? Oh, hello, Muriel. This is Jim. Oh, don't hang up. She hung up.
What a bore for you. Let's go and have dinner.
Lettuce, I don't want to discuss Charlie anymore.
Come on, be a sport. You used to be a sport.
Lettuce, you are gravely mistaken. I never was a sport.
Hello, Mrs. Trapp.
Hello, Mr. Twin. Jim, this is my lawyer.
You the correspondent in this case?
Am I the what?
Mr. Twin, this is Mr. Blanding.
Well, how do you do?
I haven't time to waste, Blandings. Let's get right down to business. Is it true that you want to marry Mrs. Trapp?
Give me some change for this dollar, please. I've got to call my wife.
As counsel for your fiancée, I'll do no such thing.
She is not my fiancée. I don't even know her. Speak to Charlie.
How dare you drag poor, innocent Charlie into this? Why, he suffers from sinus.
Charlie.
You Mr. James Blandings?
Yes, don't bother me.
Okay. Here's the roses he ordered for you, lady.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Put him in water. We'll need him for evidence.
Wait just a minute. There's a card goes with this. It says, thank you, darling, for 10 wonderful years. May it always go on like this.
I'll take that card, too.
That'll be $10, Mr. Blandings.
Will you be quiet? I'm trying to talk to my wife.
You what? Why, you lead an interesting life, don't you?
Oh, Mr. Blanding, this time I mean a business. I'm going to hit you with the coffee pot, you brute.
Holy smoke, another one.
Now, Mama, don't hit me with that coffee pot. I warn you.
I wouldn't advise that.
Go ahead. The suspense is killing me. Hit him.
Now, Mama.
This is what you deserve.
No. Don't, Mama. Don't. No, don't hit me. Oh, hello, Muriel. What are you doing up at 3 a.m?
Jim, where were you? I was so worried about you.
Oh, you're speaking to me now.
Of course. Where were you?
No, never tell the children. I was in jail.
How dare you go to jail?
Yeah, oh, please. Wouldn't even let me use the telephone. You wouldn't have answered anyway.
Of course I would.
Want me to tell you what happened?
Yes, what happened?
Well, Mama Macaroni hit me with a coffee pot. Then a fight broke out. Then everybody was bundled into the patrol wagon. There wasn't a seat left. I had to stand up all the way.
What a sordid story.
Yes, it is, and I'm too tired to go on with it. Where were you? What a fine anniversary.
Jim, the anniversary isn't until next week.
Well, then what were you trying to remind me of last night?
Your regular appointment to have your teeth cleaned.
Muriel, can't we do without this anniversary? I never want to see Mama Macaronis again.
Yes, we can do without it. But you better remember where we're supposed to dine alone together the week after next, and why.
Why what?
We celebrate getting engaged.
Well, I thought that was what we were doing every year at Mama Macaroni's restaurant.
No, that's when you proposed.
Didn't you accept?
I accepted a week later at the Colony.
Why haven't I known about this?
Well, I thought you did. Every year on June 3rd, we dined at the Colony.
Well, I thought that was because we were celebrating your telling me about our going to have Susan.
No, that's not until next month.
Well, I thought the next month we celebrate your telling me about our going to have Joan.
Oh, no, we celebrate that the month after next.
Do we have anything to celebrate after that?
No, we start all over again at the beginning.
Here again are Cary Grant and Betsy Drake.
Say, William, tell me, are there any months that we don't have an anniversary?
No, none that... Oh, yes, July.
What? Well, Muriel, you mean you can't remember the big anniversary in July?
I know.
Well, that's when TWA celebrates its 22nd year of service across the country.
Oh.
Yes. Imagine, it once took 48 hours to fly from coast to coast. But this year, a TWA constellation can fly from Los Angeles to New York in only 9 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh.
Or from New York to London in less than half a day. So you can see what a big anniversary it is.
Well, then, you ought to do something nice for your friends at TWA.
What do you mean?
Well, invite them all over to see the floor show at Mama Macaroni's restaurant.
Well, now, there's no floor show there.
Well, there will be when Mama hits you over the head with the coffee pot.
Oh. Good night, Muriel.
Good night, Charlie.
Tune in next week, same time, same station, for Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake. Brought to you by Trans World Airlines. Across the U.S. and overseas, you can depend on TWA.
Although it was a difficult decision to make, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, finally made it. So after 5 years of practically going steady with Philip Boyington, last week she finally gave the green light to other men.
Yes, last week I gave them the green light, and since then they've acted as though my street is under repairs. However, I did meet a salesman named Freddie Stewart, and when a girl has spent 5 years being taken to a hot dog stand for dinner, a movie, and then a soda fountain afterward, anything would seem like a change. So Wednesday night, I went out with Freddie, and the evening seemed most enjoyable. The hot dogs were delicious. The movie great, and the double malteds were out of this world. But of far greater interest than my latest acquaintance was my landlady's new heartthrob. For the past 2 weeks, Mrs. Davis had been trying to conceal her little romance, and I had been trying to conceal my curiosity. By breakfast time Thursday, I could no longer bear the suspense. But before I could ask her about it, Mrs. Davis posed a question of her own.
I suppose you've been wondering where I've been spending my evenings in the last few weeks.
The question did cross my mind.
Well, dear, I've been going with the most wonderful man. Oh, Connie, he's so worldly, so suave, so debonair, so romantic.
Who is he, Mrs. Davis?
Henry, our butcher.
Our butcher?
Yes, that's the man who's been dating me. And I have further news for you. Now, hold on to your seat, dear. I'm even thinking of marrying him.
Well, that's one way of being sure of the choice cuts. Mrs. Davis, you're not serious.
Oh, but I am, Connie. Henry Pringle seems just right for me in every way.
But, Mrs. Davis, this seems incredible. Who is he? What do you know about him? Where did you meet him?
I met him over the phone about 3 weeks ago.
You met him over the phone?
That's right. I was calling in my order to Schmidt's butcher shop the way I generally do, and Henry answered it.
But how did you finally meet him in person, Mrs. Davis?
Well, 4 days after that first call, Henry appeared at our house in the afternoon with a large box tied with a wide red ribbon.
He brought you some flowers?
No, dear. Our pot roast for that night. Well, he asked me for a date, and from then on, we started going together steadily. As you know, I've been out almost every other night. And last night, he popped the question.
Well, I'm glad you didn't pop the answer. Mrs. Davis, you know I want you to be happy more than anything else in the world, but you've gone with Henry such a short time. After all, what do you really know about him? What has he told you about himself?
Well, dear, he's a bachelor, been in town a month, and he's Mr. Schmidt's partner.
But do any of your friends know him? And why hasn't he ever come over to the house to meet me?
Well, I suggested it, Connie, but Henry is very bashful. However, he was going to meet you up to the time I told him you taught English at Madison High. That's when he backed out.
Well, I won't hold that against him. That's when most men back out.
Anyway, dear, you'll meet him tonight. I invited him to dinner, and I told him I'd give him my answer then.
Mrs. Davis, not so soon. Oh, that must be Walter to drive me to school. Be out in a minute, Walter. Look, Mrs. Davis, I have to leave now, but please think this over for at least another week. Wait until you know a little more about Henry.
I've already thought it over, Connie. And now that I've made up my mind, I can hardly wait to change my name to Pringle.
Oh, well, that's all right, Mrs. Davis.
Then you agree with me?
Certainly. Change your name to whatever you like, only don't marry Henry until you know him better.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you haven't said a word since you got in the car. It isn't my driving that's bothering you, is it?
No, Walter, I'm worried about something else today.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about that, Miss Brooks. I mean, what can you expect when last night was the first date you had with him?
What? Walter, how did you know I had a date last night?
Well, Harriet and I saw you in the balcony of the Bijou last night. Hey, what'd you think of Beat the Devil, Miss Brooks?
Oh, my date wasn't that bad. Oh, you mean the picture. I thought Humphrey Bogart was fine. But I'm not thinking about myself, Walter. This concerns someone else.
Well, you're certainly not worried about Mrs. Davis's romance, are you?
And you know about that, too. How did you find out about that?
Yeah, I was also up in the balcony with Harriet the night before.
You went to the same movie with Harriet 2 nights in a row?
And tonight I'm going back alone and see the picture.
But the other night you saw Mrs. Davis up there with someone, hmm?
Boy, was she with someone, Miss Brooks. Ooh, la, la.
Walter, I can't say I care for that ooh, and even less for those la-las.
Oh, well, I didn't mean any disrespect, Miss Brooks, but Mrs. Davis and this old fellow certainly did seem to be enjoying each other's company. Oh, honestly, Harriet and I thought we'd pop the way they were popping popcorn into each other's mouth. Cute.
Well, that's exactly what's worrying me. She's thinking seriously of popping popcorn into her friend's mouth for the rest of her life.
Well, you mean marrying the guy? Oh, but that's wonderful, Miss Brooks.
Wonderful?
Well, certainly. Oh, what could be more romantic than 2 lonely old people in the autumn of their lives who find the warm glow of companionship and thus walk hand in hand into the setting sun together.
Followed by 2 men from a collection agency and the sheriff. Walter, Mrs. Davis has known this man for a little over 2 weeks. What does she really know about him? About his background, his finances?
Well, but Mrs. Davis is a mature woman, Miss Brooks. She ought to know what she's doing.
Not in this case. But since we're practically on the school grounds, Walter, we'd better drop the subject for the time being.
No, sure. I'll say, isn't that Harriet and old Marblehead? Mr. Conklin out in front of the school, Miss Brooks?
Why, so it is. I wonder what our principal's doing outside school.
Well, maybe he figures that gives him more room to pounce on us.
I hardly think so, but apparently there's something terribly wrong today.
Why, Miss Brooks?
He's smiling.
Yeah. I wonder who he expelled.
Well, it seems we're all arriving about the same time this morning. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, sir. Morning, Harriet.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
How are you this morning, Denton?
Oh, fine, sir, simply fine. Want to drive to the back lot with me, Harriet?
Oh, I'd like to, Walter, but, well, you know how Daddy feels about the 2 of us.
Go right ahead, my dear.
Now, really, Mr. Conklin, I must protest against the constant injustice of never permitting your daughter to accompany me on so simple a journey as... Did you say go right ahead?
Now take that souped-up flying saucer out of here before I change my mind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hop in, Harry.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Daddy.
I don't know what it is, but that boy always leaves me boiling. I can't remember when I've been in such a good humor.
I can't either. That is, you certainly did seem in a fine humor this morning, sir.
And well, I might be, too. We had some very good news at our house last night. It concerns my wife's sister, Mildred. You've heard me mention her, the single one who comes to our house and stays for months at a time.
You mean she's finally getting married?
No, that's just it. She's not.
But how is that good news, sir?
Well, we were suspicious of the fellow right from the beginning.
From everything Mildred told us about him, he only seemed to be interested in her for her money.
He did?
So I began to do a little private investigating and found the fellow had once been a confidence man and had landed in jail twice. Mildred wouldn't believe me, but luckily when I phoned him and confronted him with the evidence, he told me to stop worrying, that he'd found a new sucker anyway.
Mr. Conklin, hadn't you ever met this man before?
No, that was one of the things that first aroused my suspicions. He never would come over to the house to meet us.
I think I'm beginning to feel a little faint. Then how did you know where to call?
Oh, that was easy. I knew his name and how Mildred had met him, so I simply called Schmidt's butcher shop where he worked.
Mr. Conklin, will you excuse me for a few moments?
Why, what are you going to do, Miss Brooks?
First, I'm going to make a quick phone call, and then I'm going to become a vegetarian. Well, I'd heard of older people arriving at the age of indiscretion before. However, not only did my landlady arrive, but I think she intends to spend the rest of her life there. When I finally reached her on the phone just before noon, the results of our conversation practically floored me. She refused to believe a word of what Mr. Conklin had said about Henry. Naturally, I had to discuss my problem with someone, so over our lunch table in the cafeteria a little while later, Mr. Boynton was elected. His quick, incisive mind instantly grasped the problem, and his first crystal-clear statement went right to the heart of it.
Boy, I'd sure hate to be in Mrs. Davis' place.
Oh, you'd be too tall for Henry anyway. Yes, it is a mess, isn't it? Particularly since Mrs. Davis is giving Henry her decision to marry him tonight.
Oh, well, now, let me get this straight, Miss Brooks. You say you called Mrs. Davis and gave her the information Mr. Conklin gave you?
Yes, I told her Mr. Conklin said that Henry was a confidence man, had been in jail twice, and had told him he didn't care about Conklin's sister-in-law anymore because he'd found another sucker.
And exactly what was Mrs. Davis' reaction?
She asked me what else was new.
That seems incredible. Was that all she said?
Well, not entirely.
Oh, I didn't think so.
She also said to be sure to pick up a can of vegetable soup on the way home this afternoon.
But, Miss Brooks, didn't you ask her why she wasn't concerned with what you told her?
Of course I did. And Mrs. Davis claimed that Mr. Conklin was spreading the story because he was angry that Henry hadn't married Mildred.
Oh, then she knew about the episode.
Yes, it seems Henry had already covered himself on that score. He told her that she might hear some wild stories about him because he'd been seeing Mildred. And when he had met Mrs. Davis, he gave her up.
Gosh, then what will happen to Mrs. Davis? Will she learn the real truth in time?
Listen again tomorrow to another thrilling episode of Margaret Faces Life. But I'm really worried, Mr. Boynton. There must be some way to bring her to her senses.
I wish I could help. Sometimes when I'm faced with a vexing problem, I find a solution by observing how my frogs and rabbits react under similar circumstances.
It won't work here. Very few frogs and rabbits consider marrying confidence men.
Well, that isn't quite
if there
what
were
I'm...
only some way to convince her that people don't marry so hastily, at least until they've looked into the other person's background. If anyone else were doing the same thing, I know Mrs. Davis would condemn it.
Miss Brooks, wait. I think you've got something.
Well, after all these years, it's about time you do. Oh, you mean I've given you an idea?
Oh. I'll say you did. Now tell me, how was your new date last night?
Next time I have a secret, I'll hire a skywriter. Freddie Stewart is a very nice chap, Mr. Boynton. Very nice.
Well, I'm glad you like him, Miss Brooks, because that's part of my idea.
What is your idea, Mr. Boynton?
That you contemplate marrying him.
What? 5 years I'm going with the same man, and when he finally does propose, it's that I marry somebody else.
No, you don't understand. I don't mean actually contemplate marrying him. I mean just give Mrs. Davis the impression you're going to marry him after only one date. Don't you get it, Miss Brooks?
Yes, but I'm not sure I want it.
I feel certain it'll work. When Mrs. Davis thinks that someone she cares about is doing something hastily, she may reconsider her own position. Then you can suggest she test out Henry tonight.
Well, since we haven't any time to lose, it's at least worth a try.
Of course it is.
All right, then. Right after school, I'll dash down to the 5 and 10 cent store.
5 and 10 cent store? What for?
If I'm thinking of getting married, the least thing I'm entitled to is an engagement ring. Entree.
No, it's me, Mrs. Davis.
I know. Come in, Mrs. Davis.
You're home early this afternoon, dear. But why are you packing?
I'm not really packing, Mrs. Davis. Just throwing a few things into my valise. I'll be back in a few days.
But, Connie, why didn't you tell me you were taking a trip?
Well, this one came up suddenly, and it seemed so insignificant it was hardly worth mentioning.
Why not, Connie?
I'm getting married.
Well, Connie, even an insignificant trip like that is worth telling me about since you're getting married. Connie, when did you decide to do that?
About an hour ago, during a lull in the conversation. We're getting married this evening.
Well, I think it's simply wonderful, dear.
Huh?
Of course, it's what we both dreamed about all these years, that someday Mr. Boynton would propose.
Oh, I'm not marrying Mr. Boynton. It's Freddie Stewart.
Freddie Stewart? Freddie Stewart asked you to marry him, and you accepted?
Certainly. I didn't have anything else planned for this weekend, did I?
He asked you an hour ago, and you're getting married tonight?
Yes, Freddie said he doesn't believe in long engagements.
But, Connie, marriage is the most important step of your life. You have a whole lifetime to live together. It takes months to get to know a man properly.
Oh, now, Mrs. Davis. I will admit, if you hadn't gotten the idea first, I might not have accepted so readily.
Well, Connie, maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're both being a little hasty. I tell you what, dear. If you'll tell Freddie you want a little time to reconsider, I'll put Henry to the acid test tonight.
The acid test? I didn't mean for you to disfigure him for life.
No, what I meant was this. Since you think he's chasing me because I own this house and have a little money, I'll prove to you that you're wrong.
How?
Well, we'll simply reverse positions. You'll be the owner of this house. And what's more, I'll pretend to be your servant. If Henry still wants to marry me then, that should convince us both of his integrity, shouldn't it? Well, Connie, what do you say?
What am I paying you good money for, Maggie? Get back in the kitchen and start dinner.
Well, Connie, how do I look?
Oh, like the perfect maid, Mrs. Davis. You did a swell job on that dress in
Do you
such
like
a hurry.
it, dear? I just sewed a little lace on an old black dress I found in the attic. But I'm afraid I cut it a little short. My knees haven't felt this drafty since 1926.
Oh, this must be Henry now. You better go inside and give me a few minutes alone with him before you announce dinner.
All right.
Oh, hello. You must be Henry Pringle.
Yes, my dear, Henry Pringle. And you must be Miss Brooks. Ah, I've heard so much about you. Believe me, my dear, there isn't a morning when my little sweetheart phones in a meat order that your name doesn't come up.
I know. I go well with calves' brains. But won't you come in, Mr. Pringle?
Just Henry.
Well, come in, just Henry. Walk right in.
Thank you, thank you.
Margaret's already told me a good deal about the two of you.
Yes, we're about ready to enter the sacred state of matrimony. Where is my little girl, Miss Brooks? I've brought her a little something.
Oh, how nice. A box of candy. What are they, caramels, nougats, or chocolate-covered creams?
They're meatballs.
How delicious. Chocolate-covered meatballs.
Well, everyone brings his fiancée candy, Miss Brooks. I've always felt it's more personal to bring one's lady love delicacies from one's own business.
It's lucky you're not a bricklayer. Well, it's a pleasure to welcome you here, Henry. I feel as if I almost know you already.
And I feel the same way. Margaret's told me so much about you, how you taught school and everything.
She told you I taught school?
You're not a school teacher?
Oh, gracious, no. That's only for people who have to earn a living. Or is the word scratch for a living? My, that Margaret certainly has a vivid imagination. Next, I suppose, she'll be telling you she owns this house.
She doesn't own this house?
Oh, now, really? Does a servant ever own her mistress's house?
She's your servant?
Henry, am I coming through clearly?
But, she never told me anything about that.
Well, let's go into the living room and wait for her. Only please watch those scatter rugs.
I simply can't believe Margaret's your servant.
Ah, here's Maggie now.
Dinner is served, Mum.
I warned you about those scatter rugs. Here, let me help you up.
No. I'll be all right.
Look what Henry brought you, Maggie. A box of meatballs.
Oh, Henry, you shouldn't have.
You can say that again.
Margaret, is all this true? Are you really Miss Brooks' servant?
Am I permitted to talk to my friend, Mum?
Permission granted, but keep it within 10 words, Maggie. We don't want dinner to get cold, do we?
Well, that's right, Henry, dear. Miss Brooks is my employer.
Then all about owning this house, your little nest egg, none of it's true?
Oh, that part about the nest egg is true.
It is?
Yes, indeed. Maggie found it in a tree in back 2 weeks ago. It ought to hatch any day now. Now, I know you both want to get started with your dinner as soon as possible, so go right ahead into the kitchen, Henry, and sit down.
Into the kitchen?
Yes, don't bump your head on the ironing board. That way, the sooner Maggie can serve me my dinner, the sooner you can get at the leftovers. Well, let's have no more talk now, right, Maggie?
Coming, Henry?
Just a moment, Margaret. I'm not very hungry. Frankly, I never expected all this.
Oh, I'm sorry if I exaggerated a little, dear.
A little? This isn't your house? No nest egg? You're Miss Brooks' servant?
But it really doesn't make any difference, does it? As long as we have each other.
Well, frankly,
It doesn't make any difference, does it, Henry? You said last night, regardless of what, love would find a way.
And right now it's looking awfully hard.
Well, Margaret, to be perfectly honest,
Aye. I'll take it. Walter, what are you doing here? You're not due to pick me up for 12 hours yet.
Yeah, well, I was passing in my car, so I thought I'd drop off some books I borrowed from you.
Thanks, and bye.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Davis. Hey, what are you all dressed up for? Going to a masquerade?
No, Walter, I'm not going to a masquerade.
No masquerade?
No, but you're going to a funeral.
Gee, that's a very clever costume. Hey, if I didn't know you owned this place, I'd swear you were a maid.
Walter, blow.
Have I overstayed my welcome already, Miss Brooks?
On this earth by about 16 years.
Gee, some people sure have their moods. Well, good night, everyone.
Now, Margaret, perhaps you'll tell me the reason for this little game you've been playing.
I'm sorry, Henry, but I wanted to find out if you really love me. If you would love me if I had nothing in the world.
Oh, could you doubt it for a minute, Margaret, little girl? Could you, Margaret, child? Margaret, baby?
Once more, and she won't even be born yet.
I know it now. I was a fool, Henry. Can you forgive me? Please try to find it in your heart to forgive me for ever doubting you.
It will be difficult.
But he'll make it.
Believe me, Henry, I've learned my lesson. Nothing more will ever come between us.
Except the doorbell. I'll get it.
Good evening, Miss Brooks. Am I on time?
Well, what are you doing here this time of night, sir? And with a valise?
Ah, Margaret, darling, I see I am in time.
Osgood, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? And who has a better right to be here than your husband? Very own husband.
My husband?
Certainly. Aren't you going to kiss me, sugar plum?
Well, if she doesn't, I am. It's certainly lucky you got here when you did, Osgood Davis.
Osgood Davis? Margaret, you mean you're really married to this guy?
Henry, of course I'm not. There's not a word of truth in it. This man is an imposter.
There, I won't argue, but he is your husband.
Henry, you don't believe this, do you?
I don't know what to believe anymore. But I'm certainly not taking any chances.
Attaboy.
Not after being mixed up like this 3 times before.
What? Then you're not a bachelor?
Margaret, girl, I haven't been a bachelor since I ran away from junior high with my French teacher.
If he'd said English, I'd have screamed.
So if you'll excuse me, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, dear, this is terrible. It's terrible. Then Henry really is the sort of man you told me he was, Connie?
With a number of embellishments I had no idea of.
But Osgood, how did you happen to come over tonight?
Well, when Boynton told me this afternoon of the tragic mistake you were about to make, Margaret, I knew I had to do something to prevent it. Particularly when he said you wouldn't believe a word of what I told Miss Brooks.
But how did you think of this husband role, Mr. Conklin?
Well, that was just a shot in the dark, Miss Brooks.
Well, luckily everything worked out fine, and I believe I have an idea how we can prevent this sort of thing from happening again.
How, dear?
From now on, I'll do the ordering by phone.
All right. My Friend Irma was another super successful radio sitcom running from 1947 to 1954, starring Marie Wilson in the title role as the ditzy blonde secretary Irma, and Kathy Lewis as her level-headed and long-suffering roommate Jane Stacy. They both live in an apartment in New York City, and most episodes dealt with the less-than-intelligent Irma creating chaos and predicaments, and Jane and the rest of the cast having to clean up the mess afterwards. Al, Irma's deadbeat boyfriend, was played by John Brown. Neighbor Professor Kropotkin was played by Hans Conried, and later Kenny Delmar. Alan Reed played Irma's boss, Mr. Clyde. Leif Erikson played Jane's boyfriend and boss, Richard Rhinelander III. And Mrs. O'Reilly, their landlady, is played by Jane Morgan and later Gloria Gordon. This is one of my favorite shows, with great writing and acting and stories that are funny and full of heart at the same time. The chemistry between Jane and Irma is especially good, and despite being a bit stereotypical, the ditzy blonde bombshell, you can see why this show was so popular during its run. Marie Wilson also played Irma in 2 films and on the TV series, which ran from 1952 to 1954. Next is a funny and lesser-known show, Sweeney and March, starring comedians Bob Sweeney and Hal March. It started out as a sketch show, but evolved into a typical sitcom, with Sweeney and March getting their start in the war years on other radio programs as a comedy duo, for instance on the Hoagie Carmichael Show and also on local Los Angeles radio shows. They were sometimes compared to a toned-down version of Abbott and Costello, with Sweeney the naive buffoon and March the scheming straight man. After the show changed formats from sketches to sitcom, the two played down-and-out radio comics who got into somewhat predictable adventures. The show was canceled in 1948, but it was revived as a 15-minute daily program in 1951. This episode, which aired on September 14, 1946, is from the sketch period, and is more of the standard variety/sketch format. No comedy compilation would be complete without at least one comedy quiz show. So next is Rate Your Mate, a short-lived show that ran for a few months in 1950 and then a few more months in 1951, and it starred Joey Adams as the host. The show featured a competition between married couples, with one spouse in a soundproof booth and then the other one predicting whether he or she could answer a specific question. In a little twist, the money was awarded not based on whether the isolated person could answer the question correctly, but whether the spouse accurately predicted whether the answer would be correct or not. The unique format made this a really standout quiz show, in my opinion, and the unpredictability of how well spouses actually knew each other or not was what made it so funny. This episode aired on August 5, 1950. Gail Storm starred as My Little Margie, a scheming young woman who lives with her father Vern, played by Charles Farrell. Coming out at the tail end of the golden age of radio, this sitcom originally started out as a TV show, and due to that show's success, the radio show actually came second, with parallel storylines being done on both versions. It had some really hilarious storylines, usually involving Margie and her boyfriend Freddie, who was played by Gil Stratton Jr., their neighbor Mrs. Odette's, played by Verna Felton, and boss man Mr. Honeywell, played by Will Wright. This episode, Marjorie's Superstition, aired on February 20th, 1955, about Margie having the same dream several nights in a row, and her belief that it must be a sign that it will come true. Next is a unique and less-known radio show, at least to American audiences, called Yes, What? It was an Australian radio sitcom that aired from 1936 to 1941 and was usually set in a school classroom. It ran for 520 episodes. Each episode usually covered an entire school lesson, despite being only 12 minutes long. The students try to interrupt and confuse the teacher, Dr. Pym, by creating distractions, asking unrelated questions, and just generally causing chaos and ridiculousness. Despite being scripted, the dialogue by the actors is so rapid-fire that many listeners thought that the show was ad-libbed. It's a very original and funny show, unlike any sitcom that most Americans were used to at that time. Not for everybody's comedic taste, but I really like it, and so I've included it in this compilation. And then back to a more typical American sitcom, The Hardy Family, starring Mickey Rooney as Andy Hardy. The sitcom was based on the successful film series, also starring Rooney, from 1937 to 1958. Rooney reprises his role in the radio show, which shows him eventually graduating from high school and trying to become a successful businessman. It also features his movie co-stars Fay Holden and Louis Stone as his parents. In Junior Chamber of Commerce, it's Andy's birthday. He shows his parents a newspaper article that announces that he has been appointed to the Junior Chamber of Commerce as their official greeter of visiting dignitaries to the town. And for our final show of the compilation, we have Young Love, a sitcom that ran from 1949 to 1950. It's about a young couple, Jimmy, a.k.a. Einstein, played by Jimmy Lydon, and Janet, played by Janet Waldo, who are in college and decide that they don't want to wait to get married. Afterwards, being completely broke, they decide to hide their married status, with Janet continuing to stay in the student dorms and Einstein continuing to live in his Delta Phi Beta fraternity house. This is a very unique premise for a sitcom. It got mediocre reviews during its run, but I consider it a really well-written and well-acted show with a lot of good storylines and a lot of laughs. This episode was actually the Audition show, and it aired on May 9th, 1949. Okay, let's listen and let's laugh. Be sure to come back and visit the Retro Radio Sanctorum for more great old-time radio shows. I'm Greg, and I'll see you then.
My friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane, with John Brown as Al.
My name is Jane Stacy. I live with my friend Irma. She's my roommate, and I love her. I wouldn't trade Irma for the world, but we have our difficulties, because it just so happens that she's not the brightest girl in the world. Like, for instance, the other day I said, Irma, I see where they're going to make military service compulsory. And Irma said, I don't think that's fair. A girl shouldn't have to go out with a sailor unless she wants to. See what I mean? That, my friends, is one of Irma's more logical remarks. But it is her deeds rather than her words that strike consternation in the human heart. Well, it was shortly before noon. I was listening to the radio.
And fellow citizens, I'm happy to say that the Better Business Bureau and the police department are waging a campaign to stamp out the racketeers who rent stores on 2nd Avenue, fill them with worthless merchandise, and sell them to unsuspecting citizens. This campaign will chase those fakers from 2nd Avenue.
Well, that's good news. Of course, only a moron would buy there. Oh, Irma, where have you been?
Shopping on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, no.
Why, is something wrong?
I don't know yet. What did you buy?
Oh, fur coat. It only cost me $80, and it's worth $5,000.
Who told you it was?
The man who sold it to me. Oh, and I know he's honest because he had it appraised.
By whom?
His brother.
Irma, let me see the coat.
All right, I'll put it on.
Despite the fact that I am a comparatively young girl, I've seen many strange things in my lifetime. Yes, I've even seen a bus run into a truck full of live chickens. And the result was sheer beauty compared to what my eyes are now trying to tell me. There stands Irma in front of the mirror admiring herself. Her petite figure is completely draped in a strange sort of fur that can best be described as resembling heavy mildew. Nothing is visible above the shaggy collar except the back of her little blonde head. And the entire picture reminds one of an abandoned egg in an old nest. To add to this deathless picture, the electric fan is on and the fur is flying all over the room. For a moment, I have a terrible sensation that Irma is being plucked. But I must have been warped completely out of focus because she turned away from the mirror triumphantly and said,
"Well, Jane, have you ever seen anything like it in your life? How do you like it?"
"Lovely. When can you take it back?"
"Take it back? Why?"
"Well, first of all, honey, it's much too big."
"I know, but the man said after it's washed, it will shrink."
"Honey, it's not even fur. It's shedding all over the place."
"Well, that's the kind of animal it is. The man said it loses its fur in the summer, but it will grow back in the fall."
Irma, can't you see you've been swindled?
"How can you say that when I only paid $80 for a genuine mink-dyed squirrel-colored caracal beaver?"
Honey, that many animals haven't gotten together since they walked into Noah's Ark. Besides, where did you get the $80, Irma?
"Jane,
Oh, no, sweetie, you didn't use your half of our vacation money.
"Yes, I did, Jane, but you can go away by yourself."
Oh, Irma, you know I wouldn't go on a vacation to the Thousand Islands without you. How could you do a thing like this without consulting me?
"Well, Jane, I wanted a fur coat because you have a nice fur coat."
"Oh, I know, honey, but I made certain I got a good one. Took me 3 years to save $400 so I could get a good Persian lamb. I want you to have a good coat, too, but how could you buy that decomposed haystack?"
"Well, I wanted to have something extra nice to wear when I go out with Al."
"Oh, Al. Mm-hmm. For the life of me, I don't even know why you go with him. He has no job, no money, no clothes, no car, no prospects, and no future."
"I know, but I have to stick by him in case things get tough."
"Well, you've got to take the coat back. Come in."
Hiya, chicken.
"Hello, Al."
You know, Al, this is the first time you've called Irma chicken that she was dressed for the occasion.
What's up?
Al, Irma bought a new coat on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, is that what it is? I never seen fur like that. Why, when I first walked in, I thought she was tarred and feathered. Chicken, how could you buy it? I think you've been swindled.
"Oh, no, I got a 30-day guarantee."
Oh, what's it say?
"Well, I didn't have a chance to open it. I'll read it now."
Well, I'm glad to know you were smart enough to ask for a guarantee. Read it, baby.
"A 30-day guarantee. We guarantee that June has 30 days.
You know, I'm surprised they even put that in writing. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Tell me. Say, Jane, does Mrs. O'Reilly know about this?
What?
You're keeping a dead grizzly bear in the apartment?
Professor Kropotkin, that's Irma. She bought a fur coat.
Irma, why didn't you ask me? From furs I know. Animals like that I have never seen.
Well, the man told me they're very rare. They hide in the woods.
Could be. If I looked like that, I would hide too. Irma, darling, don't wear it. You'll be risking your life.
What do you mean?
You'll put it on, you'll go outside. A dog will chase you up a tree.
You know, Professor, you'd think she'd know better. I've told her a dozen times if she wants to shop to use my charge account. After all, that's what a charge account is for. To send things back.
And 2nd Avenue, of all places. Even the cops are afraid to shop there.
2nd Avenue, what they did to me. I remember I just came off the boat. I went to 2nd Avenue for a suit. What a suit. They sold me red pants and a blue jacket.
Well, you couldn't wear that.
Of course not. Olga had a white dress. When we walked down the street, everybody saluted her. But Kropotkin, they can't fool. I said, gentlemen, this is one monkey you don't give the business to. I may be a foreigner, but I know what they're wearing. I demand satisfaction.
Did you get it?
Certainly. Have you seen my purple sports jacket with the yellow knickerbocker? Stand down. Well, Irma, my personal feeling is that you got taken advantage of. But that's the tragedy of life. Goodbye.
Gee, Professor Kropotkin didn't like the coat either.
Yeah, I know, honey, but that's why we have to get your money back, you see? I realize that there are some very legitimate stores on 2nd Avenue. You just happen to have gotten stung. Now, what was the name of the store where you bought this glorified throw rug?
Boothby's. Square Deal Boothby's. It's an established firm. See, it says on the box, established June 1947.
What time?
Oh, Jane, I don't know what you're driving at because I know that Mr. Boothby is honest. When I gave him the money, he didn't even ask for a receipt.
Irma. Oh, Irma, you've been swindled. But I know who'll get us action on this. Come on, Irma. Come on, Al. We're going right over to the Better Business Bureau. Well, the three of us got on the trolley. Al, myself, and Irma, with the coat on her arm. At first, the trolley was crowded. Presently, the rays of the sun beating down on the fur seemed to cause a strange chemical reaction, and pretty soon we had the trolley to ourselves. We were completely alone except for the motorman who insisted on driving with his head out of the window. All in all, it was a great day for the bus lines. Presently, we arrived at the offices of the Better Business Bureau.
All right, chicken, there's the bureau. Now you know what to tell them.
Well, Jane, maybe you better rehearse me again.
All right, honey, now listen. You just go in and you tell him that this man, Boothby, sold you a decrepit, moth-eaten coat and you want him brought to the attention of the police as it is too awful to walk down the street in. Got it?
Got it.
Also, chicken, tell him you are a working girl and a citizen and cannot afford to pay for a coat whose hair is already fallen out. Got it?
Got it.
Yeah. Now, don't get excited. Let's go in.
What can I do for you, miss?
This man Boothby sold me a fur coat that is worthless and too awful for a working girl who's decrepit and moth-eaten.
What?
I am a citizen and my hair is falling out. And when I walk down the street, I don't get any attention from the police.
Chicken, please. You see, the kid's a little confused. I'll explain it to you straight so you'll understand. The doll here was ankling down 2nd Avenue, eyeing the what gives in the windows. And she had stashed away 80 clams for the high-ups. When this con merchant heaves her an old clip and jolts her for 4 double sawbucks. You got it?
Is there anyone in the crowd who speaks English?
Well, I'm not so sure, but I'll try. You see, my roommate, Miss Peterson, bought this coat on 2nd Avenue for $80, and I think it's a disgrace, and I want you to do something about it.
Oh, let me see that coat. Never seen fur like this before. Well, there's no need for further discussion. We'll put a man on the case, and you take the coat back to Boothby's and get your money back. You tell him we're investigating him.
Oh, thank you, sir. I don't know how to repay you. Are you allowed to take tips?
No, thanks.
Well, there must be something I can do. Have you any children?
Yes.
Good, I'll send you a card on Father's Day.
Bless you. Next.
Irma, there's the door. Let's tiptoe out.
Hurry, chicken. You can grab that trolley and take the coat back. I'd go with you, but I got a big deal brewing. Well, see you later.
All right, Al, so long.
Gee, I don't know. Maybe I should go with you, honey.
Oh, now, Jane, don't worry. I'll get every penny of that $80, and we'll be able to go on our vacation like we planned.
Good. But, honey, don't take a check.
Think I'm a fool? I'll insist on cash, 3 10s and 2 5s.
Irma, that's 40. Get 80.
Oh, all right. And if I need a witness, I'll have his brother count it.
Well, an hour passed. I was in the apartment waiting for Irma to return. Presently, Al returned. He had a new business proposition. Painting pigeons and selling them for pheasants. Naturally, I wasn't interested. I was waiting for Irma to come home with the $80. Presently, the door slowly opened. It was Irma. Hello, Irma.
Hello, Jane.
Well, honey, I see you got rid of the coat.
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Boothby give you back your $80?
No, he couldn't.
Why not?
I lost the coat.
Chicken, how?
Oh, I don't know. I had so many things on my head, and I forgot it and left it on the trolley when I got off.
Oh, Irma, how could you?
That's right. 2 of you pick on me. Did I do a crime? Haven't either of you ever been absent-minded?
Well, yes, honey, but how long can you be absent?
Now, wait a minute. Let's not pick on Irma. It could have happened to anybody. It's just that we're in bad shape because the Better Business Bureau fixed things up for us. Now we haven't got the coat to return. Oh, instead of fighting among ourselves, Al, call up the Lost and Found department of the trolley company.
No good. Never get service over a phone. Only one thing to do. We go down to the car barn and frisk the trolleys as they come in.
Al?
What, chicken?
Have you lost faith in me?
Oh, no, baby. People make mistakes. They're human beings. And you're entitled to the same consideration.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you said that, Al, because I couldn't let a man love me who hated the sight of me.
Well, now I think I know why Romeo and Juliet killed themselves. Come on, let's get going. Well, here we are at the car barn. I don't know how to describe it. Have you ever spent a warm, languid June evening under a full moon at midnight in a car barn? You haven't? My friends, life has passed you by. Words can never capture the true color of the scene. Red trolleys going out, green trolleys coming in. Once in a while, for a shocker, they sneak in a yellow one. But Irma's coat must be found. Al?
Yes, Jane?
Any trace of the coat?
Not even a whiff.
Oh. We've been here 2 hours and my feet are just killing me. Irma, think. Can you remember the number of the trolley?
No, I can't. But now I know why.
Why?
It wasn't a trolley, it was a bus.
Oh, well, I'll be all right. I'll take an adrenaline or something. And time is a great healer. We're home again, a little shaken by Irma's admission. It's after midnight, and there's just no point in going to the bus terminal because I know that after we're there for a few hours, Irma will turn to me and say, you know, Jane, it wasn't a bus. It was a ferry boat. But as ridiculous as it sounds, Al has come up with the one solution.
Kids, I got it. We'll put an ad in the paper. Where's a pencil? Oh, here. Lost. One fur-bearing coat.
Well, you'd better describe it.
The papers wouldn't print it.
Please, I'm trying to write the ad. Lost. One fur coat on bus.
Will you hurry, Al? This has got to make the morning edition.
Okay. Lost. Fur coat. Fantastic reward.
Al, fantastic must mean at least $20.
Gotcha. Lost. Fur coat. Liberal reward.
Well, that means money, too.
Gotcha. Lost. Fur coat. Honesty is the best policy.
Just say reward.
Got it all. Return to Irma Peterson, 8224 West 73rd Street. I'll get it right to the paper.
Swell. Now, Al, if you'll excuse me, I'll say goodnight to the both of you and go to bed. I'm rather exhausted. This entire day and night is something I'll look back on and laugh rather hysterically about, you know. Good night.
Oh, good night and sleep well, Jane.
Good night, Jane. See me to the door, chicken.
Sure, Al. Al, do you think somebody will read the ad in the paper and return the coat?
Why, certainly, honey. You'll have it in the morning. Well, good night, chicken.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. Here.
Gee, Al, when you kiss me, I lose all my senses.
Look, chicken, don't go pinning no rap on me. Good night.
Well, the following morning, I wasn't due at work until 9:30, so I waited around to see if anyone answered the ad about Irma's lost coat. I was sure if anyone found the coat, we were bound to get it back because nobody in their right mind would keep it. Answer the door, honey. It may be someone returning the coat.
Oh, all right. Oh, I better get the reward. Where are those cookies I baked?
Irma, this calls for a reward, not a penalty. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Louise Cartwright. In my daily scrutiny of the newspapers, I chanced across your advertisement, and it may solve my dilemma.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, I was cruising down Madison Avenue in our open town car. I find it so much easier to dot in and out of traffic with the small car. When suddenly something came flying into the car and landed prone on my dear husband. And for moments he was loath to part with it because it was the first time in years he had hair on his head.
That's my coat.
Well, here it is. And it's been quite an experience.
There's a $10 reward.
Oh, my dear, I don't need the money. But I have a suggestion. Why don't you give it to some worthy charity, like the Park Avenue Kennel Club for the preservation of underfed French poodles? They're wonderful work they're doing, and every little bit helps. Good day.
Oh, Jane, isn't it wonderful? I've got my coat back, and now I'm going right down and get my $80. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, Better Business Bureau. Yes, we have the coat, and we... what? Oh, no. I see. Well, thanks. Irma, the coat is yours for keeps. Mr. Boothby has left town, and the police are after him with a warrant for swindling 100 people. What a stupid businessman. That's no way to build up goodwill. You know what this means, Irma. No $80, no vacation. Well, Jane, you can go. Oh, honey, I told you I wouldn't go without you.
Hiya, chicken. What's up, Jane?
I'm late for work, Al. Irma will tell you. And Irma, when you hang that coat up, keep it away from my Persian lamb. I don't want my coat to catch the mange. I'll be seeing you.
Chicken, what happened?
Oh, Al, Boothby left town.
Oh, well, don't cry, chicken. There's only one guy who can help.
Who, Al?
Who but... Hello, Joe. Al. Got a fur coat to get rid of. Huh? Is it hot? Well, frankly, it's not so hot. You bought it on 2nd Avenue. Now, don't hang up, Joe. How can I get $80 for this coat? Huh? Put 40 in each pocket. Joe, this is an emergency. What can we do? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Thanks, Joe. Chicken, our problem is solved.
Well, how?
We raffle off the coat by selling tickets around the neighborhood at a buck a throw.
Well, is that honest?
Of course, chicken. No matter how you look at it, this coat is worth $1. Even if you only hang it in the window to frighten off prowlers. Now, listen to me, Irma. We print 120 tickets, get back our 80, give 40 to charity. You know, that orphanage down the street. How about that?
Well, gee, Al, that'll be sweet, giving our money to charity. I like that.
Chicken, we're clicking now. Gotta print the tickets. Where's that pencil?
Well, Al, would Jane think it's all right?
Honey, you know the faith Jane has in us. You know what she thinks about the two of us.
Yes, I know. Well, here's the pencil anyhow, Al. I like to live dangerously.
Now, monster raffle.
Well, Al, do you think we ought to describe the coat in the first line?
Get your point. Scratch out the monster. Make it grand raffle. Attention, men. Does your wife always talk about a fur coat? Take a chance on this one. It will leave her speechless. A genuine, mink-dyed, squirrel-colored, caracal beaver. Figure it out, men. You can't go wrong at 2 bits an animal. Got it?
Got it.
Hey, come in. Irma, keep printing the ticket. Oh, hello, Kropotkin. How would you like to buy a ticket for a raffle?
Oh, yes, Professor, please take one. This raffle is to get rid of my coat.
Oh, your coat, Irma. Who is sponsoring this raffle? The Board of Health?
Professor, part of this money is for charity. Remember, it's better to give than receive.
I agree with you. A coat like that, it's better to give than receive. But, Irma, if it will help you get back your money, I'll buy one.
Yeah, thanks, but we also want you to sell some. So you take 30, I'll sell 30, Mrs. O'Reilly will take 30, and Irma will sell 30.
How can I sell 30? I haven't got that many enemies.
Sell them to your friends and end the shortage. Then tomorrow, the 4 of us meet, and we have the grand drawing.
Well, when I got back home, I was just deliriously happy at the prospect of the wonderful summer that Irma had made possible for us. Yeah, I can just see the two of us. Me and my Persian lamb and Irma and that Australian sheepdog. Wafting the cool breezes under the 3rd Avenue L. Come in.
How do you do? You remember me?
Oh, yes. You're Mr. Gerard of the Better Business Bureau.
That's right. I know you'll be glad to know that we've located Square Deal Boothby. We found him in Newark, and we plan to take action against him.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, we need that coat for evidence. We've been trying to nail this Boothby for a long time, so we'll gladly pay you what you paid for the coat. Here's $80.
Oh, this just solves everything. Here's the coat, Mr. Gerard.
Thank you. Good heavens, it's still shedding.
Yeah, you better hurry. By the time you get to Newark, you'll have nothing but the lining.
Goodbye.
Well, chicken, it's been a pretty tough day, but we did it. All tickets are sold, and I've already told the orphanage. Now, let's go in and break the good news to Jane.
Hello, Jane. I have wonderful news for you. Oh, I've got wonderful news for you, too, honey, so let me tell mine first, huh?
All right, ladies first.
Thank you. Well, our problems are over. We just sold that terrible coat to the Better Business Bureau for $80. Isn't that a lucky break? Huh? What are you two hawing about?
Tell her, chicken.
Gentlemen first.
Okay. Jane, we gotta have that coat.
I don't understand.
We're raffling it off in 10 minutes. Sold 120 chances. Given $40 to an orphanage.
Oh, no. Who bought the tickets?
Well, all our neighbors and the policemen on the beat.
Oh, the police.
Well, gee, we could still have our raffle if we could only lay our hands on a coat.
Well, kids, there's only one thing to do. You'll have to raffle off my Persian lamb coat.
Oh, but Jane, it's your good coat. It took you 3 years to buy it.
I know it, honey, but I'd rather be covered with respect than with Persian lamb.
Oh, thanks, Janie, but there ain't no need to do that. Tell you what we'll do. Irma and me will go out and return all the money and explain that the raffle was called off because the coat was perishable and it died before we could get it here.
And the orphanage still gets the $40 that you promised them.
Oh, but that means we'll only save half our vacation money.
Well, it can't be helped, honey. A promise is a promise.
Jane?
Yeah?
We can still go to the 1,000 Islands on half our money.
How?
We'll only visit 500 of them.
Well, Irma got home late that night from returning the raffle money, and she was very excited. She said,
Jane?
Yeah?
Guess what happened? The oddest coincidence. I met Mr. Boothby, and he looks just wonderful in a beard.
Irma, the police of 2 states are looking for Mr. Boothby. How were you able to recognize him, especially if he was wearing a beard?
Oh, it was easy. I can spot a faker now. He was selling wristwatches for $1.
Oh, yeah. Still trying to fool the people, is he?
Yes, worse than ever. Look, this watch he sold me doesn't even glow in the dark.
And that's how it's been, and I think how it's always going to be with my friend Irma.
Mrs. Sweeney! Oh, Mrs. Sweeney! Open the window! What is it, Mrs. Marge? Hang on to your knuckles! Our boys are cracking them tonight!
From Hollywood, before a small, select audience of friends, relatives, and ushers, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Sweeney and March Show with the sensational singing group The Starlighters, Ed Max, Doris Singleton, June Foray, Irvin Lee, George Fenneman, Wilbur Hatch and his orchestra, and me, Bob Lamont. And here are the stars of our show, the young comedy stylists, Bob Sweeney and Hal Marks.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hal March, and this shy gentleman at my side is Bob Sweeney. Shy a good deal of hair, too. Say something, please, Bob.
Oh, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for listening.
Oh, no, Bob. Bob, that's wrong. I'm trying very hard to make a good radio comedian out of you. You've got to get over being so shy and backward. Come out with confidence and a big laugh like this. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now try that, Bob. How are you getting it? That's better. Now say something.
I can't. I'm laughing too hard.
Bob, just pretend. There's nothing really funny. On this show, we just talk about kinds of people everybody has known, like deep-sea divers or marathon runners or forest rangers. People you meet every day on the street. What are we going to do tonight, Bob?
Well,
What, tonight?
I'm still worried, Hal. I'm all mixed up and worried.
Bob, you've got to get a grip on yourself. Just keep saying that all those people listening in aren't really there. They're not really there. They're not really there.
All you people listening in, you're not really there.
Now, feel better? What's the matter now?
Maybe they're not really there.
Well, we'll just have to take a chance. Now, the first sketch tonight is about the fire department. I'm going to play the part of Captain March of the fire department.
Oh, swell, Hal. And can I be the guy who steers the back end of the hook and ladder? Clang, clang, get out the axes, turn on the water, man the hoses, and get on...
Bob.
Yes, Hal?
I've got a hot flash for you. In this sketch, somebody's house has to be on fire.
Oh, you don't mean Hal?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, I knew I'd get burned again.
Men of Hook and Ladder Company number 4! And... Captain March, the men are assembled.
Thank you, Lieutenant Maxwell. Men of Hook and Ladder Company number 4, this is a fire company. And we demand a certain level of performance from the crew. For example, at the Mission Street fire this morning, Jones, Butler, and Weems were seen walking through the front door without swinging an axe.
But, Captain, the door was unlocked.
Lieutenant Maxwell. Rackety-bracks, coax, the firemen always use their axe.
Rackety-bracks, coax, the firemen always use their axe.
Now remember that. Privately,
Yes, sir.
you're new here, and at one time I thought you had a brilliant future, but I suddenly discover you're inhibited. This morning in that Georgian mansion fire, you left a perfectly gorgeous Ming Dynasty vase intact.
But, Captain, I thought it was just a cheap flower pot.
So you fancy yourself an art critic. I want this understood. When there's ever any doubt, swing! Rackety-bracks, coax, the firemen always use their axe.
Rackety-bracks, coax, the firemen always use their axe.
And just one more thing. This morning we had a beautiful fire for toasting. And what happened? No marshmallows. Lieutenant Maxwell, see to it that the man in charge of picnic supplies receives 5 lashes. Dismiss company.
Company! Come in. Hello.
Hello?
Name?
Sweeney.
Fire?
Yes.
What?
House.
Blaze?
Yes.
Smoke?
Yes, thanks. Don't mind if I do. I'm a little nervous.
No. You misunderstand. Your house is on fire.
It is? Gee, I better get right home.
Wait a minute. If you want to report a fire, I think you'd better talk to Captain March.
All right.
Yes, Maxwell.
Captain, Mr. Sweeney here would like to report a fire.
Very well. Make your report, Mr. Sweeney.
Well, Captain, my house is on fire.
All right, you've made your report. Now, will you please go? I'm in the middle of a gin-rummy game.
Well, gee, what's more important, your gin-rummy game or my house that's on fire?
Good heavens, man. I'm about to be blitzed at 2 cents a point.
I don't care what you're playing for. My house is on fire, and I want you fellas to come and put it out.
Well, all right. You'll have to fill out this application.
Application? Do I have to fill out an application to have my house on fire?
Certainly. And, of course, you have your priority.
I haven't got time to get a priority.
In that case, Mr. Sweeney, I would suggest that you report to our self-service fire station on Evans Street.
I don't have time. I came to you with a fire, and it's your job to put it out. After all, I'm a taxpayer, and I demand to
Mr.
get
Sweeney, how much do you pay a year in taxes?
About $18.50, I guess, with deductions.
And how much of it do you think goes to the fire department?
Oh, about $1.98, I guess.
You mean to say that you expect 32 men and 5 pieces of apparatus to go to your house for $1.98? Bargain hunter.
Are you going to come and put out my fire or not?
Just as soon as you complete the application. Come in.
Who's the head man here?
I am, sir. I'm Captain March of the...
Shut up!
Sir, I think...
Shut up! You was beginning to bore me. Now, suppose you let me take the initiative in this conversation.
What's your name?
Never mind that. Never mind my name. Nobody has to know my name. It's none of your business what my name is. My name is Georgie Spinoni. And I used to operate in the East Side. We're taking over this district now. Yeah, my 2 boys here come down to talk business with you.
Mr. Spinoni, if it's not asking too much, would you mind telling your 2 boys to take their guns out of my back?
All right, boys, take your guns out of his back.
Yes, Father.
All right, now let's talk. Say, what are you using for putting out your fires?
Water, of course.
What kind of water?
Why, water from the city fire hydrants.
How many gallons you use a week?
Oh, conservatively, I'd say about 7 gallons.
Yeah, well, from now on, you're using 9 gallons. And it's going to be bottled seltzer water.
Seltzer water. Why in the world do you want us to use seltzer water?
Because me and my boys like to hear it go
Captain March, what about my house?
What about your house?
Well, it's on fire, you know.
Oh, yes. I think we can cut a little red tape and go now, Mr. Squeamy.
Fine. How do I get out of here?
Just slide down that pole, Mr. Squeamy, like the rest of us do.
Okay. Here I go.
Well, there goes another one. I wonder where that thing goes, anyway.
What kind of a public servant are we going to do now?
Well, this time, Bob, we're going to do a public servant who's just a little unusual.
Oh, you mean like a whisperer?
Don't be ridiculous, Bob. We're going to do a public weighing machine.
A weighing machine?
That's right.
Well, how can you get a weighing machine to talk for the radio, Al?
Bob, have you ever put a penny in a weighing machine and received a little card with your weight and fortune on it?
Yeah?
Who do you think writes those out?
Charlie McInerney?
Who is Charlie McInerney?
Friend of mine with a pencil?
No, Bob. No, not Charlie McInerney. Inside of every weighing machine is a little man. And all he does all day long is guess weights and write out fortunes.
Well, is he the guy we're going to do next?
Right, Bob. I'll be the man who fixes the machines, and you'll be the little man who writes out the fortunes.
But, hell, I'm too big. I can't get inside one of those machines.
Yes, you can, Bob. It's all in the mind. Just keep saying to yourself, I'm tiny. I'm tiny. I'm tiny. I'm tiny. That's tiny enough. Are you comfortable down there, Bob?
Yeah, except for one thing.
What's that, pal?
I'm trying to lock my shoelaces.
Hello, March Weighing Machine Company. March speaking.
Mr. March, I'd like to report an inaccuracy in one of your scales.
Yes, madam. What is it?
Well, I got on your scale at Hollywood and Vine.
Yes.
Now, I'm not complaining, mind you, but my fortune card said that I was lovely, devastatingly beautiful, with a gorgeous complexion and a sylph-like figure.
Oh, I would say that's very complimentary. What's your trouble, madam?
Well, you should see me. I'm a mess.
Very well, madam. I'll check that scale right away. Hollywood and Vine. That's Sweeney's scale. More than likely been nibbling on a fermented grape and high as a kite. I'll go down there right now and straighten him out once and for all. I'll get the back of that scale open and have a showdown with this little squirt. All right, Sweeney. On your feet and get your light on. I want to have a talk with you.
Oh, Mr. March. I was just having lunch. You care to join me?
What are you eating there?
Birdseed blintzes?
No, thank you. I ate. Besides, I want to discuss your work with you. Do you realize that this is the only scale in town that gives me any trouble?
Well, what did I do? I've been guessing the weights and writing up the fortunes just like you told me.
Sweeney, how long were you in training school?
6 months, sir.
Where's your diploma?
Hanging on the wall here over my bookcase.
And what does the oath say on your diploma?
Oh, Mr. March, not again.
Read it. The oath, read it.
Read it?
The oath.
I, Robert Sweeney, promise that I will not add a pound here or take away a pound there. And I will not allow myself to go any larger than 3 inches.
What's the matter, Sweeney? You getting too big for this job?
No, sir.
Sweeney, you've changed. And I don't like what I see.
Just a minute, Mr. March, and I'll turn the light off.
That's what I mean, Sweeney. It's those smart answers. Let me ask you something. Do you recall the day you came to my office?
Yes, sir. I came to ask you for a job.
Exactly. And what experience did you have?
I was a foreman of a record-changing crew inside a jukebox.
That's right. That's exactly right. And do you remember why you left that job?
I was fired.
And why were you fired?
Because I got my head caught in a hole in a record. And it threw the whole jukebox into confusion.
Butterfinger, Sweeney.
Oh, I'll never live it down. It was awful.
Yes. And what was the outcome?
Toscanini ended up conducting Spike Jones. The Swallows flew back to Cucamonga and Catascapastrano. The prisoner of love escaped.
And with a record like that, I took you in. And do you recall the lie you told me about your ability to tell fortunes?
Yes, sir. I said I could tell fortunes because when I worked in the jukebox, I used to go around with the gypsy.
Sweeney, sometimes I think I made a mistake with you.
Get back, Mr. Mark! Here comes a penny! Oh, gosh. These pennies frighten me to death. A guy can get hurt in here.
Aha! I'm glad I found out in time.
Found out what, Mr. March?
Not only are you careless, but you're stir-crazy. And I had you in mind for a promotion to a candy machine.
Oh, I could handle it, sir. Honestly, I could. I'll work hard and I'll study if you'll just give me a chance.
Don't be childish, Sweeney. If pennies frighten you, 2 days in the nickel machine and you'd be a gibbering idiot.
Oh, sir, I could use the promotion. My wife, well, she's going to have a baby.
Do you mean to stand there on that penny and tell me that you were about to become a father?
Well, sir, if it would make the company happy, I might try to become a mother.
Now, Sweeney, don't get smart with me.
But, sir, with the baby coming and everything, my wife is going to have to quit her job.
Your wife works? Sweeney, with the money you're earning, you allow your wife to work?
Well, sir, with prices the way they are, it's awfully hard to get along on 7 cents a week.
What kind of work does your wife do, Sweeney?
She's with the gas company, Mr. March. Mm-hmm. She sits under the grill in the middle of the gas stove. When you push the button, she blows the pilot light over towards the burner.
I'm sorry, Sweeney. I'd like to let you have that nickel machine, but my conscience just won't let me. I'm sorry.
Oh, in that case, Mr. March, I'll just have to hand in my resignation. I didn't want to take it, but I've had a job offered to me in the movies.
Oh, what could you do in the movies?
Well, sir, they're remaking an old picture, and they want me for the leading man. I'm just the type.
What's the name of this picture?
Little Women.
Bob, what's the matter? Don't you like the Starlighters?
No.
You don't? Why not?
Oh, that one in the middle makes fun about my hair that I used to have.
That's just kidding, Bob. You mustn't worry.
Oh, I just don't want to hear any more cracks about my hair, or I'll be swinging on a starlighter.
Please, Bob, control yourself.
I'll get that one in the middle.
Bob, the one in the middle is a girl.
That doesn't scare me. I can handle her.
Robert, please, let's do our next public service. Now, in this, I'll play the part of the taxi cab driver. Don't whistle for a cab yet, Bob. We're not ready.
I was whistling at that starlighter, huh?
Oh, well, you'll play the part of the guy who's in a big rush to get someplace in a taxi. Think you can handle that, Bob?
Oh, is it a yellow or a checkered cab?
What possible difference can that make?
Oh, I guess you've never been president of the Yellow Cab Company.
Taxi music, please.
Hurry, Bob. The taxi's waiting out in front.
I'm all set, honey.
You got your suitcases?
Yeah.
Fishing rod?
Yeah.
Boots?
Yeah.
All right, now have a nice time. Goodbye.
Bye. Now, where's the taxi? Yes?
Will you please let me in? You're the one who's leaving.
I was wondering where that taxi was. Oh, goodbye, dear.
Bob Sweeney, haven't you forgotten something?
Forgotten something?
Did you kiss anybody?
Oh, honey, this is no time to get suspicious.
Now, you just give me one little kiss.
Oh, honey, do I have to go on a vacation?
Now, you run along. The taxi's waiting.
Okay, bye. Well, here I am, driver. Let's go. And please hurry. I've got 20 minutes to catch a train.
He's got 20 minutes to catch a train, he says. Why don't you take it nice and slow and easy, Mac? You're going to get yourself a nice batch of ulcers.
Now, let me worry about that. You just drive to the Union Station. My train leaves in 15 minutes.
Okay. Off we go into the wire blue yonder. Off we go.
Driver, you're going in the opposite direction. The Union Station is the other way.
The other way, he says. Ever gone to the Union Station this way?
No, I certainly haven't.
And how do you know it's impossible?
Listen, you...
Ulcers.
Well, you're certain you know what you're doing?
Certainly I'm certain. I know this town like the back of my hand. See there? The back of my hand? See the back of my hand, Mac?
Yes, I see it. It's awfully hairy around Main Street.
Hairy around Main Street, he said. But really, Mac, I know my driving. I only got a little crossed up once. Care to hear about it, Mac?
I'd love to. Would you like to pull over to the curb and get back here with me?
Okay, but I'll have to leave the meter on.
Now, you keep driving. I've only got 12 minutes to catch my train.
Okay, Mac, just like you say. Here we go.
Look out for that pedestrian!
You'll have to get in back, Mac. I can't drive with you sitting on a meter. That's it!
Just a moment, driver. I gotta get someplace quick. I caught you.
Please, can't you see this driver is engaged?
Is that so? Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very happy.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Now, look, chum. Tell us where you want to go.
Grant's Tomb.
Never heard of it.
Grant's Tomb? That's in New York.
Yes, sir. You got a mighty fine head on your shoulders, friend. On second glance, you got two mighty fine heads on your shoulders.
Yes, and yours is very nice, too.
That's Grant's Tomb. Driver, stop the cab, driver.
That ain't Grant's Tomb. That's the city hall, Mac.
I beg to differ with you, sir. I've been living here in Gildersleeve for 26 years, and I place a wreath on those steps every night. You must be a Confederate man.
All right, it's Grant's Tomb. Please pay the driver so I can get to my train.
That'll be $1.60.
Due to a condition over which I have no control, I have only 20 cents.
Look, yo, the meter says $1.60.
Can you just back up to 20 cents?
I'll pay his fare. Please, let's get to the station.
That's very kind of you, sir. And now, may I bid you good day? I have some friends waiting for me. Good afternoon, Mrs. Grant. Is the general home?
May we go now?
What was your last question?
I said, may we go now?
Certainly. Off we go into the wild blue yonder. Off we go.
Driver! Must you sing that song?
Oh, sure. That's a song of my old outfit.
Oh, so you're an ex-serviceman.
Oh, certainly. I was in the submarine service.
I don't mean to disillusion you, but the song you just sang is from the Army Air Corps.
The Army Air Corps, huh?
Yes.
Oh. Down we go into the wild green yonder. Down we go into the fish. Down we go.
Driver, we're only a few blocks from the station. I got a couple of minutes. Would you please hurry?
Okay, Mac. I'll open it wide open.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're stalled.
Now, don't get excited, Mac. She just stalled for a minute. Don't go getting them ulcers.
But you stalled it right in the middle of the railroad tracks.
What difference does that make?
Does that answer your question? Now, I insist you get this car across these tracks.
Look, bossy, I got my end across. Now, let's see what you can do with your end.
Can't you please do something? That train is practically on us.
Everything is going to be all right. You keep worrying like that, and you'll get ulcers, sure. Hey, Mac, you okay?
Oh, I'm in agony. My insides are killing me.
I know it. Just like I told you. You worried yourself right into a case of ulcers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've said before, we don't like to feel that we've put on this whole show for nothing.
We don't like to feel that way, but that's the way it is.
Bob, I'm not talking about money. Folks, we like to think that our show contains a message that perhaps you got more than 5 or 6 chuckles out of it.
We like to think you got 10 chuckles out of it. We're dreamers.
Bob, please, this is serious. We'd like to know that you folks at home get a lift out of our sketches, that they have some significance for you. And so tonight, we're happy to read a telegram that has just come in from one of our listeners. Bob, will you bring that Western Union boy over here, please?
Here he is, Hal.
Fine. Now, son, would you be kind enough to read the wire you just delivered so that we may all hear just what our audience thinks of us?
Hollywood, California, September 14th.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Sweeney and March, stop. Signed, Mrs. Kennedy.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Think you know what your wife knows? Think you know what your husband knows? You do? Then let's see how you rate your mate. Yes, it's Rate Your Mate, transcribed in New York, the show where it pays to know how much your mate knows about everything. And here's the man in charge of helping you rate your mate, Joey Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this is my first night on this new CBS program, and I don't want to start right in complaining, but this is the same studio that Arthur Godfrey uses, and he left the place in a terrible mess. It took 5 men all day just to sweep out his old money. I'm really glad to be here as quizmaster on the show because quiz programs are a big thing today. In fact, on some shows, you don't even have to be there to collect the money. They just call you on the phone and give it to you. Kidding? So now that when a person answers the phone, they don't say, who is it anymore? They just say, how much? Really, I've never seen people go so crazy for quiz shows. Of course, you hear of a lot of mix-ups on some of those shows. For instance, a man and his wife, friends of mine, won a beautiful electric blanket on a quiz show. They got it home and they couldn't use it because the fellow was AC and his wife was DC. The idea of this show, Rate Your Mate, is to find out just how much married or engaged folks really know about each other. Now, let's get into the interesting problems right now as we meet our first pair of mates. Who do we have, Hal Sims?
Here they are, Joey. It's Mr. and Mrs. Frank Fox. Meet Joey Adams.
Well, how do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Fox?
How do you do?
Before we play Rate Your Mate, let's find out something about you two. How long have you been married, Mr. Fox?
18 years.
I see. Any little foxes? I mean, do you have any children?
Well, I have a daughter that's 15 years old.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Fox, what do you do for a living?
I'm a chicken plucker.
A chicken plucker? What is that? Is it legal? I mean, what do you do? What do you do as a chicken plucker?
I pluck chickens.
You don't say a chicken plucker who plucks chickens. That's a novelty. Last week I went to a nightclub and some chicken plucked me. Mr. Fox, you like your work, do you?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's natural. I never heard of a fox yet that wasn't after the chickens. Tell me, Mrs. Fox, while... Mrs. Fox, while all those chickens are losing their heads over your husband, what do you do?
Well, I'm just a housewife.
Oh, I imagine that's a full-time job. Does your husband help you with the housework?
Yes, he does.
How does he help you?
Well, he polishes my furniture. He waxes my floors.
I see. What else does he do?
Well, he vacuums the rugs.
Mm-hmm. Does he help you with the dishes?
Yes, he washes the dishes.
And he washes the dishes. Who dries them?
He does.
He dries them too, huh?
He certainly does.
Mr. and Mrs. Fox, will you tell me once again, which one of you did you say is the housewife? By the way, didn't you tell me you had a daughter, Mrs. Fox?
Yes, I have.
Well, doesn't she do any housework?
No, she doesn't.
I see. She's married too, eh? But tell me, why doesn't your daughter wash the dishes?
Well, she has beautiful nails, and she doesn't like to spoil them.
And your husband, he doesn't have any fingernails. Tell me, Mr. Fox, who takes care of the money in your house as if I didn't know?
My wife.
Your wife takes care of the money?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to say sir to me. You're not talking to your wife. Don't be nervous. suppose you get some kind of allowance?
I get lunch money.
Good boy. You're certainly a strong man holding out for lunch money. That's wonderful. Mrs. Fox, how much lunch money do you give your husband?
Well, I never question him when it comes about food.
You give him whatever he wants.
I give him whatever he wants.
You're right. The poor man's got to keep his strength up. If he ever weakens, can you imagine what would happen to your house? Mr. Fox, with all your housework, do you have any time for yourself? I mean, do you have any hobbies?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for fun? Do you wash the windows or carry out the ashes? I mean, what is your hobby?
I like to go ice skating.
You like to, but does she let you? How about it, Mrs. Fox? Do you mind if your husband goes out with the boys once in a while?
No, I don't.
I think that's nice. It's the way it should be. I know another married couple who have an ideal arrangement. On Tuesday night, she gives her husband a night out with the boys, but it's 50-50 because every Friday night, she has a night out with the boys. Well, look, enough of this chit-chat. The time has come for you to rate your mate, and here's how we play this game. One of you, and one of you only, is going to be asked 4 questions, all of a general nature. Now, which one of you wants to tackle the questions?
I think you should go.
Even this you want him to work?
Yeah.
You don't want to strain yourself at all right. We can even let you think, too, Mr. Fox. Now that the decision has been made, we're going to see that you take it off stage to a soundproof booth where you won't be able to hear a thing we're saying out here until we press the right button. That's all you have to know right now. Goodbye and good luck. Now, I'm going to ask your husband 4 questions, and you must tell me before he answers whether he's going to be right or wrong. In other words, we don't care which way he answers the question, so long as you can predict in advance whether he knows the answer or not. If you say he is going to be wrong, and he is wrong, you win $25. But if you say he's going to be wrong, and he answers right, you win 25 cents. Okay, here we go with the first questions. You think he'll be able to answer this one? A 25th wedding anniversary is a silver one. Can you tell me what the first one is? Do you think he'll know that?
I don't think so.
You don't think he knows anything?
No. He knows the silver, but I don't think he'll know the first one.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
All right.
If you're a little lonely, I'll send you in some washing. Mr. Joe, what's his first name?
Frank.
Frank, here's your first question.
Yeah.
The 25th wedding anniversary is the silver one. Can you tell me what the first one is?
The silver one.
You're wrong, but you win $25. Your wife said you wouldn't guess it, and you didn't guess it, so you win $25. See you in just a little while. Well, so far you have $25. Here is your second question. What is Babe Ruth's real first name?
I don't think he'll know it.
You don't think he'll know? So we'll find out in just a little while. Hello?
Hello?
Here is your second question. We want to see if your wife rated you correctly. What is Babe Ruth's real first name?
George.
You are right, but you lose. Your wife said you didn't know it, and you did, so you win 25 cents. Incidentally, so far on the scoreboard, you have $25.25. Here's your chance to win another $25. What kind of a noise does a seal make? You think he'll know that?
Yes, I do.
You think he will? Hello?
Hello?
What kind of a noise does a seal make? What does it sound like?
Sounds like a
what?
Like a dog.
You're right, and you win. And now here's your fourth and last question. Which is the sheerest stocking, a 15 denier or a 30 denier? Do you think he'll know that?
I don't think so.
You don't think he knows anything about stockings?
No.
All right, here we go. Hello?
Hello?
Which is the sheerest stocking, a 15 denier or a 30 denier?
A 30.
A 30, you are wrong, but you win. Your wife said you wouldn't know it, and you didn't, so you win another $25. The scoreboard says you have a total of $75.25. Good luck to you, and thanks for joining us to play Rate Your Mate.
Joey, let's see how much our next couple knows about each other. Mr. and Mrs. Peppick meet Joey Adams.
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Peppick?
How do you do, Joey?
Welcome to Rate Your Mate. Where are you people from?
We're from the state of Washington.
I see. And what are you doing in New York?
We're here on a honeymoon.
A honeymoon, eh? How long have you been married?
4 years.
Mr. Peppick, you waited 4 years before you took your bride on a honeymoon?
That's right, Joe.
Well, that's sensible. Why spend a lot of money on your wife until you're sure you like her? But tell me, why didn't you go on a honeymoon right after you were married?
Well, we had a sort of a honeymoon, but he broke his leg just before we were married, and, well, it was kind of inconvenient.
How did you break it?
We're hiking.
On a hiking trip?
Yes.
Now, you're an outdoor man, eh? What kind of sports do you go in for, you two?
Well, we're always hiking, or bowling, or fishing, or skating, horseback riding.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any children?
No, we haven't.
I don't wonder. Where would you find the time? Well, Mrs. Peppick, with no children, what do you do all day?
I'm a registered nurse.
A registered nurse, eh? Mr. Peppick, you're pretty smart to marry a nurse. It's much cheaper than having them come in by the day. Now, Mr. Peppick, what do you do for a living?
I'm a patrolman at the Hanford Works at Richmond, Washington.
Oh, the Atomic Project, is that it? What do you do there?
Well, Joe, I'm sorry I can't tell you.
Oh, it's a secret.
He doesn't even tell me.
Well, but that's an ideal job for a husband. He comes home at night and his wife asks him, what did you do today, dear? He can say, none of your business, darling. Well, thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Peppick. The game must go on, so now's the time for one of you to rate your mate. Which one of you wants to answer the question?
Let Joe do it.
Joe is going to answer? Well,
right.
Joe, now that the decision has been made, we're going to see that you're taken off stage to a soundproof booth where you won't be able to hear a thing we're saying out here until we press the right button. Let's briefly review the idea. I'll ask Joe Peppick 4 questions, and before each question, Mrs. Peppick will have to tell me whether Mr. Peppick will answer these questions right or wrong. Now, how do you think you will do on this first question? If you were to eat a soft-boiled egg with a sterling silver spoon, what most likely would happen to the spoon? Do you think he'll answer that?
Yeah, I think he'll get that one right.
You think he'll get that one right? Well, we'll find out in just a minute. Hiya, sir.
Hello, Joe.
Here's your question. If you were to eat a soft-boiled egg with a sterling silver spoon, what most likely would happen to the spoon?
I believe it would tarnish.
Absolutely right, and you win. Your mate predicted you would know it, and you did, so you win $25. You'll have a chance in a little while to win some more, so hold on, will you? And here is your second question. Al Jolson made the anniversary song famous with the words, "Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed." Now, according to the rhythm of the song, what dance did they dance?
He doesn't dance, so I don't think he'd know it.
You don't think he'd know? Well, we'll find out in just a little while. Hiya.
Hiya, Joe.
Here's your second question. Al Jolson made the anniversary song famous with the words, "Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed." Now, according to the rhythm of the song, what dance did they dance?
Anniversary waltz?
You are right, but you lose. Your wife said you didn't know it, and you did know it, but you do get 25 cents. I'll see you in just a little while. So far, the scoreboard says you both have $25.25, and here's your chance at $25 more. From which fighter did Joe Louis win the heavyweight title? Do you think he'll know that one?
I don't think so.
You think he'll be wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Here's your third question. From which fighter did Joe Louis win the heavyweight title?
I believe from Jack Dempsey.
You are wrong, but you win. Your wife said you didn't know it, and you didn't know it. Here's your fourth question. I'm going to give you the second line of a famous quotation from Shakespeare. You give me the first line. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. Do you think he'll know the first line?
I don't think so.
Hello.
Hello, Joe.
I'm going to give you the second line of a famous quotation from Shakespeare. You give me the first line. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. Do you know the first line?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Well, you are wrong, but you win. Your mate said you'd miss that one, so you get $25. You have a total on the scoreboard of $75.25, and thank you both for joining us to play Rate Your Mate.
Joey, I'd like you to meet two charming people. Mr. and Mrs. Frank Baytug. Meet Joey Adams.
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Baytug?
How do you do, Joey?
Nice to have you here on Rate Your Mate. Where do you two people make your home?
In New Jersey.
Any particular town, or are you just camping out?
No, we live in Irvington.
Irvington? Whereabouts is that?
You know where Newark is?
No, why? Is it missing? Because I really think New Jersey is a wonderful state. How about you, Mrs. Baytug? Are you a native of New Jersey?
No, I'm not. I come from outside of New Jersey.
Outside of New Jersey? That's a big place. Just where are you from?
I'm from Austria.
Austria? Well, that's outside of New Jersey. Well, you certainly speak perfect English. How long have you been in this country?
I've been here 3 years.
3 years, and you speak so well, it's amazing. I've got a brother-in-law who's lived in Brooklyn all his life, and I can't understand a word he says. Well, Mrs. Baytug, tell me, where did you meet your wife?
I met her over in Austria in the Army.
Really? What was she doing in the Army?
No, I mean...
Oh, you were in the Army, I see. But how did you happen to meet her?
Well, I was at a dance in the Army. Saw this fellow dancing with her, so I walked up to him and I asked him if I could cut in.
Well, what did he say?
Yes.
Now, Vera, while he was dancing with this other fellow, what did you do? Vera, did he propose to you right there at the dance?
No, he shipped back to the States right afterwards.
He just joined the Army for that one dance, eh? Well, when did you next see him?
Back here.
In this country. What were you doing here?
Well, I was teaching dancing at a dancing school.
And what happened?
I was giving a lesson, and Frank walked in from out of nowhere.
I thought he was from New Jersey. And Vera, did you teach him how to dance?
I taught him some lessons.
Uh-huh. Then what?
Then I married him.
Boy, that's really teaching him a lesson. Vera, do you still teach dancing?
No, I don't.
That's the way it goes. A fella finds a girl who's got a good job, so he marries her, and then she quits. Well, you know, the way you two people met is really very interesting, and I'm very excited about it. I know everybody else is. You met in Austria, got together by accident here in New York, and got married in New Jersey. Is that right, Frank?
No, we didn't get married in New Jersey.
Where did you get married?
In my hometown.
Where's that?
Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls is your hometown?
That's right.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? You get married, you step outside, you're on your honeymoon. Well, now let's see how much you people know about each other. See if you can rate your mate correctly. Now that we've talked to you both, let's get busy and see how you rate your mate. Which one of you wants to answer the question?
I will.
You will? Well, thank you very much. Off to the isolation chamber with you. And incidentally, we'll see how well you know your spouse. Remember, it doesn't matter whether she answers the question correctly or not, but it does matter that you're able to predict which way she will answer. $25 if you guess right, 25 cents if you guess wrong. Now, how do you think she'll be able to cope with this first question? If you saw a package of flour with 4 X's on it, would that flour be a very finely ground flour or a coarsely ground flour?
I think she'll be able to answer that correctly.
You think she will? We'll find out in just a minute. Hello?
Hello?
Here is your first question. If you saw a package of flour with 4 X's on it, would that flour be a very finely ground flour or a coarsely ground flour?
Very fine.
You are right and you win. Your husband said you would know it, and you did, so you win $25. Here is the second question for your spouse, and do you think she'll know this one? In boxing, when one fighter is knocked down and can't get up right away, how many seconds elapse before he is considered knocked out?
I don't think she'll know that.
You don't think she will? Well, we'll find out in just a minute. Hello?
Yes?
Here is your second question. In boxing, when one fighter is knocked down and can't get up right away, how many seconds elapse before he is considered knocked out?
Oh, I don't know.
You are wrong, but you win. Your husband predicted that you wouldn't know it, and you didn't, so you win $25. On the scoreboard so far, you have $50. Here's your third question. I'm going to give you the second line of a famous pair of lines. You give me the first line. Repent at leisure, or leisure. You think she'll know the first part of it? Repent at leisure.
No, I'm pretty sure she won't know that.
You don't think she will? Well, we'll find out in just a minute. I'm going to give you the second line of a famous pair of lines. You give me the first line. Repent at leisure.
Don't know it.
You are wrong, but you win. And here is the fourth question, and your chance for a perfect score or $100. Is the bow on a man's hat generally on the left side or on the right side? Do you think she'll know that one?
Yes, I think she'll know that one.
You think she will? Well, we'll find out in just a little minute. Keep your fingers crossed. Hello?
Yes?
Here's your fourth and last chance. Is the bow on a man's hat generally on the left side or on the right side?
On the left side.
You are right, and you win. Your mate predicted you'd know it, and you did, so you win a total of $100, and thanks to you both for helping us play Rate Your Mate.
Here to play Rate Your Mate, Joey, are Mr. and Mrs. Frank Quinn. Meet Joey Adams.
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Quinn?
Hello, Joe.
Well, do you people think you know each other well enough to win some money tonight on Rate Your Mate? How about it, Mr. Quinn?
I hope so.
How long have you been married?
38 years.
38 years. Boy, that's a long time to be with a woman. Of course, it's even longer to be without one. Mrs. Quinn, you're married 38 years. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes, I have two, Cliff and Lorraine.
Mm-hmm. 2 grandchildren, eh? Any children?
We have 3 children.
That's very good. Children come in very handy if you plan to have grandchildren. Mrs. Quinn, how did you and your husband meet 38 years ago? Do you remember, or are you trying to forget?
Oh, I remember all right. We met in Coney Island.
Is that right, Mr. Quinn?
That's where I found her.
Found her? Did you ever find out who lost her? Mrs. Quinn, just where in Coney Island did he pick you up? I mean, meet you?
Oh, no, you were right the first time.
Then tell me, Romeo, how did you happen to get her?
Well, I was pitching balls on one of those places where they give prizes.
And that's where you won her. You know, the prizes were better in those days. Well, Mrs. Quinn, after you became better acquainted, exactly what happened?
Well, we went dancing, and then we walked over to the roller coaster, and he took me for a ride.
I see. Then you got married and took him for a ride. Mr. Quinn, do you ever go back to Coney Island?
Oh, about once a year.
Still trying to find out who lost her, eh? But I really think it's wonderful being married 38 years. Perhaps you have some advice for young brides on how to get along with their husband. For example, when your husband goes shopping for a suit, do you go with him?
I certainly do.
Why, don't you trust him to buy the right thing?
Well, the salesman could sell him anything. He's just like a child. You mean you buy his suits in the boys' department? Mr. Quinn, I bet you look adorable in rompers. How about when you go shopping, Mrs. Quinn? If you want to buy a hat, for instance, does Mr. Quinn go with you? Well, sometimes, but he don't enter the stores. He stays outside and smokes.
He smokes, huh? Well, he's different anyway. When the wife is buying a new hat, most husbands stay outside and burn. Well, you're both very nice people, and we're happy to have you with us tonight. So let's get busy right now and see how you rate your mate. Have you decided which one of you will try to answer the question?
I think my husband will.
You think your husband will? All right, then. Off you go to the isolation chamber, Mr. Quinn. And Mrs. Quinn and I will try to figure this out together. Now, keep the big idea in mind. It's not whether your mate knows the answer to the questions. It's whether you know what he knows. So tell me what you think about this first one. What is Cupid's first name?
Well, I think he might.
He might know it because...
If he's a little romantic, he might remember.
Well, if he won you at one of those ball games, then he'll know about it. Hello?
Hello.
Hiya, lover boy. See if you can find the answer to this question. What is Cupid's first name?
Dan.
You are right, and you win. Your mate said you would know it, and you did, so you win $25. I'll be back in a moment with another question. Mrs. Quinn, do you think he'll know this one? Which one of the 4 bases on a baseball diamond is not a sandbag?
I think he might know
You
that.
think he might know it? Hiya, Lockenbar.
Fine.
Good. Which one of the 4 bases on a baseball diamond is not a sandbag?
The home plate.
You are right, and you win. You have a total of $50, and I'll be back with more money in just a little while. Here is your third question. What is the name of the storybook character whose nose grew longer every time he told a fib?
I think he might.
You think he might know? Well, we'll find out. Hiya, sweetie.
All right.
What is the name of the storybook character whose nose grew longer every time he told a fib?
Pinocchio.
You are right, and you win. It is Pinocchio, so far on the scoreboard you have $75, and we'll be back in a moment. Now here is his fourth and last question. Some people use the expression crazy as a loon. Now then, what actually is a loon?
I'll say no on that one.
You don't think he would know it? Well, we'll find out. Hello?
Hello.
Some people use the expression crazy as a loon. Now then, what actually is a loon?
It's a bird, I believe.
You are right, but you lose. Your wife said you wouldn't know it, and you did, so you win 25 cents. Your total on the scoreboard is $75.25, and thanks to both of you for joining us and playing Rate Your Mate.
I'm sorry, Joey, but we can't have any more contestants tonight.
What's the matter? Did we run out of money?
No, we ran out of time.
Too bad. I had so much fun talking to all these happily married couples. It's so inspiring. Reminds me of what that very famous philosopher once said about happy marriages. His name was, well, I can't think of what his name was. No, I can't think of what he said. Good night, everybody.
So long, Joey, and so long to you all. Until next week, same time. And we hope you'll be with us to Rate Your Mate. Rate Your Mate is a Mark Foots and Bill Todman production. Associate producer, Peter Arnell. Rate Your Mate was transcribed in New York. This is Hal Sims speaking.
My Little Margie, starring Gail Storm and Charles Farrell, transcribed in Hollywood. Margie Albright is a normal, well-adjusted person, but like many other normal people, she has certain little peculiarities. And one of those peculiarities is a tendency to be slightly superstitious. Up to now, this hasn't affected her life one way or another. But now, well, Margie has just come home from a day of shopping, so let's see what happened.
Hi, Dad.
Oh, hello, Margie. Been shopping?
Mm-hmm. I bought a hat. Look, do you like it? And, Dad, the most horrible thing happened to me today.
I know. I've just seen the hat.
No, silly. I'm talking about the ladder.
What ladder?
The one I almost walked under. Walking under a ladder can lead to a terrible disaster.
And by not walking under it, you avoided a terrible disaster?
Well, certainly. That is, if you don't count the man behind me.
Well, what about the man behind you?
When I jumped back, I knocked him into a mud puddle.
Oh, Margie, that's terrible. Now, what did the poor man say to you?
Shall I leave out the bad words?
Well, certainly.
Nothing.
You see, being superstitious causes trouble. It's just a lot of nonsense.
It is like heck.
Mrs. Odette, you've been snooping at our keyhole.
Yes, and it's pretty tiring crouching like that. Believe me, I'm a poop snooper. Mrs. Odette, don't you agree that certain things can cause bad luck? Absolutely. I'm very careful about ladders, black cats, number 13, and things like that.
Well, how in the world can a black cat cause bad luck?
Oh, it does. It really does. One night, my second husband came home and stepped on a black cat. Boy, that was bad luck.
In what way?
It woke me up, and I beat the heck out of him for staying out late. I'm very careful about mirrors, too. I do anything to avoid breaking one.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Mrs. Odette, don't tell me you believe it's 7 years bad luck if you break a mirror.
No, that's one I don't believe in. My fourth husband broke one, and he didn't have 7 years bad luck. He didn't? Nope, he blew up in an explosion the next day. Goodbye.
Margie, you and Mrs. Odette baffle me. Here it is the 20th century, and you still believe in that old-fashioned Tommy rot.
Well, it's not that I believe in it. I'm just being careful. No sense taking risks, you know. It's just tempting fate.
Oh, this conversation is idiotic. It's getting late. I'm going to bed.
So am I. Good night, Dad.
Good night. And while you're asleep, don't walk under any ladders.
Good morning, Mr. Albright.
Hi, Freddie.
Morning, Dad. Oh, hello, Freddie.
Good morning, you beautiful, ravishing, delicious creature, you.
Why, Freddie, I don't have anything other girls don't have.
I know, but what you have is better organized.
Oh, Freddie, how you do go on. And do go on.
How about going out with me tonight? Would you like to go see a movie with Tyrone Power?
Oh, I'd love to see a movie with Tyrone Power. Who will you go out with? Pass the coffee, please, Dad.
Here you are.
Thanks. Gee, I had such a wonderful dream last night. I dreamed I inherited a tremendous fortune. I'm still excited about it.
Oh, forget it. It was only a dream.
Oh, I can't. This is the third night in a row I've had exactly the same dream.
Well, you think you had a dream. How about mine? I dreamed about the funniest thing last night. Was it a funny dream, Margie?
Well, how do I know what your dream was about?
Well, you ought to know about it. You were in it.
Freddie, forget your dream. Mine was more important. It's a sign.
Oh, for goodness sake. First it was ladders, black cats, and mirrors. And now it's dreams. Believe me, dreams don't mean a thing.
Yes, they do.
Oh, no, not again. Mrs. Odette, can't we say anything in private?
Oh, you can trust me. Anything I hear you say goes in 1 year and out over my private broadcasting system. Mrs. Odette, don't you believe that dreams have a certain significance? Well, of course. Now, you take the dream I had last night. I dreamed that I was all alone on a desert island with 8,000 men. Alone on an island with 8,000 men? What happened? What could happen? They built me a boat.
I thought that dream was supposed to mean something.
It does. It means I should learn to swim so I could sink the boat and swim back.
Well, if you're such a dream expert, does Margie's dream mean anything?
Well, it all depends. Margie, was your dream a pleasant one? Well, sure. All that money and everything. I like to have dreams like that. Well, I can tell you what to take at bedtime so you'll have pleasant dreams all the time.
What?
Here's a formula I used myself a few nights ago. You take a glass of ginger ale. Mm-hmm. Into it you pour some whiskey.
How much whiskey?
Oh, as much as you want. Then you stir it with a little stick with a wad of cotton on the end of it.
Well, what for?
That makes it a soft drink. I made myself one of those, and believe me, I had a nip and tuck dream.
A nip and tuck dream?
Yes, first I took a nip, and then I tuck another.
Well, if you people don't mind, I'd like to enjoy my breakfast without hearing any more talk about dreams. It's childish.
I've had the same dream over and over again that I'm going to inherit a fortune, and I firmly believe that I'm on the verge of something big.
You are. A big disappointment.
You know, Mr. Albright, lots of people have little superstitions. They're not so terrible.
Well, of course they're not. Every profession has them, in fact. Pilots don't like to go up without their good luck shoes. People in the theatrical profession won't whistle in a dressing room or throw a hat on a bed.
Well, how do you know so much about the theatrical profession?
Oh, I used to know a burlesque comedian.
Burlesque?
You know what burlesque is. That's the place where you can inspect the merchandise, but they won't let you take it outside.
Well, go on.
Well, my point is that these little superstitions are harmless, even lend an air of exclusiveness to each profession. But I'm afraid Margie is carrying it too far. That inheritance dream of hers, for instance. She's even making a list now of what she's going to do with the money.
That's bad.
Pure fantasy, that's what it is. Now, I'd like to cure her of all those crazy notions of bad luck, good luck, and dreams.
Have you thought of a way to do it yet?
No, not yet. But have you got any ideas on how to do it?
Sure. Take a rabbit's foot, rub it in poison ivy, and then give it to her and see how much good luck it brings her.
Freddie.
Yeah?
Freddie, it's certainly strange the way things work out in nature.
What do you mean?
It takes the head of a jackass to talk about the foot of a rabbit. Margie, here's a letter for you.
A letter? Oh, let's see who it's from. Oh, it's from a law firm. Cottle, Bonnell, Pomerantz, and Thayer.
Gee, sounds important. Open it up and read it.
My dear Miss Albright. Dad!
Well, what is it, Margie?
This letter. It says a man by the name of Death Valley Pete just died and left me a trunk full of gems.
A trunk full of gems?
But they say the gems are on the way. But, Dad, I never knew any Death Valley Pete.
Oh, yes, you did. It happened many years ago when you were a little girl. I got friendly with an old bum in the park. And when I gave you $1 for some candy and ice cream, you gave it to him. He swore he'd never forget you for it.
Gosh, I don't remember that at all. He was Death Valley Pete?
Yeah. I guess it pays to be kind to people.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean?
I was kind to a man once, and he tried to take advantage of me.
You mean he insisted on making love to you?
No, he refused.
Well, in this case, it certainly paid. Imagine, a trunk full of gems, and all for me.
Margie, here's a big, heavy trunk for you. It was left downstairs with the janitor.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Drag it in, Freddie.
Okay.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
All right.
Just leave it right there, Dad. You see, my dream of inheriting a fortune did come true, and you laughed at me.
You win, Margie. I guess you were right.
A trunk full of gems. I'm wealthy. Fabulously, incredibly wealthy. My eyes will probably bulge out looking at such a fabulous collection. Come on, Dad. Help me get the lid of this trunk up.
Oh, I can hardly wait to see it all.
There it is, Margie.
Dad, I don't understand. Is that my fortune?
Looks that way. Loaded from top to bottom, too.
But there aren't any jewels in there.
Well, they weren't supposed to be. Just gems. And that's what they are. Hundreds of them.
Those are gems?
Sure. Razor blades.
Starting this coming Tuesday night, two familiar favorites for mystery and thrills will be heard on the same evening on most of these same stations. It's a new night and time for Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, moving to Tuesday night. And it's CBS Radio's Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, returning to begin a new series of action-packed murder mysteries. Remember, this coming Tuesday night, here's Suspense at its new night and time. And Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, again at the star's address. Well, the huge fortune that Margie thought she was inheriting turned out to be nothing but a trunk full of razor blades.
Dad, I can't figure it out. If I gave $1 to Death Valley Pete, as you say I did, why should he express his gratitude by leaving me a trunk full of razor blades?
He probably used that $1 to get a shave.
Oh, stop laughing at me.
Well, Margie, I hope this cures you of putting so much faith in dreams.
Boy, it sure does. I dream of a fortune and I wind up with a flock of razor blades. There must be 1,000 of them here.
I paid for 1,200 of it.
What did you say?
Gosh, Margie, it wasn't my idea. It was your father's.
Quiet, you.
Oh, you played this trick on me, huh, Dad?
Oh, well, what harm is there in playing a little joke? My mother once played a very funny joke on my father.
What was the joke? Freddie.
Now, Margie, I just wanted you to stop putting so much faith in dreams. It was becoming an obsession with you.
Your father's right, Margie. There's nothing in dreams. I had an experience myself once. I was going to the racetrack one day, and the night before I had a dream in which I saw nothing but hats, all kinds and shapes.
You dreamt about hats?
Yeah. And then the next day at the racetrack, I looked over the program, and there was a horse named Hat Check Girl in the first race. So I put all my money on it.
What happened?
Hat Check Girl finished last.
Who won?
Some horse by the crazy name of Sombrero. Well, it just goes to show you there's nothing in dreams.
Oh, there's nothing in your head either. Well, Margie, I played a trick on you, and I'm sorry. There's nothing more I can say. And now I've got to get to the office. I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, I'll see you tonight, Margie. Long.
Mrs. Odette, they haven't heard the last of this. Imagine pulling a mean, nasty, despicable trick like that on me.
What are you going to do about it?
Let's see now. There must be some... Mrs. Odette, what's that piece of paper sticking out of your pocket?
Oh, I don't know. I was in a taxi today and I found it on the seat. It's some sort of a crudely drawn map.
Let me see it. It is a map. It's marked Central Park, and it reads 20 feet from Bridle Path.
Oh, it's probably some rendezvous where lovers meet. No, it couldn't be. I know them all.
This arrow points to some sort of a cave. And look at these two words. Avum Enoch. I wonder what that means.
Search me.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Odette. This is it. I'll plant this map in the trunk, and when Dad and Freddie accidentally discover it, they'll think it's a map showing the hiding place of some buried treasure.
But why will your father think there's a buried treasure there?
Because I know my father. All I have to say is that it isn't buried treasure, and he'll say, Margie, I know a treasure map when I see one. And then I'll let them dig and dig and dig until they get blisters on their hands.
Goody!
Mrs. Odette. What? There's just one thing that bothers me. Is it a very mean trick?
Well, yes.
Good, we'll do it. Well, Dad, now that you had your fun, will you please get rid of this trunk full of razor blades?
Oh, sure. Give me a hand, Freddie.
Oh, it's rather heavy. Why don't you empty the blades into this empty carton?
Oh, good idea. Open the trunk, Freddie.
Okay.
Now tip it over.
Oh, look at this piece of paper I found at the bottom of the trunk.
What is it?
I don't know. It's got lines and arrows and figures on it.
Well, let me see.
Yes.
Hey, you've got an old map, Mrs. Odette.
Let's not get personal, Bob.
Let me see it. It is an old map. Look, this arrow points to some sort of a cave. And in Central Park. Now look, this is the bridle path, but what are these two words here? Evum Enots.
Evum Enots? Whoever wrote that must be real stupid. Probably some backward guy.
Wait a minute, that's it.
What?
Evum Enots. Spelled backwards, that means move stone.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, it is backwards. Gosh, Margie, what do you know?
Straw cab.
Straw cab? What's that?
Backwards, spelled backwards.
Margie. Margie, stop clowning. This is a map of some sort. Freddie, where did you get this old trunk?
In a little second-hand place near the waterfront.
The waterfront? Say, maybe this is some sort of a treasure map.
No, Dad, that's ridiculous.
Margie, I know a treasure map when I see one.
What did I tell you, Mrs. Odette?
Gosh, maybe it's a pirate map.
Oh, Freddie, that's silly. Pirates in New York?
Sure, I've seen pirates in New York many times. Well, I have. Playing the Giants at the Polo Grounds.
Dad, stop getting excited over some silly map. There's nothing to it.
Of course not. Now, you take my fifth husband, Newbold.
I don't want him.
Neither did I, but I was stuck with him. Anyway, he once found a map showing the location of a quartz mine.
A quartz mine?
Yes. It was supposed to be loaded with quartz. Newbold went looking for it, and when I found him, the mine was empty, the quartz were empty, and Newbold was loaded.
Well, nevertheless, I'm going to investigate this. We'll go tonight when there aren't too many people in the park. Freddie, get a pick and shovel.
Okay. Gosh, just think, Mr. Albright, we may strike a bonanza.
If we do, we'll split it.
Yes. We'll have a bonanza split.
Well, while our treasure seekers are on their way to Central Park to dig for buried treasure, we take you to the railroad station. On track 4, the chief has just arrived, followed by his squaw and 6 papooses. And on track 6, a train has just pulled in from Sing Sing prison. Stepping down from the platform is a notorious character known as Lefty Louie. He is greeted by his buddy, Flathead Nelson.
Hey, you lefty old pal, how's it feel to get out of stir?
Great, Flathead, great. Smell that zone.
Hey, Lefty, did you like them books I sent you?
Fine books you sent a guy in a big house. Vacation guide. The great outdoors. The open road. Why'd you at least stick a file in one of them?
Oh, well, anyways, you're out.
Well, pal, now that I'm out, let's go dig up that loot from that armored car stick-up we pulled 5 years ago. I can just taste that 50 grand. Where's the map?
I don't know how to tell you this, Lefty, but I ain't got it.
You ain't got it?
No, I ain't got it.
Flathead, are you trying to double-cross me?
No, honest, Lefty, I wouldn't cross you. I wouldn't cross no one.
For 50 grand, you'd cross the Atlantic Ocean in a paper bag.
I'm telling you, Lefty, I lost the map in a taxi cab today. But don't you worry, I memorized it. I got it all here in me little flat head. I can lead you to that cave blindfold.
How's it coming, Dad?
Okay, we'll be under the rock soon. If we find the treasure, we'll all be rich.
Mr. Albright, I'm tired. You dig for a while and I'll grunt.
Let's see if we can move this rock now.
It is moving. And look, there is a cave behind it.
Come on, let's go in.
Gosh, it's musty and damp in here.
Dad, look, over there. Why, it looks like a metal box.
Oh, so it is. And there's lettering on it. G-R-I-N-K-S. Grinks. Why, that's the name of that armored car that was held up 5 years ago.
I remember, and they never found the loot.
This must be it. The crooks must have hidden it here and... What's happened?
A cave-in. Look, the entrance of the cave is blocked.
Gosh, it's so dark in here. I can't see a thing.
Oh, me either.
Neither can I. Who kissed me?
I thought it was Margie.
Dad, what are we going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, water dripping from the roof of the cave.
So what time is it now?
I looked at the luminous dial at my wristwatch.
Oh, what does it say?
Longine Wittenauer.
Oh, that drip. I can't stand that drip.
Please, let's not get personal.
Trapped here in a cave right in the heart of Central Park. And right above us, people are free, happy, out walking.
There goes a man.
There goes a woman.
There goes a little boy.
I didn't hear anything.
He's wearing sneakers.
I'm getting scared. It feels like the end. I can see my whole life going before me.
So can I.
And I can see my life, too.
Mrs. Odette, what's the matter?
I just saw mine.
Hey, listen. Wait a minute. Sounds like somebody's digging their way in.
Oh, thank goodness we'll be saved.
Okay, Flathead, turn on a flashlight. Well. Flathead, do you see what I see? 2 dames, a guy, and a gopher.
Hey, that's funny. I don't remember them being here when we hid the loot 5 years ago.
Dad, these must be the men who held up the armored car.
That's right, sister. And now we'll just take that loot and...
No fast, Lefty. And drop that gun.
Thank goodness the police.
Well, we figured Lefty would lead us to this loot. So when he got out of jail today, we followed him. Okay, man. Come on, take him away.
Well, that's over with. Come on, we might as well go home. Well, Margie, after this experience, I hope you forget about superstitions.
Oh, don't worry, Dad. I'm cured. No more superstitions for me. Oh, look, over there in the grass. A 4-leaf clover. I'm going to get it.
Margie, I thought you said no more superstitions.
Oh, but I can't pass up a four-leaf clover. That's bound to bring good fortune. I'm going to pick it.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, officer.
Well, those two criminals are on their way to headquarters.
Oh, hello there, officer. Look at the four-leaf clover I just found. It's going to bring me good luck.
Where'd you find it?
Right over there in the grass.
What's your name?
Margie Albright,
Address?
792 Park Avenue.
Okay. Here you are.
What's this?
A ticket for walking on the grass.
Well, that's my little Margie.
Gee, you ain't green bottle. Oh, how'd you be, eh? Oh, second time now, eh? Oh, nice work, Greenie.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, boys. Greenbucket?
Yes.
That's 2 lessons in succession. You've been on time.
Yes.
And now where's Bottomley?
He's late, sir.
He would be. Can you beat that? Can you beat it? We get Greenbottle here on time and now Bottomley's late. Can you beat that?
Yes, well, we could all be late.
Well, what about it?
Yes, well, that'd beat it.
Well, look out I don't beat you.
Yes.
Well, irrespective of whether Bottomley's here or not, I'm determined to start the lesson.
Come on. Ow! Woo!
I'm equally determined that we'll have no cheeky remarks. There's absolutely no need for that Snoodles talk, and I won't have it.
Where is he, sir?
Where's who?
Mr. Snoodles. I haven't seen him for a couple of days.
Oh, heavens. Well, that's just too bad.
Yes.
And you won't see him today, either. He's home preparing a lesson.
What for, sir?
Will you stop asking questions, Stanford? But at all events, you should know that. I told you that Mr. Snoodles is now the assistant master, and he's going to take charge of the class for the next lesson.
Yes.
Well, now, quiet. Look, stop that noise immediately. You boys needn't think that because Mr. Snoodles is to take the next lesson that you can do as you like, because you can't. I'll be here also, and I'll see that law and order is maintained.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to see that it's maintained today, too. And now, as I told you at the end of last lesson, we're going to deal today with the curfew bell, its meaning and history.
Yes.
Well, did any of you boys have the brains to look it up? Read anything about it before you came along today?
Yeah, I looked it up. Oh, yeah.
What? You did? I mean, is that a fact?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'll soon see how much truth there is in that. Now, the curfew bell was a bell rung in the olden days, in fact, in the feudal times, as a warning to the people to get off the streets and go to bed. This was introduced by the Bottomley.
Did he do that?
Keep quiet. Bottomley, where on earth have you been?
Oh, strike. Strike on late, sir.
Don't you think I can see that? Why? Why were you late? Do you realize that Greenbottle was here on time?
Well, can I help that?
Yes. No. Listen, never mind about that. Why were you late?
Well, my old man was out doing a bit of gardening.
All right. Look, that's enough of that. Just because Greenbottle always tells us a story about his father, there's no need for you to start on it as well.
I'm not talking about Greenbottle's father.
I never said you were.
Oh, well, that's all right, then.
Well, it's not. Have you a sensible reason for being late, Bottomley? I mean, a reason that has no reference to your father.
No.
Well, in that case, I don't want to hear it.
That suits me.
Yeah, and you can stay in after school and write the reason out. Perhaps that suits you, too.
Yes.
Hold your tongue, Greenbottle. Bottomley, did you look up anything about the curfew bell?
Now, funnily enough, I did.
All right. Look, there's no need to be rude about it.
The curfew shall not ring tonight.
Won't it? I mean, what are you talking about?
That's a bit of a poem business.
That's a bit of a poem business?
Yeah.
Bottomley, what sort of language is that?
English. That's the only language I know.
Well, look, I wish you'd speak English. The curfew shall not ring tonight. That's an extract or one line of a poem.
Well, that's what I said.
You didn't say anything of the kind. You said, that's a bit of a poem business.
Well, that's the same as the tote.
What? The same as the tote?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
What chance have I got of teaching you boys anything if you talk in this dreadful slang all the time?
That was all right.
That was baloney. Tommy nonsense. Thomas Ross. That was not English. However, we won't argue about that now. We'll push on.
Yes.
When was the curfew bell first introduced, Greenbottle?
Yes, In the feudal times.
Rubbish. I mean, no, yes, that's right. How did you know that, Greenbuckle?
Well, you just told us.
I did?
Yes.
Ah.
Oh, well, that may not be right.
I beg pardon? What did you say then, Bottomley?
Oh, say, sir.
Yes.
I just said, they used to ring it every night.
Ah, did they? Well, look, just keep quiet and we'll get on a lot quicker.
Yes.
Sanford, tell us what you know of the curfew bell.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, take your time and think before you answer. See how much you can remember of what you read last night.
Yes,
sir.
Well, the curfew bell was a bell, and they used to ring it. And
just a minute. Who used to ring it?
The Romans.
Exactly. Rubbish! Stanford, did you read that last night?
No, sir. Not the bit about the Romans.
Well, why on earth say the Romans?
Well, I just guessed that, sir.
Listen, did you read anything about this last night?
Yes, sir.
How much?
Oh, it was about 4 lines, sir.
4 lines?
Yes, sir.
Well, you should have a thorough grip of the subject after reading all that. Well, why stop at 4 lines, you idiot?
Well, the next page was torn out, sir.
What? And you got the cheek to say that you read about it last night? What nonsense. Greenbottle.
Yes?
Do you know anything about this?
Yes.
Good. Well, now, just a minute. Before you go any further, was the page torn out of your book?
No.
Ah, well, at least that's something.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I haven't got the book.
No, and it's just as well you... What? Greenbottle, haven't you got a book?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I haven't.
Listen, stop talking in riddles. Didn't you just tell me that you read about this last night?
No, I never.
Well, I say you did.
Oh, I never did.
Well, what did you say?
I said I found out about it.
Found out? Who from?
The old man.
All right, Bottomley, look, you keep out of this. And Greenbottle, do you mean to tell me that you asked your father about it?
Yes.
And how on earth does he know about the curfew bell?
He knows all about it.
What? If you ask me, he knows about as much as you do, and that's nothing about some things and even less about others.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, well, I won't ask you.
No, don't you. All right, look, there's no need to be rude or you'll be dealt with. And Green, I'd be very surprised if your father had even heard of this bell.
Yes, but he's even got a bell on his scooter.
What? He's even got a bell on his scooter?
Yes.
Oh, and therefore he knows all about the curfew bell.
Yes, well, he knows more about it than I do.
Oh, just and what do you know about it?
Nothing.
Yes. What? And here have I been asking you, all this time, asking you questions.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, will you ask Bottomley?
Certainly, I'll ask. And that, my boy, was for wasting time. What's the matter with you, Greenbottle? Why this sudden admission of ignorance? In the past, when I've asked you about something, you've always said that you've known all about it.
Yes.
Of course, you never have, but you always said you have. What's the matter with you today?
Yes, well, I've got the salts.
You've got the salts?
Yes.
Oh, have you? Yes. Well, you'll have a smack in the face, too, in a minute.
Yes.
Well, keep quiet and see if you can't learn something from what the others know. Bottomley, what do you know about it?
Nothing. I got the socks.
Well, that's all. Serves you right. There's no need for you to talk like that.
Strike, I thought I was fairly safe saying that.
Fairly safe? What do you mean?
Well, you never hit Greenbottle. I only said the same as they did.
Oh, did you? Well, look, there's no need for you to waste time by imitating things that Greenbottle says. Greenbottle wastes enough time as it is.
Yes.
Will you boys stop this nonsense and concentrate on this lesson? We'll never get anywhere at this rate.
Where are we going, sir?
What? Where are we going? Stanford, do you wear a black hat?
No, sir.
Well, you ought to. Your brains are dead.
Yes, sir.
Well, keep quiet for goodness sake. And Bottomley, look, just forget that you've got the salts and tell us what you read last night.
The curfew shall not ring tonight.
All right. Look, is that all you read?
Well, that's all I can remember of the poem.
Ah, was it? Well, perhaps that's just as well. And now that you've mentioned that again, I'll read you an extract from the poem. This illustrates the fact that the curfew was rung as a signal that night was falling. As a matter of fact, it's often used today, almost as a synonymous term to sunset, I think. I mean, it could be. That is... However, listen to this and try and understand it.
Yes, yeah.
Now listen. Where is it? The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Stop that noise a minute. What on earth? What do you think you're doing?
We thought that was good, sir.
Good? Oh, did you? Well, nobody asked you to make that din.
Yes, but weren't you reciting to us?
Reciting? No, yes. Well, yes, I suppose I was.
Yes, well, you always clap at the end of a recitation.
Oh, do you?
Yes, whether you like it or not.
Oh, I see. Well, look, I wasn't doing an item for you. I was simply giving you the elegy in a country churchyard.
Where, sir?
In a country churchyard. Well, what's the matter with you?
You feel all right?
All right? Of course I feel all right. Well, what are you all staring at me for?
Yes, would you like a glass of water?
Water? What is it? What's the matter with all of you?
He thinks he's in a churchyard. Perhaps he's going to have a fit.
I didn't know, yeah.
Look, will you boys stop that whispering? What do you think you're doing? Where do you think you are?
In the classroom.
Exactly. Well, is this any way to behave in the classroom?
But didn't you say you're out in the churchyard?
Churchyard?
Yes,
that's what you said.
Quiet. I said nothing of the sort. That's the name of the poem, you idiots. Gray's Elegy in a Country Churchyard.
Oh!
Yes, oh! And anyhow, you should have known that.
Why, sir?
What? Stafford, mind your own business.
He was a grave digger.
Of course he was. No, he was nothing of the sort. He was a poet.
Who was?
Gray.
Gray?
Yes.
And I always thought that was some sort of an horse.
Sort of a horse?
Yes.
What?
A grey.
Oh, did you? Well, as usual, you were quite wrong. Thomas Gray was a poet in the 18th century, and the poem for which he is now famous is An Elegy in a Country Churchyard. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Well, even if you only remember that much, I've taught you something this lesson.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'll see if you understand the poem itself. Take the first line, which refers to what we've been talking about this lesson. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day.
What does that mean, sir?
Ow!
Serves you right. Do you know why you got that, Stanford?
No, sir.
No. Well, you got that because you were so impatient, that's why. Can't you wait a while occasionally? Time, tide, and Stanford wait for no man.
How do you mean, sir?
Bottomy dongy.
Sure, take that, Muggy. I like it. Oh, pipe down, will you?
All right, stop that noise. Serves you right, Stanford. You asked for it. And now bottomy.
I'm listening.
Good. Well, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
The curfew tolls the knell of parting day.
What does it mean?
Yes.
Oh, well, you know, it means about the curfew business.
What sort of an answer is that? It means about the curfew business.
Well, you know, the curfew bill has just run business.
Will you stop saying business all the time? Why was the curfew bell rung?
Somebody must have rung it.
Ow! Look, you mind your own business, Greenbottle. I wasn't even talking to you. And Bottomy, the answer is because the day is parting. That is ending. That's what you should have said, you see. It tolls the knell of parting day.
Yes, well, that's what I said.
What you said? You said nothing of the sort. You don't even know what the words mean, let alone the line.
Yes, I do.
Oh, do you? Well, what does knell mean in that sentence? The knell of parting day.
Yes, that means knell.
Oh, does it?
You know, sweet knell of old brewery.
What? I thought so. It doesn't mean anything of the kind. Sweet Nell of Old Drury happens to be a play.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah. Well, Nell in the poem is nothing at all to do with the other Sweet Nell of the play. In the first place, the Nell I'm talking about starts with a K.
Yes.
And what does Sweet Nell start with?
That starts with a curtain going up.
Exactly. And so...
What?
Listen, get out of here before I completely lose my reason. I can't stand any more of this.
Yes.
And be early for the next lesson, all of you. And remember, Mr. Snootles will be your master.
Yes,
Wait now.
And
see that you all behave yourselves. Well, good morning, boys.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, boys.
Well, I guess I'm one of the few men in the world who can tell at 7 o'clock in the morning how the rest of the day is going to work out. If my son Andrew comes to the breakfast table bubbling over with enthusiasm, ready to go out and lick the world, I know there's going to be trouble that day. That's why I usually try to come down a few minutes ahead of time, have my coffee before I get the prediction for the day. Emily?
Yes, Ann?
I think the bell on the stove is ringing. My 3-minute egg must be done.
Oh, no, dear. I set the clock for 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes, that way, when the bell rings, I still have another minute to take care of anything I might be doing.
How do you know when the other minute's up?
Oh, silly. I look at my wristwatch.
That's quite an idea. I can see now I've never been able to boil an egg right.
Oh, James, now before Andy comes down, don't forget, today's his birthday and we're giving him a surprise party tonight.
I remember, Emily.
Remember, don't give him any away. Not a word about his birthday.
Yes, Emily.
Good morning, Mom and Dad. What a day. This is the kind of a day I wake up, smell that fresh air, see that glorious sun, and shout, "Good morning, world! I'll lick you today, world!"
It's a good thing the world doesn't hear you.
Well, I guess the greater part of it does.
Well, look, Dad, before I go to work, could we have a little talk?
That won't be necessary, Andrew. Here's $1.
Gosh, thanks. But, we didn't have our talk.
Wasn't that what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I did want to borrow a buck until payday, but I had a 15-minute speech prepared to get it. Don't you even want to hear part of it?
Well, now you see, Andy, your father gave you that $1 today because
Emily, don't...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, thanks again, Dad. By the way, if you'll read this little piece in this morning's paper, you'll see why I need the money today. Here, read.
Well, it says here, last night in impressive ceremonies, Andrew J. Hardy, young businessman of Carville, son of Judge and Mrs. James Hardy, was duly accepted and installed as a member of the Carville Junior Chamber of Commerce.
That's right.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I was given one of the more important jobs with the C of C.
Oh, Andy, you joined the Knights of Columbus, too?
Emily, C of C, that's Chamber of Commerce.
Of course. I've been named official greeter for the organization. Meet any visiting dignitaries to the city. Attend official receptions. You know, all the things which require somebody who can put up a classy front.
I see. And you have the classiest front in the C of C, huh?
Wait until you hear who I'm playing host to today, too, Dad. Miss Inga Ludwig, the international skiing champion. She's stopping in town to give a skiing demonstration at Miller's Sporting Goods store.
Skiing?
Uh-huh.
But, Andy, there's no snow in Miller's store.
I know. It's going to be tough sledding. Get it, Mom? No snow, tough sledding? That's pretty good.
You mean that you've been appointed to show this famous lady around?
That's right, Dad. Meet her, pose for a few pictures in the store, take her to lunch, pose for a few more pictures.
Oh, I can certainly see why you needed that extra $1.
Yeah, no, the $1 is for myself, Dad. The chamber gave me the money to show Miss Ludwig around. They cleaned out the treasury for this event. I certainly hope Miss Ludwig will get a favorable impression of Carville on $1.35. Hi, Polly. Have you read this morning's paper yet?
I certainly have. Oh, I'm so proud of you. A member of the Junior Chamber of Commerce.
I tell you, Polly, what with my work and all my social activities, the days just aren't long enough.
Andy, is this a way of leading up to saying that you can't see me tonight?
Gosh, no. It's the days that are short. I've got plenty of long nights to spare.
Well, it's a good thing. That date tonight is very important.
All right. Say, Polly, I've got something important to tell you. May I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Now come over and sit down on the Davenport.
Thank you. A lot of women aren't very understanding about certain things. I mean, if some girls were to hear that their boyfriends took another girl to lunch, they'd become very jealous.
Yes?
Polly, I have to take Inga Ludwig, the international skiing champion, to lunch today. It's for the Junior Chamber of Commerce, of course. Well, thanks, Polly. I knew you'd understand. See you later.
Andy Hardy?
Yes?
Take a look at this picture in yesterday's paper.
Oh, all right, that's good. Wow! Who is that gorgeous creature? Get a load of that bathing suit. Who is it? Miss America?
That, Andrew Hardy, is Miss Inga Ludwig.
Huh?
The international skiing champion.
Gosh, she must freeze to death skiing like that.
This is the girl you're going to eat lunch with today.
Oh, no, I'm not. Who could eat sitting next to something like that?
If you get all silly over this girl...
Now, Polly, I told you this was strictly business. Just a simple social function. What could happen at lunch? She's just an ordinary girl who happens to look like an angel and ski like a champion. What does that mean to me? Oh, silly. What could I possibly see in her?
Well, I must admit you're not a very ideal couple. It says in the paper that she's 25 years old and stands 6'2". 6'2"? Polly,
let's not fight this thing. She's bigger than both of us.
Well, Andrew, I only granted a short recess in court. What do you want to see me about so urgently?
Dad, I just got to have a man-to-man talk with you.
I thought we avoided that talk at the breakfast table this morning.
I don't need money, Dad. I need the advice of an older man, someone who's sophisticated, been around, knows the ways of women and the world.
You think I fit that description?
Well, you're certainly older than me.
Now, for a minute, you had me feeling quite like a scoundrel.
Dad, this girl I've got to meet today, she's sensational. This presents a whole new problem. I can't just brush a doll like this off with a little lunch. Just how do you treat a famous, beautiful athlete?
Well, just the same as if she were unattractive, I should think.
Dad, let me in on some of the secrets, huh? You must have gotten around in your day, huh?
Well, in my day, I got around in a horse and buggy. I'm afraid we didn't cover much ground then.
Man to man, and just between us, weren't you ever introduced to a breathtaking beauty?
Well, man to man, yes. Once.
What did you do?
Just about what you do, I imagine.
Dad, I'm surprised at you. I never thought of you in that light.
I believe I kissed her hand the very first night I took her home.
That's the light I always thought of you in. This terrific beauty you met, what did you talk about?
Well, first I was pretty tongue-tied. Then I broke the ice by asking her if she'd marry me.
That's murder. My gosh, you can get in trouble with an approach like that. Wait, suppose she took you up.
She did.
What?
Ever since that time, I haven't had a bit of trouble talking to her.
There she is. That's Tinker Ludwig over there, Annie. Come on, Bill. Okay. I'll greet her, and then you get some pictures of her.
Gee, she's a tall one, isn't she?
You'll have to photograph her in sections. Miss Ludwig, Miss Ludwig!
Yeah, I am Miss Ludwig.
How do you do? I'm Andrew Hardy, Junior Chamber of Commerce.
Such a small Chamber of Commerce.
Well, on behalf of the City of Carmel, I am here to welcome you and extend the warmest hospitality.
No brass bands. In London, there were brass bands.
Oh, I'm going to take you over to Miller's Sporting Goods store. The crowd and the band will be waiting there.
Crowds, I loathe crowds. Just bands I like.
Good. We always have bands for big celebrities, and I must say you're the biggest celebrity I ever
I like you. You're so cute. So jumping up and down.
Just trying to get a good look at your face. Bill, will you get a couple of shots of Miss Ludwig beside all her luggage here?
Right.
Yeah. Right, now, face a little to the left, please, Miss Ludwig. A little to the left. Thank you. There we are.
Mr. Hardy, you may stand beside me.
Oh, thank you.
You may put your arm around me.
Shouldn't I be shaking hands with you? Something like...
Would you rather?
Kind of ridiculous, isn't it? There, how's that, huh?
Perhaps you should put both arms around me like a hug. A big hug of grief.
Boy, do you know how to pose for a picture. How's this, Bill?
Oh, fine. And now, Mr. Hardy, I will plant a kiss of greeting on your cheek.
That's great, folks. Hold it. That's it. Got it.
May we go now, Mr. Hardy? The picture is over.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Hardy, the hug is now also over.
Oh, excuse me. That's right.
And now we go where the band will play, huh?
Oh, no, not yet. I'm taking you to lunch first, Miss Ludwig.
Good. Mr. Hardy.
Yes.
You may call me Ingeborg.
And you may call me Edbo. My name is Bill. Your job is finished. See you later, Billboard.
Well, Ingeborg, shall we tie on the feet bag? Oh, Andy, you are so sophisticated.
Oh,
you remind me of a very dear friend of mine in New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He is so delightful. Lives in a luxurious penthouse high above the city.
Resemblance is amazing.
Often we dine alone in his place at night. Yeah, by candlelight. There is soft music on champagne, and sometimes we dance a little.
Guy's enough like me to be my twin brother. You know, Ingeborg, I often do those things, too.
Oh, no, really? How delightful.
Of course, I don't live in an apartment. Got a complete house.
Oh, how quaint.
Lots of nights, I dine by candlelight. Soft music.
Soft music. Green, Debussy,
Spike Jones.
You are romanticist, too.
Sometimes I dance a little, too.
And who do you do all this with?
Nobody, but it's terribly sophisticated.
I would love to dine at your place by candlelight.
How about tonight?
Yeah. I break away from the boring public demonstration early and be at your place by 8 o'clock.
Fine. I'll be there, too.
And your place is quiet, a place where we can escape people.
Well, it's not usually, but I'll see that it is tonight. What would you like for chow? Dinner.
I'd rather not know. You surprise.
Swell. I promise you. You'll get a real surprise tonight.
You know, each year I'm faced with the problem of what to give Andrew on his birthday. Seems no matter how hard I try, I never seem to get the right thing. Last year, for instance, knowing how fond he is of the movies, I said, Andrew, how about the two of us going down to see Lana Turner tonight? And he said,
Gee, swell, Dad. But who'll we get for you?
Yes, Andrew's birthday's always been a problem to me. But today he settled down to being a businessman, and I think the surprise party we're planning for tonight will be about the nicest birthday present we could give him.
Well, Andrew, I suppose you're going over to see Polly Benedict tonight.
No, don't think so. Dad, why don't you take Mom to the movies tonight? You both had a hard week. It'll be good to get out, huh?
No, we plan on just spending a quiet evening at home.
Dad, I know you folks budget yourselves. If it's the money, I didn't spend that $1 you loaned me today. Here, take it and have a good time at the movies.
No, we can't. You see, we're planning.
Emily, don't...
Oh, but it's 7 o'clock, and you know what we planned for 8 o'clock.
That's exactly the time the second show starts at the Bijou. You've just got time to make it, Mom.
Andrew, didn't I hear you say you had a date with Polly tonight? You run right over and see her if you want to.
Dad, I saw her Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights.
Well, that shows how you've been neglected. You didn't see her Wednesday night.
That night she was over here. It'll be good for the kid not to see me one night.
Oh, dear. James, what do we do now?
Go to the movies, maybe? If you don't want to miss the cartoon, you ought to be going too, huh, Mom?
You know, Andy, it's not good for you to coop yourself up in the house like this at night.
It's the only night I've been home in a week. Here, Dad, please take the $1 and go to the movies, huh?
No, son, now, here. You're always spending your money on us. Only last week you brought Mother and me 2 chocolate sodas.
Oh, hello, Polly. I'm glad you came over. We just can't get Andy out of the house. Is there anything you could do?
Well, there's one thing that might work. Whenever I really want to influence Andy, I always turn on the charm. That's devastating.
Oh, good.
Hello, Polly.
Hello, Judge Hardy. Polly's going to try and get Ann to go out.
Well, I don't know what good it'll do. I've tried every way I can think of.
Judge Hardy, I know a way that you never thought of.
Well, you go ahead, Polly. Andy's in the parlor.
All right, Mrs. Hardy. Hello, Andy.
Polly, what are you doing here? I thought I called off our date.
Oh, how can you be so cold and cruel? Don't you know how I count the minutes and the hours during the day until I'll see you at night?
Well, sure, I guess it's pretty tough on you.
Don't send me away. All I want is just a word, a kind look or two from you.
Now, child.
I've never seen you like this before. So aloof, so distant.
Polly, do you suppose you could be more distant, like, say, over at your place?
May I sit on the arm of your chair?
You've just got to go home.
Oh, you look so masculine and handsome sitting here in your new bathrobe.
Polly, this is Dad's smoking jacket. It may be a little large, but it's a very sophisticated thing for casual evening wear at home.
I slipped into your lap.
Polly, I tell you have to, you gotta. Your hair smells awful good.
Like it?
Yeah. Your cheek is awful soft.
Gee, you're cute.
Polly, do you suppose you could, would you?
Yes, Andy?
Would you please get off my lap and go home?
No, you're impossible.
Mom, Dad, it's 8 o'clock. Are you not going to the movies?
Oh, dear James, it is 8. Andy, why can't you be like other normal boys and go away someplace at night?
Andy, I have just one more thing to suggest. Suppose the two of us go downtown and play a little game of pool.
James, Dad, you never shot pool, neither did I.
Well, at this moment, I could shoot anything.
No, I can see you two just want to stay home, so I'll go out. Would you feel more like leaving if I promised to go?
Oh, now why didn't we all come to this sort of an understanding an hour ago? Well, that's a splendid idea. You go first and we'll follow.
No, Mom. You go first, and I'll lock up the house.
Well, goodbye, son. Goodbye. Come back soon.
Dad, I'll just take a little walk, I think. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, James.
Goodbye, James. Emily, we're together, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, good night. I can't stall any longer. I got to catch something before... see you later.
Oh, James. He's actually out of the house.
Well, if he hadn't gone pretty soon, we'd have to put another candle on that birthday cake.
James, I just thought, suppose he doesn't come back for hours.
He'll be back for long. Every girl he knows will be out. They're all coming here.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. When we get everything arranged, we'll all hide and turn out all the lights.
Well, it's time for dying to see the expression on the boy's face when the lights do go on in 20 people.
I do not understand, Andy. If someone is at your home...
He'll be gone any minute now. Just the lady who does the housework and the man who does my buying. Charming couple. They've been with me for years.
Oh. But we have driven around this block so many times.
Yeah, I know. What's keeping them? Oh, the lights are off now. They must have gone.
Oh, but I'm very hungry.
Just pull up here. Stop.
It's so quiet and peaceful here. Such a darling home you have, far from crowds of people I detest.
Yeah, sure. This is the old family home. Been in the family for 2 generations. I'll step in first and light a candle. Just a minute. All right, Ingeborg, come in.
Yeah, I come. Oh, and it's so much better than that noisy party they were planning for me at hotel tonight. Here I can relax.
Wish I could say the same. This is the parlor here. I thought we might...
Andy, what a wonderful surprise. Such a beautiful table of food.
Where did that come from? It's really nothing. Just a little smorgasbord for my Ingeborg.
Sit down here beside me.
Now? Shouldn't I put a little soft music on?
That can come later. Sit down.
Still don't see how to
sit closer.
This is wonderful.
What are you thinking, Andy?
You might laugh.
Oh, no. No, tell me. Well?
I was thinking.
Yeah?
How are we going to eat 4 dozen sandwiches?
Forget food now. You talk.
Sure. What sophisticated subject shall we discourse on?
Are you interested in sports?
Love sports.
Are you perhaps interested in skiing?
Huh?
Have you ever done any skiing?
Oh, I don't like to brag, but it practically made it my life's work.
This last winter, I won first place in skiing in the Alps, you know.
Well, I never entered any contest, but I'll bet I can run you a close second.
You're full of surprises. I never would have guessed.
That's nothing. Wait until you see the real surprise I've got planned.
Andy, why did you turn on all the lights?
I didn't turn them on.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andy. Happy birthday to you.
My birthday, Mom. My gosh, my birthday.
Happy birthday, Andy.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Mom, so that's why you were trying to get me out of the house all night.
Johnny, you should have been a lawyer. I've never seen anyone put up a better defense.
Crowds, I hate crowds. Mr. Hardy, you are a fake. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Andy, who was that?
Gosh, Mom, I don't know. More people got in here when the lights were off.
the Hardy family will return.
Gosh, Polly, it was sure swell of you and the folks to throw this party for me. I don't know when I've had such a good time.
Well, it seems to me you were having a good time before the party.
Oh, well, What?
Andy, I really think I should straighten you out on your sports.
What do you mean?
Well, before the lights came on, I was close enough to hear what you and that woman were talking about.
Oh, but believe me, I haven't got any idea how she got in there.
Yes. Well, I think I can guess. Anyhow, for your information, cheating and skiing are the same thing.
Same thing. Oh, you poor misguided child.
Hey, what are you stopping here for?
I'm going to straighten you out on your sports. Skiing is sliding downhill on snow.
Uh-huh.
And this, my dear girl, is she.
What? She?
Lucky girl, you're getting lessons from the champion.
Champion? Come here. There.
Gosh, the winner, a new champ.
The Hardy Family, starring Louis Stone, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Holden, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of East Side, West Side, starring Barbara Stanwyck, James Mason, Dan Heflin, and Ava Gardner.
Ever been in love? Well, you're not alone. This is a program about love. Young Love.
Welcome to a brand new radio program called Young Love, starring Janet Waldo and Jimmy Lydon with John Heaston, Jerry Hausner, the Judd Conlon choristers, and Wilbur Hatch and his orchestra.
Hi, Professor Mitchell.
Hi, Sally.
Hiya, Mitch.
Hi, Casanova. Still going with that redhead?
Nope, it's a blonde now.
New girl?
New hair.
You see the things you can learn at a university? Every day, I learn more from the students here than they learn from me. Just sitting here on a bench, watching the student body stretch itself. How do you like our campus? Midwestern University. Through these portals, past the beefiest football players in the world. We have a few classes here, too. That's where I come in. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not Mr. Chips. If anybody refers to me as that kindly, gray-haired, grand old man, I'll kick his teeth in.
Hello, Professor Mitchell.
Hello, half-pint. What a quart of milk she'll make someday.
Hello, Mitch.
Oh, hi, Einstein. Well, what's the matter with you? Did you get a bad goldfish for breakfast?
Well, I didn't eat any breakfast. I'm despondent.
Did you flunk that astronomy midterm?
Oh, sure. But my main trouble isn't astronomy.
Well, you're no ball of fire in my journalism class either. But don't worry, I never flunk anybody. I can't stand the same faces 2 semesters in a row.
Mitch, do you approve of marriage?
As a part of the academic curriculum?
No, as an institution.
Well, some of my best friends were married, including my mother and father.
Well, you've got to do it sooner or later, don't you?
No. William the Conqueror never got married. Neither did James Buchanan.
Well, I don't want to be James Buchanan. Mitch, how would you like to be in love with the most beautiful girl on the campus that everybody else on the campus is in love with, only you're in love with her more than everybody else on the campus is?
And this is the same language Shakespeare used.
Well, I've been going with Jan for 19 months and 3 weeks, and nothing's happened. If you aren't going forward, you're going backward.
You could alternate.
We're wasting so much time. A man's only young once.
You still got your hair.
Oh, Mitch, this is a crisis. Jan's been helping win Chakowitz with his Spanish, and I think she's beginning to enjoy it.
Look, that dumb quarterback practically supports this university.
Yeah, but you know what I heard her say to him?
What?
Hasta la vista.
That just means goodbye.
Yes, but does Win Chakowitz know that?
Look, Win Chakowitz doesn't know anything.
Mitch, what would you say if Jan and I... Well, if we went and did it?
Did it?
Got married.
What would your folks say?
Oh, we couldn't tell them.
Well, what would Jan's folks say?
Oh, we wouldn't tell them.
What would the university officials say?
Oh, we can't tell them. But what would you say?
Oh, don't tell me.
do you think Jan and I'd be happy together?
Well, she's beautiful, smart, got imagination.
She helps me with my astronomy, too.
That ought to give you heaven on earth. Marry her and you might even graduate.
Oh, gee, Mitch, thanks. You've changed the course of my whole life.
Now, wait a minute. Don't take me too literally, Einstein. I think you two kids are right for each other, and when the time comes to do something about it, you'll know it. But don't get married as if you were double parked.
Oh, yeah, but what do you do if your ignition's on and your motor's getting overheated?
What'd he say? What did Mitch say?
Now, let me see if I can remember exactly, word for word. He said, Jimmy, she's beautiful. Got imagination? And if you don't marry her right away, you'll be bald.
I don't believe Mitch said that.
Well, I guess he said I hadn't lost my hair yet, but I might.
What else?
Oh, he said there were only two people in all of history who didn't get married, William the Conqueror and Grover Cleveland.
There were more than that.
Well, not that anybody remembers.
Jimmy, I think you only heard what you wanted to hear.
Well, maybe. I'll tell you this, though. Mitch completely approves of marriage. His family's been doing it for generations.
Then I wonder why Mitch is still a bachelor. I wonder why he never got married.
I don't know.
He was in love once, when he was in college.
He was?
I'm sure of it. They were undergraduates, just like us. They'd been going together for a long time.
19 months and 3 weeks.
And Mitch loved her, and she loved him, and there was no happiness for them, except when they were together.
Yeah.
And they wanted to get married more than anything in the whole world.
Yeah.
But they decided to be sensible. An old professor on the campus told them to wait, not to get married until after graduation, so they didn't do it. They started to drift apart.
No.
Yes. She started having dates with upperclassmen, and a wall began to rise up between them.
No.
He fought against it. Mitch fought against it and struggled. But it was a losing battle. He had his opportunity, and he let it slip by. And he lost the one great love of his life.
No, I hate myself.
Poor Mitch. And he doesn't want the same thing to happen to us. He doesn't want us to repeat the tragedy of his life.
Jan, we gotta get married. Now, right now. We can't wait till after I graduate. It's too risky.
Jimmy, how about my scholarship? It's only for single women.
Well, nobody'll know we're married. We can keep it quiet.
Oh, there isn't time, Jimmy, with all my dorm activities and working after school and classes and Winchakowitz.
What about Winchakowitz?
Well, he's got to pass Spanish. It takes so long to get the words through to him.
Well, let somebody else get the words through to him.
Oh, but I'm proud to help him. He's the greatest passing wizard in football history.
Yeah, just so he makes his passes on the football field.
Nothing like that. I'm helping Winchakowitz because I like him.
How can you like a guy who hasn't got a vowel in his whole name?
Oh, Jimmy, I don't like to fight with you.
Well, if we got married, we wouldn't have anything to fight about.
Oh, Jimmy, wouldn't it be wonderful to be married?
I'll love you all my life, Jan. Honest, I will. I guess you must love me, too, or you wouldn't have put up with me for 19 months and 3 weeks.
Oh, I do, Jimmy. I love you very much.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. I love you very, very, very much.
Why?
What?
Why do you love me? Analyze it. Dissect it.
Well, you can't put romance through a meat slicer. Why do you love me?
Oh, of course you're so homely and old and bad-tempered and dumb.
Flattery will get you no place, Mr. Lewis. Jimmy, are we being awfully foolish talking like this?
No. Mitch said we'd know it when the right time came, and this is the right time. I know. I can feel it.
Well, how do you go about getting married?
Well, it can't be terribly difficult. People with no education whatsoever do it every day.
You've got to get a church.
Well, not necessarily. In the movies, it's usually done by a justice of the peace.
Yes. An old man with snow-white hair. You wake him up in the middle of the night and he comes downstairs in his bathrobe.
When will we do it?
Well, I've got classes all day tomorrow, and I've got to work in the library in the evening.
Yeah, Wednesday I got band practice. How about Thursday?
Lab. And there's a dorm committee meeting.
Oh, I've got chapter meeting at the fraternity house.
Friday, I tutor Winchaka with.
That settles it. Jan, we've got 2 hours now. We may not get another 2 hours off until Christmas vacation.
Do it right now? Before dinner?
Well, sure, we can drive up to Centerville and find a justice of the peace and polish the whole thing off in one afternoon.
Don't you have to get ready? A girl's got to get ready.
Well, why? What for? Why, you look better in a sweater and a skirt than any other girl looks in lace and diamonds.
Well, what do we tell people?
Well, we won't.
Oh, wait a minute. You've never proposed to me.
Yes, I have.
Not really, saying the words exactly.
Will you marry me?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, maybe I'm not good enough for you.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, you're the best person in the world, and I think you're wonderful and handsome.
Okay, I'm sore. Let's go. Gee, I hope he's home.
Maybe he doesn't marry people in the daytime.
Hello.
We want to see the justice of the peace.
Can I help you?
Is he home?
I'm the justice of the peace.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, we expected somebody more,
More grandfatherly.
Well, come back in about 40 years.
We can't wait. We want to get married.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Oh, gosh, I forgot. I've got to marry people, too, don't I? Confidentially, I'm a little new at this job. I just got elected. Never had to perform one of these things before. Well, come on in, kids. We'll take a whack at it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now, let me see. I've got a book on this someplace. Tells everything you have to do. Now, let me see. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. Manual for Justices of the Peace. Now, let's see the index. Baptismal records, fishing licenses, horse registrations. That's not it.
Guess not.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Civil wedding ceremony. Know all men by these presents that, you've got to stand up here, right here in front of me. Now, let's see. I've seen them do this in the movies. The girl is supposed to be on it doesn't make any difference. Ready? Know all men by these presents that, what's your name?
James E. Lewis, Jr.
Janet Shaw.
Uh-huh. I guess I'd better jot those names down someplace, huh? Sure. All right. Know all men by these presents that James E. Lewis, Jr. and Janet Shaw, having duly registered their intention to... Duly registered. I suppose I ought to see your license.
License?
Well, your marriage license.
We thought you did all that.
Oh, no, I don't do that. I don't think. No. You've got to get your license down at City Hall.
Are they still open?
Well, you ought to be able to get down there before the office closes. Oh, now, let me see. Now, after you get the license, there's a waiting period of 48 days.
48 days?
Oh, no. That's North Dakota. Oh, God. Well, what do you know? There isn't any waiting period in this state.
Well, then after we get the license, we can come right back here and you can marry us.
I suppose so. I'll be practicing up while you're gone.
Bye.
So long. How do you feel?
Gee, I feel like we're doing something sort of drastic. Well, Jimmy, we don't have a place to live, and you don't have a job, and your folks are going to be furious, and so are mine, and I may lose my scholarship, and you may be expelled.
Isn't that just like a woman getting all worried over nothing? What, do you realize, Jan, we're practically half married?
closer to an 8th or a 16th. But, Jimmy, it's wonderful to be even a 16th married to you.
Don't be 1/16th married. Be all married. Our City Hall offers a complete line of marriage licenses for both men and women. No wedlock is complete without one.
Don't lose it.
I've never lost a marriage license yet.
Yes?
We got it.
Fine. Come on in.
Oh, here's the license.
So this is what they look like. Well, let's go on from where we left off. Now, stand up right here, just like you did before. Hey, what's that you're carrying?
A geranium.
Hot.
What's it for?
Well, we couldn't find a flower shop, so we stopped and got this at a nursery. It was all they had, except for lawn seed and fertilizer.
And a girl's gotta have flowers for a wedding.
Well, just be careful where you throw your bridal bouquet. All right, now let's have another whirl at it, huh? Know all men by these presents that James E. Lewis, Jr. and Janet Shaw, having duly registered their intention to unite in wedlock, herewith give and pledge their troth before these witnesses. Oh, dear, we've stubbed our toe again.
You're a witness.
Oh, no, I don't think so. No, I'm the officiating civil authority. What?
Well, in the movies, the justice of the peace always has his wife to be the witness.
Yes. Have your wife come down the stairs in her bathrobe.
It's 4:15 in the afternoon, and I'm not married.
Who'll we get?
Mitch?
Yeah, Mitch. We'll get back to the campus and get a witness. We'll be back just as fast as we can, and you can finish the ceremony.
I'll keep my finger on the place.
Oh, and would you mind holding my geranium? But, Mitch, who else would we ask to be the witness at our wedding? You see, we want you to share our happiness always, to be a part of our home.
I'll be the only piece of furniture you've got. Look, kids, do you realize what you're getting into? You've got no place to live, no income of your own, no way to take on the responsibilities of marriage. Besides, Einstein, you're a sophomore and she's a junior.
Well, I'm older.
Yeah, but she's brighter. Why all this rush? Why do it now?
Well, we had 2 hours.
What would happen to this country if everybody who had 2 hours got married?
Mitch, you can't talk us out of it. Jan and I love each other, and we're bound to get married sooner or later.
And we just decided to do it sooner.
We've got the license, and we need you to help us finish the job.
If we don't go through with it, it'll be an awful disappointment to the justice of the peace.
And we gotta hurry. The 2 hours are almost up.
Kids, I think it's only fair to tell you that in marriage there are things that, well, I don't know exactly how to put it. After the ceremony's over, it's the usual custom. One of the main reasons for getting married is, well, the whole thing takes longer than 2 hours.
Well, I suppose we can get somebody else for a witness.
A complete stranger off the street.
Yeah.
Are you bound and determined to do this?
Nothing's gonna stop us.
Nothing.
All right. I'll be your witness. I'll be best man, head usher, maid of honor, and I'll give the bride away. Only heaven protect me if the Board of Governors ever finds out. Let's go.
Well, here we go again. Know all men by these presents that James E. Lewis, Jr. and Janet Shaw, having duly registered their intention to unite in wedlock, herewith give and pledge their troth before these witnesses, each to the other.
Hold my hand, Jimmy.
Yeah. To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do them part. If any person objects to the solemnization of this marriage, let him speak now or forever hold his peace. You, James, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?
Yeah, I do.
You, Janet, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Well, Einstein, kiss the missus.
Oh, gee.
Well, it looks like it took.
Well, pay the man and let's get going.
How much do you charge for a wedding?
Well, I've always heard that the price was $2. But I think I ought to get something for overtime.
I've always dreamed of the day when I'd be married and be sitting with my wonderful husband. And the two of us would look in each other's eyes and we'd dine together for the first time.
Yeah.
It's too bad Mitch couldn't join us for our wedding dinner.
It's more romantic to be alone.
What'll it be, chumps?
A peanut butter sandwich and a Coke.
How about you, buddy?
I better have a hamburger and a Coke.
Coming up.
Jimmy, from now until the day I die, I'm going to feel romantic about Rexall.
Are you happy, Mrs. Lewis?
I'm the happiest Mrs. Lewis in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, what's the matter, Jimmy?
I don't know if I've got enough to pay for this. Between the license and the justice of the peace, I've spent almost all my allowance. Now, let's see. 75, 89 cents.
Jimmy, put away your money. It's the bride's responsibility to pay for the wedding dinner.
Then I'm going to buy you something. A wedding gift.
Oh, no, Jimmy.
What do you want? Some perfume? Jewelry? Diamonds?
I've got everything I want. Oh.
What is it?
Over there. Between the toothbrushes and the bathing cap.
The teddy bear?
Doesn't he look cute? All white and soft with a ribbon around his neck. And his eyes look sort of mad. He's a real toughie.
He looks like he's going to haul off and sock somebody. Hey, excuse me.
Well, Jimmy, where are you going?
I'll be right back. Miss.
Yes?
Miss, how much is this?
The teddy bear, I believe it's 89 cents, including the tax.
Oh, I happen to have the exact change. Oh, don't bother to wrap him up. I'll take him just like that. I'd like to have you meet my wife. Mrs. Lewis, may I present Tuppy?
Hello, Mr. Tuppy. Oh, he's wonderful. Jimmy, how much did he cost?
Oh, take him. With all my worldly goods, I thee endow.
Oh, Tuppy, you're going to be our household god. Except you're going to have to wait a while before we get a household.
Does Tuffy want a Coke?
Oh, no, he doesn't want a thing.
He can't afford it.
Yeah, well, if you'll come back from Toyland for a minute, you'll notice your food's here.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is a very nice peanut butter sandwich, Jimmy. It's the prettiest peanut butter sandwich I've ever seen. It's a beautiful night.
Yeah.
Look at all the stars.
Yeah?
That's Arcturus.
I'm glad.
Well, Sigma Chi's are out serenading tonight.
Yeah, they pledged a new tenor. Jan, where are we going?
I don't know.
Oh, where are we walking to?
I've got to be back at the dorm by 10 o'clock.
But we ought to be... Well, do you have to go back to the dorm?
I'll be expelled if I don't.
Well, we could explain to the dorm supervisor how it is.
I don't think Mrs. Gilly would understand.
Yeah, there wouldn't be very much privacy at the fraternity house. Oh, Jan. Jan, are we crazy? Is this an awful thing we've done?
Sure. Well, it's crazy, I guess, but if people got married because it was logical and sensible, nobody'd ever get married. You do what you have to do because you're in love. It's crazy, but it's right. Well, here's the dorm.
You have to go in?
It's almost 10. Jimmy, you take Tuffy.
Oh, no, I can't.
You don't like him.
Oh, sure I do, honey, but I'm afraid the guys at the fraternity house might not understand. You stay with her, Tuffy. Watch over her and take care of her. And if she gets lonely, tell her I love her.
Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, Mrs. Lewis.
Jimmy, this is a fine time to get back to the fraternity. Where you been all day?
Oh, around.
You look sick. Anything happen?
No, not a thing.
Oh, we've been looking all over for you. You got a long-distance phone call from Cleveland. Operator 13.
Oh, I'll take care of it right away.
Where you going?
Call operator 13.
From a stall shower?
I guess I wasn't thinking.
Einstein, pull yourself together. I think it's your old man. Well, you're not in trouble, are you, Jim?
Not yet, but I can feel it coming.
Long distance.
Operator 13.
This is operator 13.
Well, do you have a call from Cleveland for Jimmy Lewis?
WH on the line. I'll put you right through.
I'd feel better if it weren't operator 13.
Boy, you look terrible.
I've aged.
Since lunch?
Ready with your party.
Hello, James.
Oh, hi, Dad.
Hey, son, I've got a surprise for you. Daughter of one of my clients coming down to your school for the weekend. I want you to show her a fine time.
Dad.
You take her out. Paint the town. I'll pay for it.
Dad,
It's very important to me. A big client. You'll like the girl, too. Got nice teeth.
Well, is that all?
Yeah, her name's Redable. Esther Redable. She's getting in tonight.
Well, Dad, I can't do it. I'm not going with girls.
What?
I'm only going with one girl.
Yeah, that's right. Esther Redable. Get right over to the station and meet her. The Buckeye Limited.
Not tonight, Dad. Any night but tonight.
Well, what's wrong, boy? Why not?
Well, Dad, I've got something awful important to tell you. I hope you and Mom won't be mad at me.
Well, what is it?
Well, Dad, I'm...
Yes?
I'm...
Well, what?
I'm on my way to meet Esther Radabau.
You're listening to the new CBS college story, Young Love. We're going back to the campus of Midwestern University in just a moment, but first, may we remind you to protect the things you own with United States savings bonds. Savings bonds are automatic savings, guaranteed savings. Join the part payment payroll saving plan where you work. Or if you are self-employed, use the automatic bond-a-month plan at your bank. If you can't participate in a regular plan, buy an extra bond now at any bank or post office. Save with safety. If your bonds are lost, stolen, or destroyed, they're replaced without charge. So don't delay. Your own future, your country's future, can't wait. Buy United States savings bonds. And now back to Midwestern University.
Members of the faculty committee. Statistics show that marriages among undergraduates is not conducive to the highest academic attainments. Therefore, we're forming a special faculty committee to curb marriage on the campus at Midwestern. Professor Mitchell.
Yes?
Because of your rather unique relationship with the members of the student body, I'm appointing you as chairman of this committee to discourage marriage. Will you take the chair?
Fellow faculty members, I deserve the chair.
You'll hear Young Love, the new CBS college story, every week at this time, starring Jimmy Lydon and Janet Waldo, with John Heaston, Gil Stratton Jr., Jerry Hausner, Frank Nelson, Gloria Holliday, and Ed Max. The Judd Conlon choristers and the music of Elliot Daniel, conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Young Love is written and directed by Lawrence and Lee. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That is it for Comedy Radio Gold. I hope you enjoyed the shows today. I hope you had a lot of laughs, and I hope you'll tune in to the next one. Usually putting out 2 to 3 shows every week, sometimes more. Make sure you hit the subscribe button so that you get notified when the next one comes out. If you haven't, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button. It does help get our videos out to a wider audience. And I'd appreciate it if you'd hit the comment button and write some comments. Let me know what you thought of the compilation, and let me know what you'd like to see on future videos. I'm Greg. I'll see you on the next one.